I have survived 500 days in my hardcore Minecraft Forever world, and this video is a combination of the last 100 days where we built many incredible builds and expanded our kingdom by thousands of blocks. So grab some popcorn and enjoy watching this full movie, listening to it in the background, or even while you go to sleep. I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed making it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Real Hardcore Minecraft. Now, we're just starting day 401 and I think it's time to build something a little bit different. Now, previously we did build a village and then we built the bridge over there, but I think it's time to come back to this area here and try and figure out what's going to be going on. Because if I go into free cam, quite frankly, it just looks like a massive mess. I do have a vague idea for how I want to change this. I want to cut this little bit off here and create some kind of peninsula stretching out to about here with a lighthouse on it. And I've never built a lighthouse, so this might be a little bit challenging and I hope it turns out well, but we're gonna have to find out very soon. Now, I think the best way to start this is to, I guess, just shave that bit of the mountain off, because that is definitely the easiest part to start with. I mean, after all, it is just a little bit of digging, but in order to do that, I do need to fix my stuff because it's a little bit broken right now. So let me head over to the end so we can get that done. Man, this place is looking so good. Look at the bridge as we fly over towards it. I think it looks so good, man. Oh my days. It is gorgeous. Let me check to see if I've got any other tools that need fixed. Not really. I think they're all pretty good. It's just the pickaxe and the shovel. I'm actually going to grab my other pickaxe as well, because if you guys aren't new around here, you know that I'm slowly digging out the area just above the end portal so we can create some kind of better entrance, because right now it is pretty bad. I like to try and fly through some of these jungle trees sometimes just for the little bit of a challenge. I guess it's not really much of a challenge, it's just a little bit more exciting. Did you guys see that? Oh my days. See what I mean? Just a little bit more exciting than just flying through the sky. I think creating some kind of obstacle course for an elytra eventually would be cool. It could also be the way that we lose this world, but I guess it'll be a cool way to lose it. So this is what we got now. It's slowly getting bigger. Definitely nowhere near as big as it needs to be, but it's getting there. So I guess I'll just dig out another straight line. And there we go. That's another line dug out. It's slowly getting bigger, but definitely nowhere near how big it needs to be able to start working on this project. There's a lot of things I want to do first. Anyway, so don't worry, we got a lot of time. And we come here a lot. So slowly and over time, this is going to get to where we need it to be. Anyway, let me go in and fix all of my tools. And there we go. Everything is now fixed, including our elytra, which was getting pretty low. So I'm glad we came here and got that all done. So let's head back and start working on that little area over there. All right, so we're over on that little spot that we're going to get dug down. And I brought a couple of shulker boxes just to make sure that we can store everything. And I think we're going to be pretty sweet. So let me make sure I got my silk touch and my silk touch pick. And we're just going to start digging this all the way down. I'm not going to do any work on the blocks underneath the water just yet, just until I can figure out, the peninsula side, so I can make it look decent, if you know what I mean. But we are going to dig it all the way under the water. So I guess we're just going to start. I'm also going to make sure to change this to the stone just so we can get this looking all right still, because I don't want it to look weird. Man, I've literally been digging for maybe a minute or two and we're already down at the water level. This was a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be and a lot easier to get down. So hey, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. Maybe it's because we've done so many huge terraforming things. I guess maybe that's make this feel like it's so much quicker, but who knows? Maybe I'm just going crazy. The time just flies by way too fast when I do this now. I guess that's not really a big issue though, so I'm not going to complain at all. But I am going to try and give this mountain a little bit more shape, because right now it is pretty shapeless. You got to give it the perfect curves, you know what I mean? Got to get this thing looking bloody beautiful, mate. Making sure I change all of the dirt as well to stone, because if there's dirt underneath, I think it just looks weird. And I'm sorry, I have to do a little bit of a shameless promotion. If you guys do want to see how I build these mountains, I actually have a tutorial on my channel showing exactly my thought process and how I do it, just trimming and all the texture and the planning. So if you do want to build mountains like this, I don't know if anyone else builds them like this, but I hope it's unique. I hope I'm the only one that does this. Maybe I'm not. But if you want to see how I build these mountains, then yeah, there's a video on my channel showing exactly how to plan it, how to build it, and all that good stuff, how to make it look good, you know what I mean? But at least get you started, maybe some ideas. Don't have to make them exactly, but I guess if you can see my thought process, maybe you can come up with something unique. I don't know. If you want to see it, it's on my channel somewhere. But I'm pretty happy with that shape just on this outside. I do need to dig down this side as well, but this side I think is looking kind of good. The top's a little bit weird actually. Let me give that a little bit of a different shape. I'll bring this down a little bit like that. Boom. Okay, now that's good. Yeah, that's nicer. Beautiful, mate. All right, let me dig around here ever so slightly. By the way, I'm making sure I collect all of this dye right now. I used to hate this block, but I think it's okay. Not only because, you know, it's a beautiful white, especially if you make the polished diorite, but also you can turn it into andesite, which is one of the best blocks in the game for texturing, especially when you're using stone. So I think diorite is a lot better. I think granite, I don't know, I feel like that's pretty useless. Maybe I can find a use for it eventually, but right now I don't think there's anything I really use it for. But I am still collecting it. I have a ton of it back in my base somewhere, and you know, I have a whole chest dedicated to it, even though I barely use it. But yeah, I used to just throw diorite away because I had no idea that you could actually turn it into andesite. So that was such a awesome discovery for me. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit more, just up to this line here, just because I'm not exactly sure how I want this area over here to look. I think I'm gonna bring it out a little bit more and then have that connect up to this bridge here. I might as well just try and collect some of this diorite in here because I know I'm always using andesite and I'm always running low on it. So I might as well, while I'm here and gonna change this area anyway, might as well just collect it. That granite can stay right where it is though. I'm not touching none of that. Get out of here. It's disgusting. Anyway, let's shape this up a little bit better. Maybe we'll go to there. Ooh, hold on a second there. Hold on a second there, buddy. Back up a little bit. Let me dig this down a little bit. Right there, right now. Boom. Okay. Okay, look at that, ladies and gentle bodies. There we go. Now this kind of side here is looking so much better. Hasn't got that weird bit sticking out like a pimple. So now all that I need to do is dig this down below, I guess, sea level. And don't worry, I know this looks really bad. I will eventually dig this down as well, just once I have this side figured out as well, because, you know, I'm building a peninsula and I don't want to have to dig the angle twice. I want to be able to do it once, make sure it looks good, and I have to change it after I add the other side as well. Got to make sure the water flows. If there's any blocks that are dug, so like for example, if I dig this block down too far and then I try and have the water flow over, it's not going to make a full water source. I have to make sure it's all flat just like that. Then it's gonna turn into infinite. So over here as well, see how that's not changing to flood over? It's not going to infinite. If I do that, it should fill in. Hold on. Nope, there's one over here. My bad. If I fill this, it'll all flood in. Watch this. Beautiful. Yeah, baby. You don't want any flowing water. It looks weird. So you want to try and, if you're expanding, I guess, an ocean, make sure it all fills in properly. I'm just going to dig this all the way down here just so we have a flat edge to work with, just so that when I'm ready to kind of expand it, I don't have to do any weird terraforming. There's a nice straight line for me to work off. And it does give me a better idea of where I plan this side of the water to go, because this is kind of how far I want it to be. I do want this to have like a little bit of an edge here so it sticks out a little bit into the water, and then maybe a little beach here. I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to do here. I do know there's going to be a mountain built up through here ever so slightly, so I can connect the main road through this bridge all the way to the other side over here, connecting to this. I guess it's technically the same land mass, but there's this massive river going through the middle, and I do want to kind of fix up the shape because right now it's really weird, but we're working on the entrance today. So now this side is done. Obviously it looks weird with this being so high up. That needs to be dug down as well, but on this side I do need to create the peninsula. So I'm thinking of having it come out kind of straight at the start and then curving over to the is that the right? I guess if you're facing the base, coming out straight and then curving to the right. But if you're looking out, I guess it's curving to the left. But now that this side's done, I can kind of just plan that. So the day's almost over. So we're almost on day 403. Well, I guess we're about to start night 402. So we got to get a bit of a wriggle on. Let's see if I can fly. Can I jump out of the water? No. Hold on a minute. Let me see what I can do. If I try and... Oh, yeah, that was cool. I didn't know you could do that. But you got to be standing on one block, I guess. One block deep. All right, so I'm going to use dirt just to kind of mark this out because I have absolutely no idea how this is going to look right now. So I'm thinking, let me get my elytra off because when you're in water, I've noticed the elytra kind of makes it a little bit awkward sometimes. So I'll come out, then we'll have it kick out a little bit more. Then it's going to start to curve back. No, I think we've done that too early. I think that's a little bit too wide maybe. Or maybe it's okay. I think that might be okay. Let me see. We'll just keep going. If it looks strange, I'll just change it later. Okay, now it's going to start to curve a little bit more. So it's kind of in line with the middle of this area here, like that. So if we have a look at that from the sky, you can see a kind of gradual curve. I think that should be okay. So now if I kind of build some kind of circular area like this, I think that should be big enough. So I'm going to just fill that in exactly like this. Okay, now I'm going to fatten this up a little bit because I want it to be about maybe 3 or 4 blocks wide, and we're out of dirt. So let me just place some grass in because we only have a couple blocks. But thankfully, I don't have my elytra on. That was awkward. But thankfully, I do have a bunch of chests over here filled to the brim of just random stuff, which I think we're going to be able to put a little bit of a hole in now. Thankfully, because there was so much stuff we got. Oh, I'm going to need to make sure I light up this area too. Anyway, let me quickly just continue filling this in until we're all the way at the end. And then as we get a little bit closer to the land, it should get quite a lot wider, just like this. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Do I have torches in here somewhere? No. What about in these chests up here? Let's have a quick goose. Oh yeah, we got tons. Beautiful, mate. All right, let's have a look at that. How does that look? Okay, this bit up here needs to be a bit fattened up as well, just like we did on the other side. I think that should be good. Yeah, that's looking all right. Now, keep in mind, I am going to raise this a little bit and have some extra blocks on the side. So this is kind of just a rough sketch, but I think it's looking okay. I'm going to try and find some stone bricks. Beautiful. 17. Hopefully that's enough. I might need to grab... Hold on. I got a shulker box of stone, don't I? Oh my goodness. Okay, now we got plenty of stone bricks. I'm going to use these stone bricks to kind of plan out where the lighthouse is going to be. I'm thinking kind of right on this corner here. So I think I'm just going to go with a shape like this. Maybe I'll move it out a little bit more. Hold on. That's too close to the middle because I do want like a little house attached to it. No. Oh my goodness. This is probably the hardest part. I'll go here. Okay, let's see how that looks. Shall we? Okay, that's looking all right. Now, I'm also going to have like a house come out here a little bit. Very, very small, just like an entrance kind of thing. So that would be the general shape of it, which I think is okay. I do want like a couple trees around the edge, maybe some farms, and similar to how the area over there looks with the trees and the farms, I think, because I am going to use coarse dirt through the middle here to connect it. Now, I do need to raise this. So I'm thinking the best way to do that, I know I want this to be just 1 block above the ground, at least this peninsula part here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and grab some coarse dirt because that's going to be the path that we use. So have I got any in here? I got gravel and I got dirt. So that will be bloody beautiful, mate. I don't need that much on my days. Almost created like 8 stacks then. So this path will come down towards here. So let me fill this bit in here. Then it's going to move down here a bit. Then one more time. Oh, no. Hold on. It'll stay at this height. Okay. And then it's going to come through here. Let's give it a little bit more shape there. It's going to be a relatively thin path and it's going to wrap towards the front hand side of this up into the build right there. So now I need to fatten this boy up. So maybe a couple blocks here and there. Okay, that's too wide. Way too wide. Now it's too thin. Oh my days. Oh my goodness me. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a decent size. Now I guess I'll use that as a rough kind of estimate for how wide the grass around it should be. So I am going to place some grass blocks every couple blocks around here just so we can get a little bit of faster grass growth. Oh my days. I think I said grass growth. Oh my days. I'm going to keep that in just so you guys can see I am a human. Okay, I'm not a robot. I do make mistakes, all right? My speech is not perfect. I say some weird things sometimes. Anyway, that's enough rambling. What am I talking about? I'm going to place grass blocks around so we can get a bit of faster grass growth. Okay, I said it right that time. Because having dirt right next to the coarse dirt makes it a little bit hard to see kind of where the path is actually going. So I might fatten up a couple of these spots around here, just where I think it needs a little bit more, just so we can get the shape right before I start building into the water. I've never made a peninsula like this in Minecraft. I'm so excited to see how this turns out. I know we've done a lot of like huge builds, Like, I mean, it's not enormous, but it's pretty big. Like, we did this whole section in one video. I want to come back to doing like the smaller builds. I was feeling like the builds weren't big enough, so I kept trying to make bigger and bigger, but you know, I don't want to just be chasing, you know, the bigger and bigger project, because that'll get boring and a bit overwhelming. I want to do some nice smaller things like this. I enjoy this a lot more, I'm not gonna lie. All right, look at that. That's looking a lot better. Now that we've got the coarse dirt in there, we've got a bit of grass growing. Let's add some in here as well. Yeah, that'll be all right. Okay, that'll be fine. So let's go ahead and beef this up a little bit more. Just raise all the dirt by 1. Oh, we're out of dirt. Oh my days, guys. This is using so much dirt. I guess it is because I did make 2 layers of it. I did the first layer mostly just for the planting. You know what, while I'm here, let me grab some spruce. Do I have spruce? How do I not have spruce in these chests? What on earth? I know for sure I've got it in here. Okay, spruce planks. That'll do, I guess. Oh, hold on. Spruce slabs. There we go. Do I have spruce logs? I don't. What? Might have farmed some of them today too. Okay, so let me finish filling up all of this dirt here and fatten this side up a little bit, just where I think it needs a little bit more. There we go. Okay, that's a lot wider. I hope that looks okay, because I wasn't planning on going this wide, but I guess if it looks okay, it'll be fine. Okay, there we go. I've got like it tapering down a little bit, just as it comes towards this land a little bit more, because I do have like a plan for a little cove here or something. I think that's what it's called. I hope that's what it's called. But I'll fill this side in too, just like that. Okay, let's have a look at that from the sky. I think it's looking okay. I think it's gonna turn out pretty nice. So over here, I'm gonna leave that line of stone there, and I'm just gonna fill it in the middle with some spruce planks. I don't have my axe. That's a bit annoying. Boom, boom. Okay. So now on the corners, I want something like this, something like that, and I guess I'll add that in too. I am going to need to grab some spruce logs. So let me empty my inventory just into these shulkers here. And I'm going to grab, I guess, a bunch of bones. We'll do the exact same thing we did before. Do I have bones in here? Oh, I do. Look at that. Oh, we got bone meal. I'll use 64 bone meal. I guess however many logs 64 bone meal gets us. Where are my saplings? There they are. Beautiful. And we'll just do the same thing we did before, just over in this area here. Just bone meal up a tree, chop it down, and yeah, I'll do that for a full stack of bone meal and see how much logs that gets us. So I'll see you guys in 1 second. And that is now done. I didn't get through the whole thing of bone meal, but we got a full inventory anyway, and way more spruce than we could need. Now I really only should need a couple stacks, so I'll keep 4 with me for now, and I'm hoping that should be enough to get us through this, at least first part of the project. So I want some spruce pillars through the middle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go up by, I'm thinking 10 blocks. 10 blocks should be a good little height for us. So 2, 3, 4, and 10. Beautiful. And I'll do that for all 4 sides. And for this, I'm going to use 3 scaffolding, then place a log like that. Okay, I shouldn't have jumped down. That's a bit silly. And then I'll just build this up to 10. Okay, so I'm going to use scaffolding to get up for now, just because I can't be bothered making some ladders, to be honest with you. I am going to strip all of these logs too, just like that. Beautiful. Okay, let's have a look at that height. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. It doesn't look huge because obviously that mountain is absolutely enormous, but it is still pretty tall, and I think that's a good little height for, you know, the top of the lighthouse. I've never actually built a lighthouse before, so this is definitely my first attempt. I've never actually tried to build a lighthouse, so yeah, this is the first for me. Now, I don't know why I keep having to fly all the way over here. I should bring these shulkers over to this spot here, because this is where we're going to be doing all the building. So we'll place these cheeky buggers in here, get the crafting table, and I'm going to make up some stone brick stairs. Oh, I need more than that for sure. 64. Sure, why not? I'm going to place them in like this, just to create this kind of peak at the bottom. Not 100% sure what I'm going to do for this building here. I'm assuming I'm going to have some pillars like this, maybe up by 4, and then connecting through into there. We'll go like that for now. I think that should be pretty good. I think that looks all right, to be honest with you. That's nice. Now, another thing I'm going to use sandstone. So I haven't used sandstone in any of the builds, and we've got a lot of sand. I mean, look at this. So much. So I'm going to use this. I might use regular sand and smooth sandstone as a texture. Let me see. We can make smooth sandstone like that, right? No, that's cut sandstone. How do you make smooth sandstone? Okay, I apparently need to smelt sandstone in a furnace. So let me go back to my base and get that done. We shouldn't need much, maybe half a stack. So I'll just make up a quick half stack just so we have some of it. Or I guess I'll use a full stack. since why not? Oh, I found one with 1 gold block. Look at that. Maybe that's a waste. Who knows? Yep, there we go. Smooth sandstone. That's what we need. Now, if I grab this and I place that next to a regular sand, look how close that texture is. I think that's pretty much as close as you can get. So I'm hoping the texturing will be enough to make sense. I'm really hoping so, because if not, it's going to be a bit weird. Man, this takes so long to cook. What on earth? I've been waiting here for like a couple minutes now. We got 16. Okay, I'm going to get a little bit more sandstone, and I'm going to try using maybe regular sandstone and some smooth sandstone for the texturing, because I think the smooth sandstone and the regular sand might be a little bit too close. So I'm going to take that for now, just because it's taking so long. I'm getting a bit bored just sitting there waiting for the sandstone, and I'm going to start kind of planning it just so I can see how it looks with the sandstone. Oh, I forgot to light up the area. Where's my sword? Get out of here, mate. Let me throw down a bunch of torches again, just on the path. Alright, let's go ahead and fill this in. Maybe I'll use regular sandstone at the bottom, just because you're only going to see a tiny bit of it. We'll go up to... I'm going to need to go all the way up, aren't I? Okay, so let's see how that looks. I think that looks okay. What if I throw in a little bit of sand? How is that going to change things? Let's have a gaze at that. Okay, yeah, I think having the sand in there is like a little extra texture. I think that's nice. I think it's very nice. So we've still got 8 smooth sandstone. Maybe I'll remove another piece here. Boom. Okay, that's as good as we're going to get. Now for this side, because it's going to be kind of hidden anyway, I'm going to use some sandstone like this, regular sandstone. Oop, I've put that in the wrong spot, haven't I? Oh my days. So I know there's going to be a roof here. So I'll put regular sandstone there, just so we don't use as much. I'll just start filling it in just like this. Boom. Okay. I know this is probably weird because it looks so strange, but I've got like the idea in my head, and I think it's coming along very nicely. I think I might even need to make it a tiny bit taller, but I think I should get this roof on first. So let me go and grab some dark oak. I know we've got a bunch over here in the village. I'm just going to use the dark oak slabs. We should have enough. You got a stack and a half. Oh, this is coming together quite nicely. I think this looks really nice. Let me just craft up a bunch of spruce slabs. Wait, do we already have some? Oh man, we already have some, and I just turned all those logs into planks. That's annoying. So I'll just fill this out to here, then same on the other side, and I'll do the exact same kind of thing I usually do with the roofs, just because I don't want it to be super tall, just like that. Okay, so now on the corners here, I want there to be some sandstone walls. Let me try and jump onto that. I don't think I'm going to be able to, am I? Oh, parkour king, look at that. So we'll go all the way up. Gonna have to do that again. First try. There definitely wasn't a bunch of that edited out. Don't worry. I'll do it at the front here as well, just like that. How does that look? Oh, that's nice. That gives it a nice kind of more round edge. Is there such thing as smooth sandstone walls? Let me check. Okay, no, there's no such thing as smooth sandstone walls. So the regular sandstone is going to have to do. But if we have a look at that, that's looking kind of good. I do need to fix this spot up here on both sides. So I'm going to grab just a single spruce stair like that and chuck this bad boy in here. Now I'm actually going to have to create a couple more spruce stairs because I just had an idea for the top. So we do want it to come out a little bit. Hold on, let me fill this in. That looks weird like that. Boom, boom. Okay. Yep, so for the top, I'm going to have to extend my scaffolding up again. Okie dokie. So I want to go 1 block down with a spruce stair, then have a spruce log on top of that on all sides, and then a spruce stair on the side of that log as well, facing outways, to kind of make it a little bit wider at the top. Then of course, strip them bad boys down. And I need to go grab some spruce trapdoors. I know I should have a ton in here somewhere from when we were building all these houses. Nope, they should be in the other chests then. I know I've got them somewhere. Oh, there they are. 27 should be plenty, at least to get us going. So I'll take the sandstone on the side down by 1. And I'll place a log there. Then I'll place some trapdoors on the outside of them. Now the reason I changed that to a log is because you'll be able to see it from the bottom. Might not be able to see it from the side, but definitely from the bottom. So trapdoors like that. Then I'll increase these by 1 more block. Okay. And then on the outside of this one, I'll place in 2 trapdoors. Like, oh, hold on a second. Like that. Okay. And I'll do that on all 4 sides, just like that. So it's given us like a barrier. Now I'll do the same thing with these trapdoors, but 1 block in. So you can see there's like a little bit of depth there. Very small amount, but I think it's going to look good instead of just having flat. And I'm going to need a bunch more trapdoors. So let's turn this entire stack here. Well, I guess 2 stacks of spruce into some trapdoors. That should be more than enough. Now here I'm going to place one like that just to add a little bit of depth from that stair there, because I felt like it wasn't enough. Should I place one at the bottom too? Yes, I definitely should. Oh no, I'm gonna have to break this one here. I can't even get up. Okay, well, I should have just grabbed my shovel because I need it anyway. Okay, so I'll place a trapdoor at the bottom as well. Okay, hold on a second. Oh my days. There we go. Okay, I think this is coming along pretty nicely. Have a look at that. I think it's a little bit too flat here. So what if I grab some, maybe birch fences? I think that could look okay. But let me finish the top first. Oh my days, I'm getting distracted, guys. Not good at all. So I'll go on these corners here and place them in just to finish off this kind of fence thing up here, just like that. How does that look? Oh, that is nice. I'm very happy with how this is turning out so far. So let me go and grab me birch. I know I've got a ton in this chest up here, I hope. Yep, look at that. Look at all that birch. That's bloody beautiful, mate. I grabbed the sticks I got from breaking all them trees, and I'll just turn all of them into some birch fences. Oh, 48. That's way more than enough. I didn't even know why I did that then. Obviously was not thinking. So if I replace, how many? The middle 2 or the middle 3? I think the middle 3. So I'll get rid of these. Boom, boom. Hopefully this looks good. I'm pretty sure it will, because it just adds a little bit of extra depth. Gonna have to go on the roof again for this one. Just like this. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that is nice. Have a look at that, guys. Now, I don't like how flat this sandstone feels. So what I think I'm gonna do, I've never used signs before in a build like this, or like in a build where I'm using spruce. So I'm thinking I might give it a go. If I place them along here, right in the middle where the middle birch fence is, will that look good? Oh, nope, no. Right in the middle of the trapdoors, pretty much. How does that look? Oh yeah, that's good. I think it's okay. Kind of breaks it up a little bit. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I do need to do some texturing at the bottom because the stone bricks need some cracked and some mossy stone bricks in there. But overall, I'm pretty happy. But for now, let's try and get the main roof kind of figured out before we start working on the next part. So I think it's going to go up by 2. Already goes up by 1 with the log. So I don't want it to be too tall. And I'll use a mix of sandstone and sand for this part, and I think stairs connecting them together will be perfect. So have I got sandstone in here? No, I've used it all. I think for this part I'm going to use cut sandstone for some of the stairs just because it's so close. Nope. Okay, that's not a thing. Oh my days, that's horrible. Just pretend I didn't do that, okay? I thought there was a cut sandstone stair. Obviously not. Anyway, let's connect these together like this. And then you're not going to really be able to see it. I think I'll just connect them together like this for now. And I'll make a little area up here to stand on. Beautiful. Got to light the area up, of course. We don't want any bad guys spawning. There you go. Now you can climb all the way up. Beautiful. Let's fill in the bottoms a bit. Okay. I think that's looking pretty good. Obviously, once the roof is in, I think it'll look better. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out so far. It does still look weird because it's just a long peninsula with nothing really on it, and it's floating in the air right now. So I need to fix that. Let's take a break from building this thing right now. Let some more creative juices start flowing. Empty my inventory because I got way too much stuff on me, and I'm gonna head over and see how much cobblestone we have. Got a little bit. Got some sandstone and sand as well. We're gonna need some of that. Oh, we got a bunch of sandstone in here. Beautiful. I'm going to use that. And this. Oh, look at all this sandstone. Oh my days. Okay, now I can plan how I want this to kind of look. So I'm going to go under by 1. Let me take off my elytra. Nothing I hate more than trying to build underwater with an elytra on. I'm just going to create like a rough outline underneath, completely out of cobblestone, so I can place in like a little bit of sand around the edge. Not on all of them, just a little bit here and there. And then on top of that cobblestone, I'll place in sand. Let's see how that looks before I continue. I just want to make sure it looks fine first. Okay, that looks okay. I do want this to be very exaggerated. I don't want it to be very smooth like the beach was. If you saw us building that, I made a very smooth kind of gradient as it went down. I want this to be very steep because otherwise it's going to be very shallow in here. Okay, that's the cobblestone placed in on the inside. So I can go ahead and place all the sand down. Beautiful. And the other side. Okay, I got to connect this as well. There we go. And I'll just add in all the sand now. All right. I know it's only 1 layer of sand, but let's have a look at that. Okay, it doesn't really do much. I'm not going to lie. It still looks very much the same. But now what I want to do, I want to go down. Let's go down 3 blocks and create another line just like this. Just kind of following very loosely where this one follows. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm hoping it does because I don't really want to break all this cobblestone. But But because I don't know, I'm just going to do around the lighthouse to start with before I continue on. Oh no, I need to breathe. Oh my days. I forgot that you need to breathe every now and again. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and I guess place some sandstone on top every now and again. In some places I'll place it too tall. Okay, and on top of that I'll place in sand. Maybe not on all of it. Oh my days. This is going to be a little bit trickier than I was initially thinking. Maybe cobblestone isn't the go for this. Don't worry, this is a learning curve. Still figuring out how to make beaches in Minecraft. I guess I could also just be placing in more sand. Okay, I want to see how that looks because I don't know. It does look a bit weird. I'm not going to lie. Oh my days. What am I going to do? Okay, I think building like that is going to take way too long and I don't have way too long. I think it does look okay. Once I get rid of all the cobblestone, it starts to kind of come together a little bit more. Okay, I just had another idea. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go right here and I'm going to pretty much just mark out in cobblestone the kind of shape I want it to follow, like that. Maybe smoothing out a little bit more towards the bottom, right? And then I'll do the same thing to the side. Okay, so we get something like this. Now, if I quickly breathe, I can go under and start adding in a little bit of sandstone. And then on top of that, just sand. Just fill in all those extra spaces in there. And then on top of that, add in some more sand just to make it a little more interesting. Don't want it to be too flat, just like that. And now if I quickly go onto the surface so I can breathe, then I have a look from free cam. I think that looks okay. You know, I think that's pretty nice. So now I just need to do that on all sides, including the peninsula. And then this thing will start to look better. But also don't forget to connect it to the ground. Oh my goodness. Just like that. There we go. Okay, now let's do that all around in the form of a time lapse. So I'll see you guys in a second. After a lot of work, we finally got this thing actually looking a lot better. I think adding in the sand reaching down to the bottom really makes this seem like it's so much more real and I guess natural. There's still a lot to do, so I still have to fix up this side here and have it match up and meet up in the middle, and of course finish this tower itself, as well as the details along this path. So let's get started on that. I want to start by trying to shape up this side over here a lot better, because right now it's pretty bad. So I think what I'm going to do is just kind of dig out and plan exactly where I think it should go. I'm going to at least give it a little bit of a better shape because obviously the shape is the most important part. And I think it makes a little bit more sense to have a little bit of stone here just because if it goes from stone to sand, I don't think that really makes much sense. So I'm just going to kind of dig it down until it's at the natural level. It didn't actually take as long as I thought it was going to take. This is it done now. And it's a little bit of a better kind of descent in the water there. So it doesn't look completely out of place. Now I was wondering maybe I could add some like little rocks sticking out on the sides here. I kind of want to see how that's going to look. Oh, we've got phantoms. Oh my days. Let me quickly go and have a little nap because I don't really want to be dealing with these guys. And while I'm there, I might grab a couple extra blocks that I actually need. So let's go ahead and empty everything into a shulker. And now I can go grab that stuff and have a quick rest of the ores. So I don't need many. I'm just going to grab the couple that I have here. I don't have much at all. This is, I guess, pretty much all that's left after building that huge bridge over there. Wow, this is looking pretty nice. I like this. Look at that. It just adds a little bit of extra into what would be just a pretty empty ocean. So I'm just changing a couple of these stone bricks to the mossy and the cracked variants. Well, you know what I've just realized? I feel like I should change this here to be logs as well. I think that makes the most amount of sense, just like that. I'm also going to grab up some stone and then some diorite and some cobblestone to turn it into andesite, just so we have some stone and andesite. Then I'm going to fill these walls in here using a mixture of both. Maybe I'll have this too high, like that. I don't like it only being one. There we go. I do want to put some spruce fences in there for windows. I think that'll look nice. So let's chuck these in there like that. And then in terms of details for the outside, we're using some trapdoors, some spruce stairs. I'll grab some spruce slabs as well. I will need a couple more spruce stairs. Boom. I'm going to add them in like a corner thing like this. Let me make this sure. Let me make sure that faces the right way. I think I should add a bush in the bottom there, like an azalea bush. I'll do this on the other side as well, just like that. I think it's nice. Now I do need to grab some dark oak logs that I've got over in this building here. One stack will be plenty, just so we can start working on this roof here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the crafting table. Whoa, hey buddy, what are you doing in here? Oh my days. I'm going to come right up to the top. Oh, I'm going to need some more scaffolding. There it is. All right, let's try that again. So I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to try and figure out something for this roof, okay? So I'm going to try to create some kind of peaked roof. So I'm going to need some dark oak stairs and some slabs. I'm just going to place some dark oak stairs upside down on the corners. Then I'll go 2 slabs just like this. I'm going to need more on my days. And then I'll place... Oh, no, not that way. Hold on a second, everybody. I'm going to need to place in some spruce planks to add in these final stairs. These ones will be right side up. Hold on a second. I keep messing this up. Come on, mate. Just like... Oh my days. Okay, just like that. Now I'll use some spruce slabs on the corners here. Oh man, if I keep messing this up, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna actually cry. Then I'll place some spruce planks. And then I think another spruce plank up. And then stairs like this, facing into each other, just like we did previously. I have made a roof like this before, but it's been a while. So I'm really hoping that I'm remembering how to make it correctly. So if I place them like that and then... finally some spruce stairs once again. That should be the peak and that should look good. Oh yeah, I've done that pretty perfect, I think. Now the final thing I need to do is quickly make up a couple, well, I guess we just need one stone brick wall with a spruce fence on top. And there we go. That's the little peak there. And I think for the most part, that's pretty much the lighthouse looking almost perfect. I do want to add some more details just around it, mostly in the form of foliage. But for now, I'm pretty happy with that. So let me delete that. We'll head down and we'll start preparing to do the details for this peninsula thing. Now, let me see if I can add some rocks kind of just on the edge here. I need to make sure they go underneath the sand as well. I'll make sure to add in the andesite just for the texture. And then I'll need some stairs, some stone stairs, just for a little bit of extra shape on these rocks. Now I think I'll just add them in kind of to the edges every couple blocks. Just going to add one more in on this side. Then I'm just going to have a look at how that looks because I want to make sure it looks good. Now, let's have a look at that from free cam mode. You know what? I think that looks kind of good. I'm really digging it. Now on this side though, this felt a little bit too tall. So let's just add a little bit more in here like that. So now I guess I'll add a couple more just along this peninsula and then of course a couple near the lighthouse and we'll see how that looks all together. All right, I've got a bunch of rocks added in and I think it looks really nice. It's a good start to this peninsula and how we're going to be detailing it. Next up, it's time to grab up a bunch of spruce fences. Hopefully a stack and a half will be enough. I'm sure it will. I'm just going to dot these around the edge, maybe slightly in between each of these rock formations. Or I guess just wherever I see fit. After all, we don't want people falling into the ocean. Okay, I think that should be pretty good. There's a couple fences in between and it still looks quite out of place, but I'm pretty sure the next thing okay, I thought I was about to fall in the water. The next thing I'm going to do is going to kind of fix that up. So where are my leaves at? What on earth? Maybe they're in here. Or maybe I used them all building this farming town. Oh, nope, here they are. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about, mate. So now I'm going to add in a bunch of... Oh, hold on. Let me add in a bit of the rocks right here. Why do I have no... Oh, I put the stairs away. Silly me. Anyway, in between here, it'll start here where these stone bits kind of end. And I guess just in the places where there's no kind of fences, I just dot some of these leaves in. Some of them going in the sand as well, of course. Did I place one? Yeah, I placed one in the water. Oh my days, what's going on? All right, this is coming together nicely. Just with a couple bits of stone, some fences and some leaves. This peninsula is already looking so much nicer. So now the next thing I can do, I can go ahead and move these things out of the way. And I guess I'll put them over here for now, along with all my other storages. I'm going to empty everything out of my inventory just because I have so much stuff right now. And I'm just going to take the leaves and where are my fences? There they are. I'm going to make a couple of those trees that I've made before. I think that will look really nice. Once, of course, I figure out where they're going to go. I guess maybe I'll just chuck one here. I'm not going to make them too big. And once again, I just scatter a bunch of leaves around the outside, just making sure that it's not tall enough to hit your head as you're running past. Just like that. Nothing crazy. Just a very simple tree. Maybe I'll add another one right here because there's quite a lot of space. They don't have to be perfect. I think that looks pretty cool. I don't like how kind of gray these leaves are, but it's the biome, so there's not really much I can do about that, unfortunately. I think another tree right here, but I have to remove this leaf, maybe move it in a bit, and then just placing the tree kind of here will be nice. This one's got quite a bit more color on it, so that's nice. That's what I like to see. There we go. I like that tree the most. Or maybe not the top. The top part looks a bit weird. Hold on a second. Can I even get up there? Yes, I can. Beautiful, mate. There we go. That'll be fine. And I think one in here, or maybe two. I'll go one here. This one's going to be a short one, only 5 tall, just like that. I have a feeling I'm going to need another one on this side, but I don't really want to block the view of the lighthouse. I'm going to leave it for now. What I will do though for the lighthouse is add in some leaves kind of stretching throughout, just around it, I guess. Oh my days, look at this. There's like a staircase using this tree to get on here. That's so cool. That was unintentional too. Hey, there's a turtle. Wow, so majestic. So kind of just dotting these over the tops of this roof and just wrapping it around just like that. Nothing crazy, just a little bit. Now I'm gonna go grab some bone meal. I'm gonna need a little bit more. Okay, we got 42. Oh no, hold on, we got bone meal itself in there. That's perfect. I got a couple peonies and some rose bushes in here. So let's go back and we'll start adding in some grass. This is always my favorite part. And then finally adding in the rose bushes and peonies. This is coming together so nicely. Look at that, guys. Oh my days. I think I want to try and add some seagrass into this sand here a little bit. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit, because the sand just looks a little bit boring, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we're out of bone meal, but let's have a look at that. Yeah, that little bit of bone meal just really adds a lot more kind of detail to that water. I think it looks so much better. Now I'm going to grab up my hoe, my water bucket, and do I have seeds? I know for sure I've got seeds in the farming village. Come on. Do I have hay bales? Oh, we got hay bales too. Bloody beautiful, mate. And we got wheat seeds. And there's another thing I want to go get. I want to get some sweet berry bushes. And we're here at our sweet berry bush. One of my favorite farms, by the way. I just think it's so aesthetic. It's not very functional because if you want to try and walk through, you get prickled to death. But hold on, what's going on here? What on earth? Okay. I've only got a leaf on me, so that's going to have to do for now. I have a feeling that's the job of an enderman. But we got 40 sweet berry bushes, so let's go back. That should be way more than enough. Oh, hold on. I'm almost out of steak. So let me grab some more Aussie beef. Boom. Look at that, mate. 64. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, this looks so good. Look at that, guys. Oh, my days. You know what else I've forgotten? I've forgotten bloody spruce slabs again. Let me grab them bad boys from over here. 7 will be enough. Okay, it'll have to suffice. Now, what I want to do, I need an azalea bush too. I want to add like a line of sweet berry bushes around the edge here. I think that'll be nice. And then on the other side, if I can get there, should I even put a wheat farm in here? I don't think so. I'm just going to add some sweet berry bushes in just along the edge a little bit like that. Can I add some on the outsides? Maybe one there, one there, one there. No, I'm just going to scatter these throughout here as well, just because they look so good. Just be careful when walking through here because you get prickled. But in my opinion, that's worth it. I'm okay getting a little bit of prickle in here, prickle in there, and I just need a little bit more bone meal. That's what I actually came back for, but I don't think I grabbed it. Where that bone meal at? 48. Okay, that's perfect, mate. Boom, and drop down perfectly. All right, so now I can continue to add in the bone meal around the sand. I'll just add some more bone meal a little bit lower because I felt like it was still looking a little bit strange. It wasn't kind of meeting my expectations. So if I have it on the bottom bit as well, it's just gonna kind of meet everything else that's on the sea floor. So I think it'll be nice. All right, that should be good. Now let's have a look at that from the sky. Oh yeah, that is looking good, guys. And keep in mind, it is raining. I know you can't see it because I've got the rain turned off, but it still makes an impact on how this looks. This will look so much better when the sun's out and about. Now, I want to put a little wheat farm in here because if you guys have watched me for long enough now, you know that I am absolutely addicted to wheat. I think it is by far the best looking thing you can add to anything. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll have water right here. We'll just fill this whole thing in. And just like that, we've got another wheat farm. Looking bloody beautiful. Obviously when it grows it's going to look better. Now there's 2 more things I want to grab. I think they're going to really make this area look so much nicer. So oh my days. So let me head back to my base. Oh, I just thought of another thing. I wasn't actually coming here to grab this, but if I use some sugarcane, that'll look really nice along the edge. But I'm actually here for dead bushes, which I don't even know if I actually have. And if I do, I have no idea where I've put them. Maybe they're in the flowers. Let me have a check. Oh yeah, there they are. Beautiful, mate. So let me go to my little azalea tree farm and see if I can collect some, which is right here. If I just bone meal this and then I break this down. Oh, hang on, let me grab some of these flowering azalea leaves. They're so gorgeous. And if I pop this tree, I should get a bunch of bushes, right? Okay, I got 2. I guess that's good because I can just plant another one there straight away, and then I can go somewhere else over near where we're building because I want to grab some of that rooted dirt. That rooted dirt is so important. It's one of the hardest blocks to grind, I think, because you have to plant a tree every time. So if I grow a tree. Then I break this like that. Boom. There we go. Now the reason the leaves break so fast is because I have a mod that speeds that up, because otherwise it just takes forever. Now if I just grow a bunch of these, I should be able to just go ahead and break all these logs and get the rooted dirt in a nice kind of line, and then just break these logs. Come on, where are the other logs? Ah, come on. Just like that. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's a log in here somewhere. Oh my god, there's another one. Come on. Okay, that's it. There we go. Now we should get a bunch. Ooh, we got 7 plus 4 flowering. Let's try doing this so there's a bit more leaves each time. There we go. Nope, there's still one more. Oh my days. These trees are so weird. There we go. We'll just do 2 more. I'll grab all the rooted dirt and get out of here. We got a bunch of flowering azalea leaves and normal azalea leaves, which allegedly, according to some of you guys in my comments, are not affected by the biomes. So I could potentially place them down over there and have a little bit of a different color where it's very grayscale. So let's give that a go. If I kind of drop in this tree. Oh, they do. Look at that. Wow. That's so nice. We can get a bit of extra color in there. Can add some purples as well into the tree. That's nice. I don't know why I haven't got more azalea leaves before. I feel like it's so obvious. Okay, maybe I don't love it. To be honest, but if I go ahead and place some of these ones on the floor, I think that would be nice, just to have a little bit of extra color. Only the flower and azalea leaves, just like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna grab this sugarcane. I don't have any string. Okay, that's fine. I'll just make these tall. Go like that. And then I'll do another one over here. Then I'll do one more over on this side. Right here. Boom. Okay. Now I'm going to grab the dead bushes and I'm going to scatter these along the sand that's just sticking out a little bit, just to add a little bit of extra color in there. Just like that. Do that on the other side as well. Oh, hello, Mr. Spider. Where did you come from? Get out of here, mate. He's not going to be over here for a while. He's not going to even worry about the guy. And of course, the flowering azaleas just in here, just because it looks nice. Boom. Okay, now it kind of sucks that this wheat isn't grown, but I'm gonna grow the wheat that you'll be able to see from the front using bone meal. Oh, come on. I thought you were going to be gone for a while, mate. You came in quick. Okay, let me have a look at that from the sky. Guys, look at that. Does that not look so good? Considering this was literally just open ocean before. Now we've got this huge, amazing watchtower in here, or lighthouse, sorry, with a nice peninsula. Oh man, this is looking so good, guys. Now, there's one more thing we need to do, which I've kind of been delaying it a long time because it's probably the hardest part of this whole thing. I need to get some glowstone and oh my god. It's been a while since I've been to the nether, so I guess it's time to finally make our way back to the nether. Guys, look at that as we fly away. That is so good. I think that looks so epic. I'm so happy with how that turned out. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit nervous. This was a video I was very nervous to make because I thought I wasn't gonna be able to do it, but I think it's turned out pretty nice and in good time too. It's only been 10 days. Or 9 days, I guess, because we started on day 401. It's day 410 right now. So we've done this at a pretty decent pace. Hopefully we can easily find some glowstone because I don't want to be in here for long. Oh, what is this? Hold on a minute. This is a shroom light. Maybe I could use a shroom light, or is it less bright than glowstone? Maybe I'll just grab some glowstone, to be honest. I've got a convenient little bridge here. I don't know why, but yeah, I feel like this is so much brighter than the shroom light. I'm just gonna grab a couple pieces and let's go back. Before we meet any of the natural inhabitants of this nether. I do not want to see them. They are not friendly. Okay, that was 157,000 times easier than I thought it would be. So let's head back and let's get the light for the lighthouse set up. I guess the most important part of the lighthouse. Otherwise, it's just a house if it's got no light. Man, this looks so good. Oh my days. Absolutely mesmerizing. So I'm going to grab some regular sandstone walls. I'm also going to grab some cut sandstone and we're going to try and fly into the building there. Can I do it? Can I do it? Oh yeah, I'm a goat. I'm a literal living goat. Anyway, I'm going to fill this around the edge like that and add some sandstone like that and then just glowstone like this. I think that looks fine. I think I need to do something here. I don't really like that. Should I use maybe trapdoors? Let's grab some trapdoors. We got 24. This lighthouse looks so good. I'm so happy with it. Oh, that was almost deadly. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now let's have a gaze at that. Oh yeah, that looks so nice. Did I not detail the front? I didn't detail the front. Oh my days. What's going on, guys? Let me grab a couple things. It's going to be very easy to detail that front bit, but we need to do it to be able to finish. And I didn't put in any hay bales. I grabbed them and I didn't use them at all. I'll grab 2 spruce stairs. I do need a door. So I'll grab a door just like that. I guess 3 of them, whatever. I do need a single stone stair, and I want to use some dark oak fences. The question is, do I have any? Nope. I need to make them. Thankfully, that shouldn't be too hard. There we go. 9 should be plenty. Okay, now let's go over there and finish that front door. So stone stair. Then I'm going to do spruce stairs like this, fences on the side, a trapdoor in the middle, chuck on a front door, and I think that's good. I don't really love how flat these walls feel, but I think it should be okay. I could add fences like this with a stair underneath, but I feel like that's overdone over there. I don't want to do that again. Maybe I'll just keep this flat like this. It doesn't need to have crazy detail on that house bit. After all, it is just a lighthouse. It's not meant to be a fancy house, so I think that's nice. I do, however, need to maybe add 1 on the floor here for a lantern, and then I need to fill this in here so there's no hole. But overall, I think this has turned out really nice. Obviously, this side is flattened out a lot better now, so it does feel pretty nice kind of moving in through here. I really like how this peninsula has turned out. Then eventually I can kind of fix this beach here and build maybe like a fishing dock or something over here. I think that will be really nice, or maybe closer to the middle. I think that'll be really swell, and kind of build out like a beach kind of thing. Yeah, this has turned out way better than I expected it to. I'm so excited to start working on this area a bit more too. But I think the next thing in this area will be to fix up this side in here, get this bridge going, and then kind of shape up this river here a bit more, because right now I really don't like the shape of it, and there's a lot of water under here, which is weird. I don't like this at all. I want to fix that. But ladies and gentlemen, look at us go. I'm so happy with this lighthouse and this kind of peninsula land that we created. I think it's turned out so nice, and it's really nice to kind of walk through, and yeah, it's turned out so good. I think it just looks very different, which is nice. It really kind of just makes this cove in here feel a lot nicer, and I think the map ends about here. This is kind of the line where our map finishes. So if we quickly have a look at the map now, we'll be able to see what it looked like before. We're not updating it today. We update it every 100 days, which if you haven't seen, you can always check that out in the 100-day videos. But as you can see, this is what it looked like before. We've extended it all the way out here. We've cut off this piece of land here, and yeah, now we've got this big piece sticking out here. So it's kind of creating a bit of a different shape to what it was before. It was very open. Now we've kind of closed it off a little bit, but yeah, I'm excited to see how this changes. This is going to be so cool. I really want to finish all of this area in here before day 500. This area too, this area is not good. But you can see this river here changes shape so many times. It's very wide here, then it gets very thin, then it gets very wide again, and then over here it gets even wider. So I want to fix this whole thing up and just make it a lot better. It's very ugly right now. So I think once we fix that, that'll be a nice big change. And then we can of course add like a fishing dock out here. But yeah, it's coming together nicely. Obviously, the plan is to fill out this entire map by day 1000. I don't know if we're going to actually get it, but we're going to get pretty close. I have a feeling that we're going to be able to expand very quickly, especially down here for what I have planned. Now, previously, we worked on not only a bridge, but we also worked on a massive peninsula here, creating this beautiful little lighthouse sticking out, as you can see right in the middle of the water there. Now, I want to continue on this area, and I have an awesome idea for a nice little fishing dock over here, which will extend slightly out to about the middle over here, with a humongous little fishing house over here, with a nice little area along the front of the water here. However, I want this build to be a little bit different from everything else I've ever built, ever in Minecraft. So I'm going to be using some blocks I've never actually built with. And I guess because I've never built with them, I don't have any of them. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and get those blocks. Now, those blocks are going to be cherry wood and copper, and of course granite. Well, we've already got that, so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I've never built with cherry wood, and I've never ever used copper in any of my builds. So this is going to be very new to me, and I'm hoping it's going to turn out amazing. Now, I have been experimenting a little bit in creative to try and get some ideas of how I can implement these blocks into the build, and I think I've got a good idea. So the first thing we need to do is head over to a cherry blossom biome, which thankfully for us isn't too far away, just on the other side of this jungle thing over here. So let's head over there and grab ourselves some cherry logs. While I'm here, I also want to grab up some of these petals because I think they'd be awesome to add in as just some extra details. Just another tool for us to use to detail the areas. Now, I'm not sure if you can bone meal these, so I'm just probably going to get a couple stacks of them just to be safe. Thankfully, if we do need more, we can easily come back, but I'm sure you could bone meal these. There we go. Now we have 5 stacks of these pink petals. I also want to grab a huge amount of these cornflowers because it's hard to get your hands on blue flowers, and there is an absolute ton of them over here. So I'm going to grab as many as I can just to make sure we've got that little bit of blue that we can easily add into our gardens and just whenever detailing. It's really going to add a little bit of vibrance and color to the areas. So I'll probably get a couple stacks of these bad boys just because of how many there are over here. There's so many, and I actually had no idea that there was so many over here. So this is just a little bit of extra stuff we can get. Is there bees in here? If I silk touch this, will I get bees in there? There doesn't seem to be bees anywhere nearby, so I'm hoping that they're inside of this bee nest, and when I place it down, they'll spawn. I don't know, I've never collected bees before, but that is something that we do need, so this could be helpful. Fingers crossed. Alright, we've got a bunch of cornflowers now, just over 6 stacks, which I think is going to be plenty for a long time. Now, finally, it's time to grab up a bunch of these cherry logs. So, let me just go to town on, I guess, this relatively small kind of area here. I might chop all of them, because, you know, it's a very small biome anyway, but we're going to get the saplings from them. So if we do need, we can always just grow more. And these trees drop so many saplings too, so there's going to be no issues at all. So let me go ahead and do that right now. We've got ourselves another beehive, and I just watched the bee go in there. So if I delete this, fingers crossed, the bee will stay in there. It didn't pop out, so I'm going to assume it will. But now this fella doesn't even have a hive, so that kind of sucks for him. But I've erased a lot of this forest, but there's still quite a few more trees to go, so I'm just going to keep chopping, at least until I have a full inventory, because we're getting pretty close. And there we go, we have a full inventory, so let's head back to the base and get all this stuff settled so we can start getting the rest of the stuff we need. So I'm going to grab a shulker, but we don't have any. They're all somewhere else. There's one in here, filled with a couple things. So I guess I'll quickly empty this one just so we can at least get that stuff stored. And I'll chuck all the cherry logs, the pink petals. I'll keep the cherry saplings here. We don't need them. And I'll also put the cornflowers in here. So that will be good. And the cherry saplings can go in there for now. But we need to address our shulker issue. The last time I went hunting for shulker boxes was a few hundred days ago. It's been a long time. So I think it's time we head back and score ourselves some more shulker boxes because of how much we've been using them, which works kind of well because the other thing we need to do is collect a bunch of copper, and right near our end portal is a trials chamber filled to the brim of copper. So I'm going to go grab a bunch of copper from the trials chamber, and then we'll head to the end and borrow some shulker shells from the shulkers. So I guess I'll just start collecting these blocks. I'm assuming, wait, hold on. This is already waxed. So does that mean I don't even need honey? That could be so goated because I have no idea what I'm doing with honey. Oh my days. But the thing is, can I turn these into trapdoors? We've got 1 oak log, so we might as well make up our 27,000th crafting table. And look at that. We can create some waxed copper grades, but it doesn't look like we can create any trapdoors. Okay, hold on. You apparently need copper ingots to make the trapdoors. There we go. So I'm assuming I do need to wax those though, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to collect a bunch of the copper anyway, and I'll see you guys in a second. I'm also going to grab a bunch of these decorated pots because they could be very helpful for, decorating. So, also these bookshelves. Yes, please. We need these for another item that we need to get. There's so many things that we're able to get so easily because of this whole area. This is so good. So let me just collect a bunch of stuff from this area and we'll see what we can come up with once we're full. All right, we got a bunch of stuff. I found a couple diamonds. We got a bunch of bookshelves, some waxed copper stuff, and a bunch of random other stuff we don't really need, but it should be good. Okay, so now we'll head into the end. Now I'm going to make sure I equip my elytra. We've almost had a few close calls where I've almost jumped off without it on. And we're going to just fly out to these end cities or these outer end islands, find a bunch of shulkers, and I guess I'll probably try and get at least half a stack of shulker shells. But these guys are so annoying to try and kill. So I might get annoyed and leave with less, but I do want to get at least a few more. So we'll see how this goes. With Distant Horizons, it's so weird to see just so many outer end islands. Considering most of the time I've played this game, there was only that one end island in the middle. These outer things never really existed, so it's really cool to see. It's definitely an improvement on the end for sure, but I think more needs to be done. Come on, Mojang. Anyway, let's find some of these cheeky buggers and hope they don't cause us too much grief. And I guess enjoy the montage. All right. I have 24, and for me, that is going to be enough because I am getting absolutely over killing them cheeky buggers. They are for sure the worst thing to farm without a farm. So, yeah. I'm going to do with 24 for now, which gives us another 12 shulker boxes, which should be plenty. I'm not going to complain at all. So let's head back to our base and start planning how we want this area to start looking. So let's craft up a bunch of shulker boxes, 12 to be exact, and chuck these bad boys over here where they belong. Look at that. Look how many shulker boxes we have. I'm going to keep 3 on us for now, just in case, because I like to have that little bit of extra storage when I'm building. And let's go ahead and grab up this shulker box of all of these beautiful things, and we'll take them over to the site that we're about to start building and start planning how we want this thing to look. This place looks so much better with this little peninsula over here. I love it. So for the trim, instead of using stripped spruce logs like I always do, there's literally not a single build here which doesn't have them in it. I'm going to go ahead and use some regular oak logs. Now, for where this is going to be, I know I want this to be on the part that sticks out the most, which is of course that one right there. So I should head out 1 block and kind of create some form of pillar here, just like this, and we'll go out 3, so it's going to be 3 wide, and we'll create another one. So that's going to be where it starts. Now, in terms of the ocean floor, it doesn't line up, so I do need to fix that as well, but at least we're going to know exactly where this is going to start. Let's place everything in here for now, everything we don't really need. Okay, so I think the best course of action is to fix up the sand that should be right at the top level here. So let me grab up whatever sand I've got over here. Oh, we got plenty. We have so much. So I'll grab up that much. And what other blocks do we have here? Do I have any stone? Oh, I've got a bunch of cobblestone here. Perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go under and take off my elytra first of all. And I want these kind of levels of sand to be 2 to 3 blocks wide. I want it to be pretty quick of a descent. Unlike what we did with the beach previously, way over there, this one's going to go down very quick. So I'm thinking something about this wide. I think that'll look pretty nice. Just like that. And I'm going to go up to pretty much here where I'm pretty sure the map ends, because if you guys have seen previously, the goal for the first 1000 days is to fill up the entire map room, which if I quickly show you, if you haven't seen it yet, you're about to see the map for the first time. So this is the 400-day map, and as you can see, it is quite large. It's 5 maps wide by 5 maps. I want this entire thing to be filled in with custom builds and custom terrain before day 1000. And obviously the cutoff is pretty much right where we're building here. So I only want it to go up to here so we don't waste any time building on the area just like we did with the village that isn't going to make an impact on the first 1000 days, or at least the goal. Now, this was day 100, so you can see a massive difference between what we had on day 100 versus what we have now on day 400. Well, day 414 to be exact. So the map pretty much ends right here, just where this starts, because you can kind of see it in the map, but it cuts off very quickly. So I'm pretty much just going to go in line here, exactly where this torch is. That should give us all the way up to the edge of the map, or maybe a little bit of overlap as well. I'll go to there. That should be perfect. And then, of course, I'll go all the way up to the peninsula and build it down to the seafloor. So enjoy the time lapse. So now the beach is done, we can finally start planning and preparing how we want this whole area to look. And guys, I'm so excited to see how this place transforms. Already just adding this sand in here makes a huge difference. Obviously this line here is a bit weird having it just randomly cut off, but it will look so much better once we get the pier in. So first things first, I want to go ahead and expand this thing out. So we're going to have a 3-block gap and then another pillar. I'll make sure to extend it beyond the sand. We don't want to sit in there awkwardly. So we're going to have to make sure we fix that right away. So instead of having it placed like that, you don't want to be able to see the sand underneath. You want to just replace that so it reaches all the way underneath. Otherwise it just looks a little strange. So I'm going to go out maybe another 2. 1 more. And we'll have a look at how that looks. Maybe we need to go a little bit further. Okay, yeah, I think 1 more should be pretty spot on. So just about here. Oh, and we had the perfect amount of logs too. Look at that. So let's see if I can parkour all the way across. Oh yeah, too easy. Now in the middle, I'm going to fill that up with some spruce slabs. I think that's going to contrast very nicely with the oak logs. So let me go up and see if I've got any of these chests here. This area over here has become like a little storage room, I guess, even though it wasn't meant to be. This was supposed to be temporary, but I mean, I guess we're still working a lot on the area, so we can still say it's temporary. There they are. Okay, and I'm going to bring this crafting table with me too, because we're going to do a little bit of crafting down there. And you know, I might as well take these shulkers with me too, because I'm probably going to be doing a lot of back and forth anyway. And guys, for this build, I'm not lying, I'm going to go 150,000% more than usual. I'm going to try and make this thing look incredible. I've been doing a lot of practicing, you know, in creative, just trying to practice my building skills, and I think I've got something cool to show you guys. I'm going to use some of the skills I've learned in this build, and hopefully it looks good. I need your guys' opinion. Anywho, let's place down these shulker boxes just for that extra storage, as well as this crafting table and our blue one with all of our goodies in it. So I'm going to go ahead and craft up a bunch of these spruce slabs. Oh no. I feel like I should probably have a bed down here. The only reason we have a bed is so our respawn point is in our base when we come back from the end, and also so we can have a tiny nap very quickly. We don't skip the night, but if we lay in bed for a second, it gets rid of the insomnia, so we don't have to fight those pesky phantoms. That's really the only reason to have a bed, because we don't skip any nights in this one. But the question is, do I have any wool up here? Surely I should. There's no way I don't. Where's my wool chest? Here it is. Oh yeah, we got plenty. So I'm just going to craft up a bed, because I'm pretty sure this one's going to be a little bit of a longer build. So we're probably going to have to need to sleep again. So I'll just bring a spare bed with me, and I'm going to leave this one in our shulker box, just so in the future when we do need to skip these phantoms, I don't have to keep coming back to our bedroom because it's so far away. This build is getting so big, it's insane. So boom, boom, done. Now, I'm not sure if I remove the bed, if our spawn point goes back to where it was before. I really hope it does, because otherwise it's going to be very annoying. Now, I don't think it should be there. I think it should be one higher, maybe here. So I think the best way to do this is to probably raise this up a bit. And there's going to be coarse dirt there anyway. So do I have any in these shulker boxes? No, hold on a second. I will need podzol, so I'll grab that while we're here. Some gravel will do okay. Some more gravel. We'll just turn that into what we need. That should be sweet. I don't need the kelp. Get out of here, man. All the phantom membranes. What's going on? All right, so instead of placing dirt, I'm going to create up some coarse dirt and I guess start placing in the road. So it's only going to be one block higher, so it's not too much of an issue. I want some stone here, so I'll dig that and I'll put some stone in here as well, just on both sides. All right, okay, so now let's go ahead and expand this all the way down and increase the height of the logs by 1, just so it's slightly above the floor of the pier. We're going to expand this all the way to the end of the pier. And at the end, I'll create this little kind of triangular thing, just like this. So it comes out a little bit further than the end of the pier. Next up, I'm going to craft up a bunch of spruce stairs and of course some trapdoors. Nope, that's not a trapdoor. Oh my days. Okay, trapdoors. And I'm going to place these stairs like this with a trapdoor in the middle. So it gives you this kind of angle here between the two pillars. And I'm going to do that between all of them on the sides. All right, we're a couple stairs short, so I'll quickly fix that up. And then we've got something just like this. Looking a little bit better. Now, I might as well just craft the rest into trapdoors because we are going to use quite a lot of them through this entire build. And I'm just going to place some spruce trapdoors on the outside of a lot of these oak log pillar thingies, just in line with the kind of level of the pier itself. So then it looks a little something like this. So it gives it a bit more detail or depth on the outside. And we'll make sure to do that on the other side as well. Now, the reason I farmed up some of those bookshelves in the stronghold was to craft up a bunch of lecterns because we're going to need a lot of them. Because this is going to be one of the design features. Oh my days, hold on, get out of here, buddy. One of the design features I'm going to use. I'm also going to need some oak trapdoors, which is another thing we haven't actually used before in this world. So I'm trying to use a bunch of blocks we haven't used. I'm going to place the lecterns like this with a oak trapdoor on top. It looks a little bit funny on the inside, but if you look from the outside, it looks like a kind of nice little fence thing. Now, obviously the inside, you know, we can say it's supposed to look like that, but everyone knows it looks a bit funny. Well, at least I think it looks a bit funny. But from the outside, I think it looks really nice. We're going to need a lot more oak trapdoors, but we had the perfect amount of lecterns. Look at that. That could not have been any more perfect. But for some reason, trapdoors require so many materials. It's a little bit ridiculous, to be honest with you, considering it's literally 1/8 of the size of a log, but you need a log and a half to create 2. Make that make sense, okay? That doesn't make sense. Where's all the rest of the log going? But anyway, this is what we've got now. Now, for the next part, we're going to require a lot of iron, which I completely forgot to get. So fingers crossed I've got a bunch of the base. We're going to have to go and check. Now, this is all the iron I've got. I've got a stack and a bit of iron ore, almost a stack of raw iron and 2 ingots. So I'm bringing some cobblestone and some blocks of coal. And before we head back, what I'm going to do is go to the hill, the massive mountain range just behind our base over here, which is where we usually get our iron from. And I'm going to try and get another couple stacks. Then we're going to head back, smelt it up while we build, and hopefully we should have enough. As you can see, a lot of the iron has already been taken from over here. So we're going to have to go to the other side where I haven't really done much. Oh, here's a bunch of ores here. So I guess I'll just start going to town on these bad boys. So I got another stack and a half, which should be plenty. Now let's fly all the way back. Man, that is such a huge mountain range. Absolutely enormous. There's no way I'm ever going to be digging that down. There was a suggestion to make it into a volcano, which I think would be really cool. But obviously we got to get over there first. There's a lot of space between our base and that huge mountain range. But let's drop down into over here. We'll craft up a couple furnaces. Oh, I didn't think. I've only got 4 blocks of coal. Oh my goodness. So 4 of these are useless. So let's just get rid of them. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the coal, 1 block of coal per furnace. And then I'll evenly distribute the raw iron into them just to get it started, because I need to use my fortune pick to mine up these ores, because we're going to get more raw iron from each ore. And then I'll just keep filling these up until I'm hopefully done. Okay, so we ran out of coal, which is not fantastic. Okay, it's not the best thing that could have happened in this situation, but I do think we might have enough. So I think I'm going to start by making... Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to need a bunch, aren't I? I thought it was 1 iron block, but we need 3 per anvil. So if I make that, we'll get 10. Is this going to be sufficient? Oh, we don't need any creepers blowing up right now. This is not the time, mate. You need to get out of here. Go, swim away. Yeah, that's right. Go, get out of here, mate. So I'm going to place in anvils on top of each of these logs. Oh, no. We're going to be too short. That is unfortunate, okay? But I'm going to figure something out. I'm going to try my best. Now, the situation, we have plenty of iron, or we got coal. Hold on a minute. Let me cook. I'm just going to fortune a bunch of this stuff up, right? And get these bad boys cooking again. I'll just turn them into blocks of coal, and I'll fill all these buggers up, and that will be more than enough because we are already out of iron. So let me get 32 in each, then split this up by 4 and chuck the remaining into them. Finally, now we're getting somewhere, ladies and fellas. Okay, anyway, while we're waiting for this to smelt up, the next thing I need to do is grab up a bunch of these spruce fences, which we do not have enough of. So let me get me sticks out and a couple of these fellas over here and just craft up a couple more fences. 34 will be way more than enough. We'll just chuck these on top of the anvils. So the anvils here are not anviling, alright? They're not going to be repairing nothing. Their job is to stand there and look pretty. I just realized I forgot some trapdoors. So do I actually have any left? I do. I don't know why I didn't fill them in. I must have missed them. There we go. That's all right because it's an easy fix. So I'm just going to place in some planks here just temporarily so I can place in the fences. Then I also need to get some lanterns because lanterns are going to go on top of those fences there. So I need 1 more iron, 10 lanterns. No, we need 12, don't we? Oh my days. I really hope these anvils are worth it because if not, if this doesn't look good, this is a huge waste of iron. I don't think we'll ever use this many anvils in our entire life. In a million days, okay? Let me craft up 2 more lanterns to get those lanterns placed in. So at the very least, we've got some light in here. Now, do we have enough iron smelted up to get the last 2 anvils? Let's find out. Oh, I think we do. Yes, we do. Look at that. Okay, chuck these bad boys in here and let's have a look at how that looks. Oh, yeah. That is looking very nice. Very unique. So now we have to figure out where this house is going to go. And I do want it pretty close to the shoreline. Let's grab our oak logs. So I think about here. This is a nice amount of space. So I have a 5-block gap in between. We're going to have to actually raise this up as well. So let me just place that like that. So there's a 5 block gap in between, and it's directly in line with this pier here. So the very front of the building should line up with that pier. Now I am going to quickly flatten this area a little bit because it is going to be 1 block higher, at least where the house is. And I'm going to expand this by 5 blocks on both sides. So 1 right here. So there's a 5 block gap here and a 5 block gap here. There'll also be 1 right here, and then going this way as well to create this kind of rectangle. Now from here, I want to go up 4 more blocks up to about there, and then connect them together right in the middle, and then do that for all of these little blocks here, so that we have something a little like this. Now for the second level, I want a little balcony here, so I'll section this part off here. And then for these 2 sections, I want this second floor to be enclosed. So we'll go up 5 blocks and connect them right in the middle, just like we did on the first floor. And I'll just do that for the rest of these here. Now, these oak logs in my inventory now is all we have left. So I have a feeling we might need to go and farm up a bunch of trees, but we'll find out. We'll find out very soon. So now we have something like this. It's coming together very nicely. Now, the next thing I need to do is grab some stone bricks and kind of just place them throughout this entire thing here, just along the walls on the first floor, and then stone for the remaining. Now, I'm not going to add any windows in just yet. So we have something just like this. It's looking very strange right now. Believe me, I know, but I promise it's going to look better soon. So the front door will be here, okay? And there's going to be a kind of thing coming out like this. Okay, let's remove these now that they're done. And I guess we'll start setting up a little bit of a camp inside here. And I'll just start moving these things over. Okay, all of our shulker boxes are now in here. So I have a little bit more room to work with. So I know the floor here is going to be stone bricks. So we'll get that in there. We'll create 3 stone brick stairs just here so we can walk up. And then I just used some dirt to create the final log there and fill it in a little bit with some coarse dirt where I know there's going to be a bit of road. And of course, expand this up a little bit. Kind of like this, just so we've got a little bit more room to work with in here. So now we can walk into our building. And I guess the next best thing to do would be to fill this all in, grab up some stairs so we can come back down to the correct level and fill this in like this. Okay, so we've got something developing in here. And I might as well just change this entire floor into some spruce slabs. And I'm doing all this just so I can put in this little staircase here that goes all the way to the top, just so we can get up there, just like that. Now we have access to up here. Now for this roof, I do want to do something a little bit different. I want to grab in some spruce logs and connect them through like this, with a 1 block gap in between, and then spruce slabs in between. Of course, these will be stripped. I'm going to use some spruce slabs just to connect them together like that. Now I think that's a nice texture on top and gives us a little bit of a different type of style on the roof, which is nice. I'll just expand this roof a little bit further, just as far as we can go, and create like a little pillar here maybe, just like this, and then 1 more log there. Okay, this is coming together nicely. I'll fill this roof in here just with some normal spruce slabs. So now we've got access to this floor and of course the bottom floor, but it still looks very weird. I need to fill in this top floor. So what we're going to do up here, this is where the cherry logs is going to come in. Now let me craft up 16 into some regular cherry planks, then place in a bunch of random cherry logs into the wall. And then, of course, strip all those cherry logs down so they're a little bit closer to the planks. They have to be the same color. We're going for that pink color, not the purple. Come on, mate. And then for the remaining space, we're just going to use the normal cherry planks, just for that little bit of texture. And for this front part, there's going to be like a little balcony kind of thing. So I'll just kind of fill this in a little bit and leave just a 3 block gap open, just like that. So now, okay, it still looks very strange. Very, very weird. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add sticky outie bits just like this to all the sides where there's 2 levels. I think I'm going to have like a little storage kind of thing over here. And I know on this front here, I want like a little shop sticking out a little bit. Maybe it's where people buy tackle or fish, I guess. So I guess the best thing to do for that is to, once again, just fill this area in just so we have something to build on. And then just create these shapes. So it's going to be 3 by 3 by 3. Just like that, so it fits nicely in here. And of course, it's still going to have these stone bricks as the base, but not at the front. There's going to be like a little bench here. So I'll just build these all the way up to the same height, just like that. So now that gives this building a little bit more shape. Maybe we'll put a door on this side. So once again, we'll build this out a little bit and have like a little entrance in here. So this will be where you sell. There's going to be a table. You obviously can't get in this side, but you'll be able to exit through here. And I guess on this side, we'll just plan out where we want this thingy-majiggy to be. This little shed thing on the side. So I think the same thing, 3 blocks wide would be good. And I'll fill this bit in here with some dirt, and then I'll use some more coarse dirt where there's obviously going to be a path expanding throughout the front. And I'll expand the same thing that we did over there with the stone, just to kind of wall it off a little bit, at least up to there. Okay, there we go. So it's slowly taking shape. Like I said, when we built the farming village, the roof is the most important part in my opinion. And if you remember, I said I wanted to use some granite, but we're going to use deep slate and granite. So we'll grab our deep slate from here that we used previously. I guess I'll grab pretty much everything we've got, which is more than I thought we had. Very, very nice. And I'll just start creating the trims for the parts that I know we're going to have like slabs. So I know the tackle shop is going to have a slab roof because I don't want it to be too tall in front of this kind of wall up there. So I'm going to go through the front though. Instead of peeking up to the side, it's going to peek up this way. I'm hoping that's going to look okay because it's a little bit different to what I usually do. So to just meet up like that against this kind of pink wall here. Then I'll replace a couple of those with some of the deep slate bricks. Just like that. Now I guess I'll also do the same thing here, just with the deep slate matching up to there. So there'll be a tiny roof above the exit, if that makes sense. I hope that will look okay. It seems to look okay right now. And finally, there's also going to be slabs on this wall here, just where we've created this little shed thing sticking out to the side. So once again, I'll just do the exact same design with the slabs, just building up until it meets up with the top of this wall here. And I'll replace some of them with the bricks. Exactly like that. So now for this front part, we're going to add in a peaked roof like we usually do, but with the stairs because it's like the entrance part. So I feel like it needs to be a little bit more prominent, and using stairs I think is the best way to do that, even though it's very small. It's a very small roof for this, but I think this should work nicely. Exactly like that. And then of course, the slabs meeting up to this kind of thing here. Now I'll expand these up by 1, just like this. I think that should be good. Maybe I'll have a log there. And finally for this main roof here, I'm going to do something similar to what I did over here with this kind of style. I do like that. So to do that, I'm going to grab these polished deep slate stairs and place them in on the corner here, just like this, like a little L shape, and then have it come up by 1 with a polished deep slate tile like that, and then a stair again, just to give it that exact same shape that we had last time. I really like that shape. And then it'll peak up just like that. Now this side will have a little bit of an overhang, and we'll have this just go up in a perfect peak to the middle. Previously we used the deep slate for the main. Now the deep slate's the trim, so I kind of like it. We're still using the same block, but for a different purpose, I guess. I will just do the exact same thing on the other side as well. And finally connect them together using the slabs to all 3 of the peaks that we've created. So this one included, just like this. And now if we look at that, now we have a better idea of this. This is actually coming together pretty nicely. You can see the roof does make a huge difference. Absolutely insane. So we have used anvils, we've used lecterns, oak trapdoors, we've used cherry logs, but I also said that we were going to use granite, which is another new block that we're going to add. So let me quickly empty my inventory a little bit so I can go and grab some, because we have a ton of it back at our base. And here we are. Beautiful. I just grab up 8 stacks. That should be more than enough. Now, when we built the lighthouse, I remember saying that I thought granite was useless and it didn't really have a purpose, but I guess I'm proving myself wrong. We're finally giving it a bit of a purpose in this world. So for this roof, I'm going to use a mix of polished granite and normal granite. I'll create 2 stacks of polished, both stairs and slabs. I'll do the same for the regular granite. So now I can go ahead and fill in all of our spaces. Let's just go ahead and randomly place this stuff in. Just like this. I think that looks really nice, especially with the cherry logs. I think it's a nice little contrast. Don't forget this bit here and then the side over here. Okay, I've created a little bit too much granite, but that's okay. And now finally we just have to do these 2 stair roofs. I think we're gonna not have enough for the main roof, but that's fine. We can always just create more. So I'll do the small roof first, and now I'll just do this big roof up here. I just want to do the front part first, just so I can see how it looks, because I'm really excited to see how this looks with the granite, the deep slate. Let's have a look at that. Oh yeah, that is looking very nice. It kind of looks just like bricks. Now we have 34 left. I don't think that's going to be anywhere near enough. It was pretty close. We're only missing this little bit there. So let's quickly craft that up. Boom. And that should be plenty to finish up this roof here. Now, the next thing that I need to do is figure out where these windows are going to go, because that's going to be the next thing that makes this thing a lot more cozy. So first of all, I need to grab up some stone and of course some cherry logs and just craft these into some stairs and just add these in kind of at the front. I know for sure there's going to be 2 windows here. I mean, that's obvious. Come on, where else are we going to put the windows, mate? Now, I do actually need to get myself some stone bricks. Okay, 5 will have to do. I'm going to place these on the bottom just to have that little bit of extra depth. And I do need to fill this one in too. I don't know why I haven't filled this in yet. Just like that with a stair like that. Oh my god, that's beautiful, mate. Don't worry, I will be adding andesite to this as well. Now, I know there's a staircase here, so I might have to just put a window here, just like that. And then once again, there's a staircase here, so there'll be a window right here instead, just like that, mate. Now, I do want to put a fireplace on this wall here, and I'm thinking of adding like a staircase here. So we'll leave this empty for now, and there's nowhere else to really put windows on the bottom floor. So the next thing we need to do is go upstairs and add the windows in here. So for sure, there'll be 2 windows here. So I'll just remove these and place in some cherry stairs, just like we did on the bottom floor, just like that. And there's going to be a fireplace here. So there'll have to be windows here instead, like that. And then this one too. And then we might as well put 2 windows here as well, because there's not many. We haven't got a huge amount of windows. And it's just an easy way to add depth to the house. So now if we have a look at that, you can see obviously we've got the windows in. That's already changing it so much. I mean, just look at this, guys. It's insane. And we're not even close to being done. Now, in order to add the windows, I do want to use some waxed copper trapdoors, but I think I need to find my beehives, my bee nests, sorry. Now, I'm going to place these just up here for now because I haven't really got anywhere else to put them. Are there bees in here? Or no? I really hope there is, because if there's not, that's going to be so sad. But I do need to go grab some flowers. I don't know why I didn't grab them while I was here. And also a pair of shears. Oh, and some fireplaces too. So let me grab that now while we're here. So we got the shears, we got the campfires, and I'll grab these flowers and we'll go over there and place in some flowers. And I hope that's pretty much all I need to do because I have absolutely no idea. Okay, come pollinate these flowers, my friends. Please put some campfires in there. Okay, we at least got 3 honeycomb. I don't know how to tell if there's bees in there. If I'm listening to it, it kind of sounds like there's bees. It's like buzzing a little bit. Add some more flowers around. Okay, so I did some quick research. It is raining right now. Obviously, I have the rain turned off because it makes the game look horrible, but apparently bees go to their hive when it rains. So that could be why. I'm pretty sure there's bees in there. So I guess we just gotta wait. We do have 5 honeycomb though. So oh, whoa, what is this guy doing in here? What on earth? Bro, that's not your house. What's going on, mate? Get out of here. Bro just jump scared me on my days. He could have just taken a massive hole out of this area. Let's definitely light this up because I do not want that happening again. That guy is definitely not welcome in here. Anyway, let me go ahead and craft up some. Oh, we've got some. So allegedly, I got the honeycomb. I should be able to click that. Yes. So now that shouldn't change, I would presume. So let me go ahead and place these in and hopefully none of them weather. I don't know how quickly they weather, but we have a ton of copper. So if they do, it's not really the end of the world. I guess I can just very easily create some more, but I really want to see how this is going to look because I've never used copper trapdoors as windows because it kind of just looks like a window with those fancy frames around it. And if you look at that from the outside using the stairs, it like just adds that little bit of extra depth because it's on the rear of the block rather than in the middle like glass panes are. And yeah, I think that looks so nice. Come on guys, you have to admit that looks pretty hectic. So let me remove this scaffolding. Now the next thing I want to do is start detailing this place. And I think I want to move from one side and move across the whole thing, tackling each section one by one. So starting on this, the right hand side, the further at most would be this bit here. Do I have any andesite? That's the first question I have to ask. Yes, I do. All my days. That's beautiful, mate. So let me go ahead and replace a couple of these with some andesite just to get that little bit of texture in here. Gonna grab some cracked stone bricks as well because I need to change the bottom here. Plain stone brick looks a bit plain Jane. Next up, I'm going to use some normal stone bricks to kind of section off like a area through here, just like this, maybe 1 block outside of the logs, and then same thing here, 1 block outside, just like this, that little kind of grassed off area there. And what I'm going to do in here is grab some podzol, going to grab some spruce logs and some coarse dirt. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all place in some quadzil as the kind of main block in here, just to make it look like it's muddy. Next, I'm going to place in some spruce logs. Not too many spruce logs, just a couple. Then I'm going to strip them down to make them a light brown. Then I'm going to remove the rest of the grass and make it coarse dirt, just like that. I think that's pretty cool. Now, to add a couple piles of things in there, I'm going to use some barrels. So I need some slabs for that. So 16 barrels should be enough. I'm going to create like a little pile of barrels, maybe here, just like that. Then I'll come over to my little wheat farm over here, and I'm going to grab some wheat to create some hay bales. Oh, we got the phantoms on us all more days. Let me grab the bed. Boom, boom. See? That quick, guys. I think having a bed is a good idea. Anyway, now I'll create these hay bales. We got 15, and I'll chuck another pile just right here. Maybe out by one, and maybe just for a little bit of extra in there, I'll craft up a couple chests and I'll place them in amongst these kind of barrels and hay bales in here, just like this. I think that'll be nice. I'll craft up some stone bricks and some stone brick slabs, and I'll mix them in amongst this kind of stone on the floor here. And then I'm going to grab some spruce trapdoors, and on the bits that are only one block on the floor, I'm going to add some slabs on top of them, I guess, just like that. I think that's pretty nice, but I do need to get a lantern in there as well. Thankfully, we did craft up a huge amount of iron, or smelt up, I guess. So we should be good for lanterns for a while. We'll chuck it right there. I think that's pretty nice. So now this section is pretty much kind of done. Now it's time to move on to this part here. So we're going to work on this balcony, this front entrance, and the thing at the back. So I guess it makes the most amount of sense to start at the very back. So we're going to grab up some oak logs and some spruce stairs, and I guess I'll just create a staircase 2 blocks wide along the side here, reaching up to the very top, and then I guess some slabs. I'll extend this just like that and create a little pillar. Then every second block I'll have another pillar. Next, I'll throw up an upside down stair with a slab next to it, just like this, and then the top one should be here with the same thing. And for behind the stairs, I'm going to throw down some stone bricks along the bottom with stone above it. Very, very simple, but very nice, with a little bit of a mixture of andesite in there as well, just like that. And now for like a railing kind of thing, I want to do the same thing we did for the pier. I want to use lecterns because I really like how that looks. I'm going to grab some bookshelves, create a bunch of spruce slabs, and then turn them into lecterns like that. We got 34. I'm sure that should be close to enough. I'm also going to need to craft up a bunch of trapdoors as well. 32. Okay, that should be enough for now as well. So we'll go lecterns like this with an oak trapdoor on top and maybe a spruce trapdoor on the side to kind of cover the side up a little bit, just on those two. We can't really do that for this one. And then of course here as well, boom, boom. And I guess we'll do the same thing throughout the top here as well, just to keep it consistent, exactly like that. Now let's have a look at that. I think that's going to really make this look good. Yeah, I do like that. That looks pretty nice. I don't like how flat this is, so I'm going to add a sticky outy bit, and I'll craft up some stone buttons to stick on them just to make them a little less flat. You can still walk up. If you go up, you don't bump your head. If you go down, you bump your head a little bit, but not really enough to be a problem. And I think that looks nice. I think that looks really cool. I do want to add some stairs like that though. That's nice. And then maybe that. Sure, we can like throw a pot or something on there. So now that's the top of the middle part done. The kind of balcony area. There's staircase on the back. Now we just need to work on this front. And I don't want to go too crazy here. I want to create some hanging signs, which is another item I've never built with, which I'm pretty sure I just need some chains for, which I just need iron, right? Wait, how do you make chains? Yeah. Okay, chains are pretty easy to make. Then how do we make hanging signs? Do we need a sign? Okay, I'm gonna need to go to Google for this one. Okay, allegedly you need stripped logs. So yeah, that is expensive. If I strip these and break them, we should be able to make hanging signs. I don't know how many you get though. 6. Okay, that's not horrible. That's not horrible at all. And I want to hang these. Can I hang them from here? Yeah, I can. Okay, beautiful. Just like this. Look at that. That looks so good. Oh man, I love that. Maybe I should use some in here as well for like a little ledge thing. Why not? Boom, boom. Look at that, guys. Oh my days. So I do have some mossy stone bricks. Do I have any more crack? Ooh, hang on. Tough bricks. Will this look good with a mixture? Ooh, it's close. I think it's very close. I think it might suffice. It might be okay. Yeah, let's go with that. That's okay. I think that's kind of all we can really do to this front bit here though. I mean, maybe I could add some spruce trapdoors to these front logs. That might look okay, but I think honestly that's pretty good. I am certainly happy with that. That is looking really nice. So we've got this section done. We've got this section done. Now it's time to work on this section. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm thinking of putting a garden through here a little bit. So let's do that using stone, bricks, and some grass blocks, and some flowering azaleas, sweet berries, rose bushes. Do we have bones in here? Surely we do. We don't. Okay, that's wild. But I'll grab up some trapdoors as well. Okay, we should have enough things to get it started. So let's just kind of go like that maybe. Or maybe here. Nope. I prefer this better. Like that. Okay. And then same thing we kind of did before, using some stairs and slabs. And then the rest are going to be trapdoors. Then we'll raise this entire area up here by one. Then add some flowering azaleas, some sweet berry bushes. We'll chuck in some rose bushes. And let's get some cornflowers in there too. Yes, that's going to look good. A little bit of blue. Maybe one here and one there. Now let me go and grab some bones. I know I've definitely got some over here. Okay, that'll do. And I'll just smack one there and there. I want it all to be filled. Maybe remove that tall grass, to be honest. That should be sweet. I think I like that. That's nice. Now I do actually kind of like that tough. We got cracked stone brick. We have mossy. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to use one mossy and one cracked stone brick for the texturing of this. Just like that. Beautiful, mate. Oh my days. This is coming together like so nice. I kind of like detailing like this, like going from one side through the other side and just detailing the entire build like in a straight line. I think it's really nice doing that. I'm gonna fill the rest of this grass in here with some coarse dirt. I might as well go up to here. We're gonna do that anyway, just like that. Okay, now time to tackle this part here. So I do love using dark oak fences. I do want to add that into this build as well. The question is, do we have any dark oak? Yes, we do. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna use the spruce to craft up fences, and then dark oak fences like that. Sorry, the spruce to craft up the sticks. I don't know why I said fences. I'm also going to get some spruce slabs, some spruce stairs, and some spruce trapdoors, and of course buttons. I think this will be the best way to detail this. So if I'm going to have to remove this here and add that in like that, and I'll do the same thing over here. Oh my days. Going to have to remove that temporarily. Add another cornflower there because it's empty. Why not? Then I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go stairs, then trapdoors, then slab. Is that okay? I think that's nice. I think that's a nice little trim, and then I can hang a lantern in there. We might as well craft up a couple lanterns, to be honest. 22 lanterns. Okay, that should get us through. So we'll hang one right there. Very, very nice. And to detail that top part, what I want to do, I want to add the dark oak fences in along here as well, just like we did before. Then I want to add in some like shutters, just like this on the outside. Maybe a button here and there, just like that. I do need to grab some of these bad boys right there, because there's a hole in the roof. Let me fill that in quickly. Right there. Boom, boom. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Honestly, for the front, I think that's as good as we're going to get. Like, I think that looks so good. Oh my days. Okay, so now I think we work on the back. I'm going to use polished granite for now, and I want to craft up a smoker, which I'm pretty sure is just, a blast furnace. Oh no, we'll use a smoker. Now, how do you craft a smoker again? Oh my days. Okay, I just need logs. So we'll craft up a smoker. We'll go around to the other side real quick, and right in the middle, I want to have a smoker here with kind of like a fireplace heading all the way up the top, and then kind of sticking out of the roof a little bit. Maybe here. Does that add up? No. It has to be here. My bad. Oh, I've forgotten the fireplace. Let me grab that. So I'll throw the fireplace right on top. Can I walk on this? No. And then I'll place in some trapdoors all the way around. Just like that. Beautiful. Okay, I am going to texture this, replacing a lot of it with brick, and of course add in some stairs, but I need to find clay. Need my fortune shovel, and thankfully there's clay right here. So let's go ahead and dig this stuff up. I don't know how much I need. I'm going to grab more than I definitely need because I don't want to be coming back. Is there more? Don't tell me that was it. Oh, no, I see more. Okay, hopefully this will be a good, nice, big vein of clay. Oh, and it does. It looks like it's a big one. Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This should be plenty of clay. All right, now let's go and set up a quick furnace so we can start smelting these into bricks. We'll just chuck it in here. How quick do these smelt? Oh, they're going to take a while. So I'm going to set up another 2 furnaces. It's a lot of coal, I know, but we kind of need it. While that's cooking though, I'm going to go ahead and create another roof on the back using a very similar design that we've already used. So we'll go 3 out, then place in walls and fences like that, just with a very simple roof that we've done previously on this build already. And it will head up and we'll move that just to the wall there. We'll add in our mix exactly like this, and we'll section it off like we have before using this kind of design here. Exactly the same. Boom. And then add in a little bit of these and trapdoors. Then we'll use the same floor that we use in here. So let me grab all those things and we'll add them all in, just mixed up, just like that. Beautiful. Now we just need the bricks and that's going to look really nice. I'm also going to throw in our little fences here. Should I add them here too? It's a little bit tight, but I feel like it's necessary. And we'll put it here. And then can we get it here? Yeah, we will. That'll be fine. I'll just expand that by 1 just so it adds up a little bit, just so it meets up. And I think that is looking really nice. Should I also add them in the bottom? I think I should, just like that. Okay, that'll be fine. I like that. I guess I could add a window in there just to make it less empty. So it should be right here. Beautiful. Okay. Now finally, I'm going to add in the trapdoor shutters onto that window as well on the right hand side. Boom. And let's check on our bricks. Let's make sure that we get this section done before we move on. Okay, we got a ton of bricks. Look at that. So I'll craft up some stairs, couple walls, and now I should be able to just go ahead and replace some of these. Just get a bit of texture in here going because I don't want the granite to be the main block. I want the bricks to be the main block just because we've already used so much granite and it's not very red. It's very flat. I'll add a brick here and I'll change this one to a brick as well. Now let me grab some scaffolding so I can quickly get to the roof. I'm also going to grab these here because I'm going to need them. I'm actually also going to need some more of these trapdoors. So I'll grab them. A couple more stairs. Oh, I'm going to need another 2 copper trapdoors as well. Now we should be able to finish this part here. So if I first of all go here and add these cherry logs and planks just to create a little window there, and then I continue up to the roof and replace a lot of these with the bricks. And I want to have a brick on top. So can I jump? Yes, I can. There we go. Look at that, guys. Those bricks really changed that. I like that a lot. Okay, that's nice. That's the first chimney we've made, I think. So now this back wall's done. This front wall's done. The roof for this section's done. I just need to figure out this entrance in here. So I'll grab the stuff we usually use. Maybe some buttons as well. Oh, we've already got them in our inventory. Oh my days. Corner these off with the cherry stairs. Add in the same design we used before. Just like that. Maybe add a trapdoor here. Oak trapdoor there. Some buttons. Boom. Okay. Maybe some copper trapdoors like this too, since we have them. That's nice. Yes. Oh my days. Oak trapdoor there. Sure. Okay. And to finish it off, lantern. Look at that. Oh my days. We've got the back done. All this section done. Now we just need to focus on this part here. But before we do that, let's check on our bees. Oh, we do have bees. Yes. Oh, I do have my shears. I thought I didn't have them. Have we got anything ready? Is this one ready? Yes, it is. This one's not quite ready yet, but I think one more bee and it should be ready. Come on, guys. Yes or no? Okay. I guess they don't want to make any more honey. That's fine. I got 3, so I can... Oh no, they have already started changing. That is no good at all. Not good at all. So what I'm going to do, obviously have to craft up some new ones, but I'm going to remove all the ones that aren't waxed. So I guess I'll wax these 2, maybe that one, and I'll just remove the rest, just so they don't change. It is a little annoying, but whatever. There's not much we can really do about it. I'm not exactly a bee expert just yet, so we're very limited on how quickly we can do that. So now we'll work on this part here. And I guess just like we have before, we'll work from the back. So the back of this one's going to be pretty simple. Going to grab up some flowering azaleas, and I will need to craft up a bunch of trapdoors once again. I feel like we're just making trapdoors this whole time, and I think that should be sufficient. Oh, hold on. I also need the dark oak fences, and let's just leave out this way because I'm lazy, and we'll go boom. Connect these together. Exact same design that we've used pretty much the whole time. We got to keep it consistent. Hanging lantern in the middle, button. Oh, you know what I've forgotten? Oh, I can't fit through there. I need to add in the andesite as well. I'm just going to do that to all the walls while we've got it, because we might as well. And I'll do this one as well, and then that's done. Oh, hold on. This is supposed to be a stir. There we go. I'm going to add a hanging bush. Well, not a hanging bush, I guess just a bush like this, and some shutters. And those signs we made by accident that we didn't really need, I guess I can put them on the side of these leaves there. So it's not crazy, it's very, very simple, but I think it's nice. So now I'm going to head up to this next section, add in some shutters. Maybe I'll add in some shutters that are kind of like open like this. Oh, I didn't think this through, did I? Okay, there we go. Add in the dark oak fences, and then I think I'll add in a couple buttons. I don't know why. I'm just enjoying adding the buttons in. I think it just adds a little bit of weirdness to it. And that's that back section done. Now we'll move over to this side, and I guess we'll do the exact same thing we kind of did, because I don't really know what else to do. Oh no, I forgot to remove these ones too. That's so annoying. Just need to fill this roof in a little bit on both sides, just like that. And oh, look at this. Obviously, once we get the shutters in and the copper trapdoors, that's going to look finished. I'm really liking this, guys. This is turning out very nice. So I'll just add the shutters in here, and then obviously once we have enough honey, speaking of honey, let's go check. Obviously then I'll be able to add those copper bits in. They're still not making honey. What's going on? Is this guy just glitching out? Oh my days, he disappeared. Maybe I need to turn my simulation distance up. Maybe we're just a little bit too far away. But look at this house. It is coming together so nice. Now for this top front part, I don't really know what to do. So I'm just going to add in a bunch of trapdoors. Add this special bit in like we usually do. And that's pretty much all I think I can do. Maybe I'll add some wood in here. Oop, nope. Boom. Some buttons and then a spruce trapdoor, I guess. Might as well add a lantern. Okay, and now we can work on this little bit here. Little shop. So we'll add in a little kind of counter, I guess. And some shelves at the back. Oh, I should fill in the roof a little bit. And using some of the bricks, I can go ahead and craft up some pots with some flowers. Maybe I'll use this shroom light that we randomly got. I want to use a checkered oak floor. So we'll grab up some oak logs, maybe a spruce sapling for one of the pots. We'll put a pot here with a flower, pot there with a sapling, maybe a shroom light at the back there with a trapdoor on the side maybe and the front to kind of look like a box of something, I guess. I'll add a sign there, maybe a copper grate there, I guess. I don't really know. A button. And then for the floor, I'm going to remove all the grass. I'm going to add in the oak logs in this checkered pattern. I love this checkered pattern. I think it looks so good. I love using it all the time. Obviously stripped logs. Look at that. That is beautiful. How did I forget a barrel? We need to add a barrel in there too. Oh, maybe a chest. Oh, yeah. Look at that. So we'll go a barrel and then a chest. Beautiful. Okay, that's nice. I don't love how open this is, so let's go like this. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's nice. No, hold on. Let me remove these on the corners. Dude, how do I not have spruce stairs on me? What on earth? Have I used all of them? Oh my goodness. So we'll go spruce stairs in the corner like that. Yeah, that's okay. I think that's nice. Maybe... Oh, I can't add oak fences there. That's unfortunate. Okay, I think that's nice. That's a nice little shop there. Look at that. Oh my goodness, guys. This is turning out so fantastic. Should I add fences here? No, I shouldn't. I definitely shouldn't do that. Oh, we forgot this front entrance here. How have I forgotten that? Oh my days. I think I do want to keep this... Oh my goodness. I do want to kind of keep this open a little bit. So I think I might use some stone brick walls. I wish I could use stone walls, but that doesn't exist. So something like that, and maybe a stone brick slab across the top, just to make it a little bit smaller like that. And then I'll throw in some andesite as well. Boom. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. I think for the most part, this is looking almost done. Hold on. There's supposed to be fences there. I think we're pretty much good on this. Obviously, we do need to get the copper trapdoors. So let me grab some more fireworks so I can fly over there and then fly back. Fingers crossed we got some honey. Yes, here we go. We got another 3. What about this one? Why is this one not making any? Maybe this one has no bees. Oh my goodness. How do we breed bees? Do we just give them flowers? Do you guys want some flowers? Come out, please. I need more bees. Do you guys want flowers or not? Come on. Man, I have no idea how these bees work. Honestly, I don't think they are working. Oh, hold on. I just heard a pop as I was about to fly away. You take me flowers. Do you want flowers? Are you going to make more babies? Oh, look at that. They make babies if you give them flowers. There's a baby bee. That is so cute. What on earth? Do you want a flower? Yeah, have some flowers. That is adorable. Oh my days. Okay, now you guys can make more honey. Hurry up. Oh yeah. We got 6 honeycomb. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we can start adding in these trapdoors because they aren't going to disintegrate on us. Well, weather, I guess. Boom, boom. And this one will be the final one for the floor, and then it's done. The bottom floor is done, at least, I should say. So now we'll start working on these ones. That is such a weird sound. Boom. Okay, look at that. This is coming along so nicely, guys. I'm so happy with how this looks. What? Like, this is crazy. I think maybe it's a little bit weird here. This is kind of the only section I'm not 100% fond about. Now we can start working on the surrounding. And if you guys have been here for long enough, you know that's my favorite part. So I'm going to grab up some coarse dirt, some regular dirt, some podzol, and I'm going to place the podzol kind of around the edges a little bit, just very sparingly, because I don't want it to be the main thing in here. And then I'm going to replace some of this... Oh my days. I'm going to replace some of this coarse dirt with just regular dirt, just to add a little bit of a very slight difference in the texture. Now, I'm hoping podzol doesn't grow. I'm going to have to cover this grass. It's very, very subtle, but you can definitely see the difference between the regular dirt and the coarse dirt. It is very, very subtle, but it's there. So the only way to make it less subtle is to find ourselves some rooted dirt. And the only way to get that is through azalea trees, which I should have in here somewhere. Okay, I don't have in there. What about in here? Oh, we do have bone meal, which I do need. Okay, but we don't. I'm going to have to go find some. I guess there's nothing illegal with me just borrowing this one here. I'll promise I'll bring it back if I remember. Now we'll come over to our bee farm and... oh, I do have rooted dirt here already. Let's grab this. Beautiful. You can see this isn't the first time I've done this. And I might as well collect some of these flowering azalea leaves, and obviously the rooted dirt spawns beneath the azalea tree, so let's just go ahead and farm these up. Okay, we only got 2 from that, so I'm gonna farm a bunch of these until I have enough rooted dirt, and I'll see you guys in a minute. All right, I obviously harvested up this honeycomb, and we've got a bunch of rooted dirt here now, so we can go ahead and collect all of this up. Now let's go ahead and make sure we replace that flowering azalea bush that I stole allegedly, and we can go ahead and put in some more of this. We can go ahead and add in, once again, some more copper trapdoors. There we go. We're getting closer to having it all filled in. But we've got 30 rooted dirt, so I can go ahead and replace some of this coarse dirt with rooted dirt, which has a much different look than the other 2 types of dirt that we've already got in here. I just wish there was an easier way to get rooted dirt, because it looks so nice when mixed in with coarse dirt and podzol and regular dirt. There we go. Look at that. That adds such a nice kind of texture. I really like the look of this road here. So I'm going to add in a pile of barrels just here, like that. Maybe one at the back as well. Then I'm going to start working on getting these walls done, because right now they're a little bit funky. Oh my goodness, guys, have a look at this. Does this not just look so nice? This is supposed to be just a nice little fishing pier. We got this huge fishing house and this fishing pier here. Oh man, this is turning out so good. So to finish off the area, I added in some paths connecting the build to the surrounding world, and then finished off the stone walls against the water. I then made my way to the back stone wall, split into 2 levels of land, and added in all of the missing details to finish it off. I then began working on adding in all of the farms, leaves, little paths, fences, and other decorations to bring the entire area to life. I really love how much this amplified this area and really made it feel super cozy. And ladies and gentlemen, now all the area around is filled in and looking very, very nice. So of course, if we start on the dock here, we move towards the house. The house is looking absolutely beautiful. It is completely detailed from the right hand side all the way to the left hand side. Over to the right, I've added in a couple wheat farms, which will of course connect to these farms over here once we expand further over this way. There's a nice little path to connect you to this staircase over here, as well as a path leading towards the back of the house, which has the little fireplace. Moving back towards the front, the path extends towards where the lighthouse is, with some sweet berry farms on the right hand side and a smaller one on the left hand side. I've added in a couple trees throughout, and of course another little small dock in this area here just to fill in the space a little bit. And of course I've gone crazy with the leaves, bone meal, and flowers as well. I also added in some cherry saplings with a piece of string on top to stop them from growing, and I think they look nice as kind of like little flowers, but I'm very happy with how this little space here turned out. But there's one final thing we need to do to really complete this build and make it come to life, and that would be adding in some boats. So I'm going to create up 2 spruce boats, and I'm curious if there's such thing as a cherry boat. Yes, there is. Look at that. So we have 3 boats to add in. I want to start by adding a single boat at the very end here, just a nice little spruce boat, just in case we want to jump in and get out of here. I also want to add a nice little spruce boat here, as well as a cherry boat kind of out here somewhere, maybe in the middle of this little cove here. I think that'll be pretty nice. Just there, that'll be fine. Now if we have a look at that, it doesn't add a huge amount of detail, just 3 small boats, I guess, until I can kind of come up with some better boat designs, because my boat skills are very bad. So we're gonna have to come up with some better designs for some real boats to add into this little area here. But guys, this place has been absolutely transformed and it looks incredible, not only with the lighthouse here, but also this huge fishing house and fishing pier just off the edge of the water. We also fixed up the land underneath the water to make it look a little better, because if you remember, it was pretty bad. But it's nice to finally see this place get a little bit more life sprinkled in, because it was pretty boring before. Of course, we just had the farming village over here, which had nothing in between itself and the rest of the build over here. But as we fly away, we can now see that this place is getting absolutely filled with love. Now, a long time ago, we worked on this area just behind me, but we didn't put anything in there. So today is the day I think we start chipping away and adding in some new things. And of course, the very first thing that we need is a new mode of transport. Right now, the only option to get around is of course our elytra, because walking is way too slow. It is almost impossible to walk around this place just because of how big it is. It just takes so long to get from one side all the way over there all the way back up here. Now the next best option is of course going to be horses, so we need to get a place for them to stay. So in this area, which is kind of sectioned off with this wall here, the only way in is this side. We're going to add in a nice little horse stable with a bunch of space for them to walk around and a couple of stalls for them to sleep in. Now of course I do need to fill this area in too, and I know exactly what's going to go in here, but we'll get to that part later. Now to start off with, I need to figure out how big I want this thing. So I think I'll just start placing in some logs and see what we can come up with. Okay, this is going to be like a little house thing. I'm not 100% sure what's going to be in there, but it's going to be like a 2-story thing. We're going to have some stalls coming out to the side here, which are going to be 3 blocks wide by 3. So they're not going to be huge, but each horse will get their own. We'll have them kind of moving back by 1 block each time to give it a little bit of variation. Something like this, so it's kind of angled very slightly to kind of follow the shape of the mountain. And on this side, I'm going to do the exact same thing, except they're going to be exactly straight. Kind of just like this. I think this is nice. Then we'll have like a kind of gate connected to this one. So maybe we'll go about there. So 3 blocks wide. Of course, we're going to move this path. This path has to be slightly changed. And we're going to add in some kind of fence around here. So I'm just going to add in some logs to kind of prepare where I want that to go. I've got to try and space them out nicely. I think that's pretty good. So if we have a look at that, we can kind of see how big this thing's going to be. I put in some garden behind here just to fill in the area a bit. I think that's going to be a good size. So now that we've got that done, let's go ahead and get ourselves prepared to build this thing. Because right now, a lot of our stuff is down over here. I think it might all be inside of this house, which we just very recently built. Yep, that's where I've got everything. It seems that I've got much less spruce logs than I actually thought that I had, which is not going to cut it. I think we've only got 1 stack in there. So let me grab everything, all these shulker boxes up real quick, and let's see if I can find some more. Have I got any in here? There's a creeper. Let's not have him blow up. That'll be horrible. Get out of here, man. Oh yeah, death by rosebush. Okay, there's a zombie in here. You can stay in there. Let's go over here and see what I've got in these chests. Fingers crossed I got some spruce. Alright, I got none. Oh my days. What about in this house? I'm sure I've got some spruce logs in here. You know what? The dark oak is going to be useful, so I'm going to grab that. Maybe some spruce stairs. But apart from that, I think we're all out of luck. But I guess thankfully the spruce farm is right next to where we're building, so I guess we can just grab some spruce from these trees over here. Not before going ahead and getting all of our shulkers down, so we're prepared to go. All of these shulker boxes are completely mixed up, so before we do anything, I need to get that fixed. So let me do a little bit of sorting.
Few moments later.
Alright, and after a lot longer than I'd like to admit, these things are finally kind of sorted, so at least we can easily find things now. It was really bad, a lot worse than I thought, but at least it's done now. So with that being said, let's go ahead and chop a bunch of these trees to get some spruce logs. And that got us about 2 stacks and a half. So already got another tree to go. So let me chop this one down and then we'll be ready to start building. I think because of how close we are to this farm, the best thing to do would be to keep coming back every now and again to farm up some more as we need it. But for now, I want to work on this main building here. So of course, we'll bring it up by another 4 blocks. All of these pillars here, so there'll be 6 of them in total, and we'll build them across just to create a nice little frame. And I'll quickly strip all of these ones just so we don't have to come up here again and do that. And we've still got quite a lot of logs left, so I'm going to go up by another whole level, just 5 blocks, and we'll connect these ones as well. And I'll just strip the ones at the bottom just so it all is kind of matching, so we can get a good look at how this is going to be kind of feeling in the area. So obviously it's just a very plain box right now, but you guys know I love getting the roofs on, and I think that really changes how things look. So let me grab up some more logs. How many do we have? I don't think I've got many. Okay, I had another pretty much 2 stacks in there, so maybe this will be enough? Potentially, but those trees should be growing soon, so fingers crossed they get going. But let's bring this up. I think the same height will be nice, so 5 blocks tall. Now these sides are only 3 by 3, where the building is 5 by 5. Okay, so this will be the one that's kind of sticking out this way. Of course, this one is straight. Just finished stripping up all of these logs right here. Okay, all of them looking the same right now. Alrighty, that's looking a little bit better. There's a little bit more shape to it now. Now, I'll do the same thing for this one. I'm just going to go ahead and build up all the logs. I think we could be pretty close to having enough, honestly. Well, we have 40 logs left and we've only got one more to build, so I think we could be pretty spot on, which would be nice. Oh yeah, we have plenty left. We have 23 logs left. That is very nice. So we'll just finish up stripping these and then we can have a look at how this thing is coming together already. Oh yeah, I'm liking that. It's different. You know, we got a big building here, then some stables here, and then stables here. I don't want this stable and these stables to have the same roof. I want it to be slightly different just to make it not so boring. Now I am going to expand these by another 2. And of course, these are going to be stripped as well because I mean, it's the only way spruce logs look good. Then I'm going to grab up some spruce slabs and chuck these bad boys on top just like this. This is just to make sure the horses can't escape. And thankfully, I've already got a bunch of spruce fences made up. These ones are going to be gates, but for here, we'll go like this. Just make them too high. I think that's nice. Oh yeah. See, these diagonal fences, I got that mod when we made this sheep farm down here, and I really like this. It makes it a lot nicer to look at. I mean, look how easy this fence is to put in here. That would be impossible to make it look this good without that. I think that's nice. Now we just need some fence gates in here. Do we have any of those? Oh, we still have plenty of fences left. Look at that. We got 68. That's gnarly. All right, let's see. We have some sticks from when we farmed up those trees. How many fence gates does that make? Oh yeah, look at that. We only need 6. This has to be the smoothest a build has ever gone. Like, we have everything we need so far. Like, this has never happened for me. This is different. Now for the roof, obviously we've used dark oak and spruce a lot. I mean, we've got spruce and deep slate here. I don't like this roof at all. I want to fix this build eventually. And we've got the same spruce and dark oak, and then we've got spruce and deep slate here. Now, obviously around this area, it needs to be kind of similar because, you know, this whole area is one kingdom. But over there, you can see we haven't used spruce on the roof at all. I want to use dark oak, and I want to use the same kind of color I used for the previous build over there, the fishing hut, but I want to use bricks and granite. I think that'll be nice. So I'm going to need to make a bunch. We do have quite a lot of dark oak logs, a stack and well, not a huge amount, but we should have enough. So I'm going to start with this one here because this will obviously be the most simple. I'm just going to use dark oak slabs. We've done this design quite a few times in this world already, so I think it's a good thing to use. It's very simple, extremely simple, but I think it's nice, and I don't want to take up too much of this building here. I don't want to cover it with the roofs. So it'll go to about there, and then I think it's good to have these in here too, just so it's not so flat. So we got some spruce slabs already. Guys, this is going so well. I can't believe how easily we're putting this together. And we've not had to do really any resource gathering except a couple logs over there. That took like a minute or 2. And another good thing is we're not having to do any terraforming at all. Like, this whole area was prepared a while ago. And there's still so much space to occupy. So who knows, maybe before 500 days we could add in a huge amount of buildings. I mean, only recently we only had a handful of buildings. Like, we had 4, but now we've got all those buildings over there. We've got another one starting here, and I've got 2 more builds planned for over here. Not huge ones, but you know, nice cozy ones. But this is a pretty large horse stable, I have to admit. It's taken up a lot of space. But that is the roof on this one. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's looking nice. Now, I think we do this one before we do the main roof, because I kind of already know what I'm going to do for the main roof. So I'm going to need some dark oak stairs. These ones are going to be very different to that one over there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start by placing a dark oak stair here, and then the roof will start on top of that, right? Just like this. Then we're going to go dark oak plank to make it 1 higher, and then like this. I think that's going to be pretty sweet. And then we'll do the exact same thing on the back side as well. Look at this, it meets up perfectly with this level here. So while I'm up here, I am missing some stairs, but we'll go and grab them. I want to quickly connect this just so I can kind of get an idea of how it's going to look. So let's jump down. We'll get ourselves some more stairs, just like that. 44 should be enough. Fingers crossed. But if I have a look at that, how does that look? Okay, the scaffolding is kind of in the way, but I think that looks really nice. I think it's obviously very different to this one, which is kind of what I want to go for. So let's do that again for the others and see how that looks once they're all in. I think it's going to look really nice. Okay, 40 stairs was definitely not enough, but another 40 should be. That should be sweet. I'm just going to keep these open. I don't know why I keep closing them. There's no reason for them to be closed right now. And let's have a look at that. Let me remove the scaffolding this time. Yeah, that looks good. Even without the spruce, I'm happy with that. That's looking pretty nice, guys. Oh my days. So the final roof to do is just the big one. So let me grab the stuff to do that and get that done so we can finally see how this place is actually going to look. I'm going to turn pretty much a stack, or half a stack I think it was, into dark oak planks because I'm going to need them. I think I'll make a little bit more. Hopefully a stack and a half will be enough. So let's jump up there and I'm going to do a very similar thing that we've done over here twice, but we haven't done it up here. So I think it's going to work. Okay. Obviously there's just some things that I do that, turn out really well and I love to do them more. And I think it really just makes this style of roof so much better. If you guys have seen the farming village video or the most recent one where I built a fishing compound, then you know exactly what roof I'm talking about. So I'm going to build it up using just normal stairs like we usually do, but I'm going to have a little sticky outy bit at the front. So it's going to build up and it's going to crest just like this. Boom. Okay. Now, obviously you can see here, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to place in some stairs like that, then a plank like this, and then a stair again. And then this now will meet up in the middle. That plank is just to give it a little bit more height. And then boom, that is exactly like that. Okay, now if I connect these all together, we'll be left with something like this. Now, if I go in free cam, you can see it's pretty much just a roof with 3 kind of peaks. And we're of course going to connect them together using some dark oak slabs. I don't think I'm going to have enough. Oh my days, hold on a second. Look at that. We had the perfect amount. There's no way. That has never happened before. I'm always short. That was perfect. Oh my days. Look at this zombie over here just walking around. You're not supposed to be over here, mate. Get out of here. Anyway, before we were absolutely rudely interrupted while that dead guy over there, this roof is now looking pretty good. Now, if it is your first time here, you can very clearly see why I say that roofs really change a building. I mean, just look at the difference just having just the trims on this roof does. It's insanely different. Now, I did just notice over here looks a little bit funky. And thankfully, we have enough dark oak stairs. I can just put in something like that. I think that will be sufficient. Yeah, that's looking good. All right. Okay, so next up, we have to go ahead and fill it all in. Okay, why did I put spruce slabs here? I literally said we're not going to be using them. So let me get rid of that because that's disgusting. All right. My build style is kind of changing a little bit. Obviously, when we started this world, it was definitely not as good as it is now. I definitely think I am improving. Obviously, if I'm not, you guys can go ahead and let me know down below that I still suck, but I feel like I'm getting a little bit better. All right. I'm moving on and trying to sharpen my skills a little bit and just trying to incorporate different colors because we made this on day 105, I think, or something. You can see it's very basic. We got the dark oak and the spruce. Use that here as well. I've used that over here as well. It's a reoccurring thing. I've done spruce roof over here once again, then over here again, just spruce. So I'm kind of trying to lean away from just relying so heavily on the spruce, at least the spruce for the roof. I still love the dark oak trim. I think by far it's the best looking. I just love it. And I guess previously when we did the brick roof, we did a deep slate trim on the fishing house. So I think having a little bit of brick and granite here with some dark oak is going to be a little bit different. I'm excited to see how it turns out. But we have a bit of a problem. You see, this is all the bricks we have. Hold on, let me fix that. Okay, this is all the bricks we have. 16. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think that's going to cut it. I think we're going to need a little bit more than 16. So I think I'm gonna have to go swimming. I think that's all I can do. Wait, hold on. We can go into a lush cave, right? There's clay in lush caves, I'm pretty sure. So, okay, here's the plan. I'm gonna grab these bad boys and gonna throw these down here because we're gonna use them, okay? Then I need to go back to the base. Wait, do I have... Yeah, I do. I still have some fireworks, so we're good for now. All right, so let's go back to the base and grab up all the coal we can. Also, I haven't said it for a while. We're on day 428, okay? So we're moving steadily. I want to try and make the difference between day 400 and 500 really nice. Oh my God, look how much coal we have. I had no idea we had that much. That's crazy. Okay, 36 blocks is going to be bloody splendid, mate. All right. So let's go over to that lush cave that's way, way over. Oh no, I got the wrong shovel. Oh my goodness. Give me a gosh darn second. Wait a second. If you put like a clay block into a furnace, does that turn into a brick? What does this turn into? Because if we use the silk touch, that means we can smelt them quicker, right? What does this turn into? Okay, that's pathetic. Terracotta, what? Okay, you know what? Get out of here. That is so sad. Why did I think that was going to work? That was obviously not going to work. I'm sorry, guys. I'm obviously not good at this game. Okay, there's a lush cave over here. So the idea is... Oh my god. I didn't change my shovel. What am I doing? Oh man. Man, this is not good. Oh, having that just there looks really nice. Look at that. You can only just see the roof, but it just fills in so nicely and populates the area much nicer. I really like that. I do want to get some more trees into the entire thing over here too, but I think that's for another day. Anyway, let me get my actual shovel, my fortune one. Okay, now let's go back and let's see if we can find some clay. I'm pretty sure it's going to be easy. I mean, that's a bunch right there, right? No, that's gravel, whatever. Okay, stop getting distracted. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can find some clay right in here. Oh my god, look at that clay right there. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. No swimming required. I'm not that much of a swimmer. Oh my goodness, look how much clay is in here. What on earth? Obviously, I've never gone clay hunting, so this is this is new to me. Now, I have another question. If I turn this into this, can I turn it back? No, I can't. Oh no. But if I place it down, I can just break it again, right? Maybe the Silk Touch shovel wasn't a bad idea. Okay, anyway, let's see how much clay we can grab. Considering it takes up so much space, I don't think it's going to be hard to get absolutely maxed out on clay. I definitely should have emptied my inventory first, but no, not the first time I'm going to make that mistake. It's not going to be the last, all right? Look how much clay is in here. I had no idea there was so much. Now, I've never really used bricks because I always thought it was so hard to get, but obviously that has changed somewhere along the line. There's been an update that I've missed. I've played this game for so long and I've kind of been locked in a style. I've just been a grinder. Let me quickly fill my inventory better so I can collect a bit more before we go. I'll drop the spruce leaves. They're a bit easy to come by. I have a feeling we should have enough clay, but I'm kind of enjoying getting this stuff. Okay, let me grab a little bit more. Okay, now we have a full inventory. So let's head back to the base. But yeah, like I was saying, I've played this game for so long and I was mostly a grinder. Like I just go on servers and grind. If you've ever played like the MMO plugin, or I just play survival and try and get as much money as I can, that's kind of how I've been playing. And when I built, it's usually in creative. So this is all still kind of new to me. Like a lot of the stuff that's changed over the updates. I remember bricks being a bit harder to come by. Like you can't just get a bunch of them. But considering how much clay was in that lush cave, it seems as though it's a little bit different now, obviously. So the plan here is to use both bricks and regular granite, which I do have a decent amount of. I think we should have enough. But the issue is smelting up all of this clay. That's going to take some time. But I think in the meantime, while we're waiting, there's no harm in getting at least the first small kind of roof done that we just kind of deleted that we made out of spruce. So let's fill this in and see how it looks. I'm going to go mostly granite with like probably 30% brick. I think that's the kind of level I'm going to look for right now. So let me fill this in and we'll see how it looks. All right, so that was very easy. And I think I like that. It's like very contrasty between the dark oak and the brick and the granite. I think it's going to work. Obviously, this roof isn't the best to look at because it's kind of flat, but we'll fix that by using some leaves. Once we get this kind of section here and the main section done, it's going to really show us how this is going to look. So hopefully it looks good. Now I'm going to need to wait till I get some more bricks. How much is done? Well, we got a decent amount done. Okay, how much can we create with this? Someone said to get a stone cutter, so I should do that with our bricks. There we go. I've finally done it. All right, I made a stone cutter. There we go, 25. That's a good deal. And I'll get some granite as well. I'll use a stone cutter. Why not? All right, so I want to do the main roof first. I need to grab a little bit more brick. So let's build all the way up, jump across. I'm going to put a brick in there and I'll put a brick here too. I think it's going to be nice having a big brick there. Then we'll go like this. Oh, I'm going to need some more. Oh my goodness. Let me jump down and I'll just grab 2 granite. Okay, let's try that again. So I'll place 1 granite there and there. Okay, now we can go ahead and fill it in. Let's go with some brick. We'll probably do the same thing. Hold on, that was messed up bad. Oh my goodness. What is going on with me today? I'm not on my game. I want about 30% brick and the rest granite. Let's have a look at that quickly. Yeah, I think that's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, now I just got to fill this side in and that side in too. So I'll see you guys in a second. Okay, I ran out of bricks, but we got most of it done. We just got this little bit to go. And I'm sure by now we have enough smelted up. So let me just double check. Oh yeah, this looks like plenty. So I'll chuck all these into the stone cutter and there we go, 20 brick stairs. That's good enough. That's at least going to get us the roof area done for this main bit. the main house. All right, beautiful. Look at that. That's looking nice. This whole house roof is done. So now, while I've still got a little bit of bricks, I'm going to go ahead and fill in a little bit of this, just obviously where I can. It's nice being able to jump up here because it's easier to get around. Beautiful, mate. Obviously, we just need some normal blocks to put in that spot. Okay, I've filled all the granite in because obviously we have an abundance of that, and I've accidentally made way too many stairs of it. So we'll chuck that back in there. I'm going to grab some normal granite blocks and I'm going to chuck these in the roof as well, just so I can at least have the granite done. Then when we've got enough bricks, we can just go and slap them in there. So obviously just the missing holes is going to be the brick. And there we go. Okay, so all the granites is placed in. So let me chuck that in here. I'm trying to keep the chest a little bit more sorted. Obviously last time we did not do that. Okay, all the coal's out, so I'll chuck some more in there. Oh my goodness. It's expensive to make bricks, but that's fine because, oh my, we only have 18. All of that for 18. That's wild. Okay, so I'm going to chuck the full blocks in first, and then I'm going to count how many stairs I need. We need 4 here, 7, 11, 13. So I think we only need 13. So let's not make any more than that because otherwise we're going to be wasting bricks. I should have got this stone cutter earlier. It's so much nicer. Oh, we can make decorated pots as well. That's going to be nice. So I need one more brick. Give me them bricks, my boy. Boom. Okay. So now I should be able to get enough to fill this entire roof here. And then the roof is done and we don't really need any more bricks, but look how much clay we got. Still got tons, which is bloody nice, mate. Let me fill these bad boys in. Hopefully I didn't miscount because that'll be slightly awkward. And no, perfect. Look at that. Now this roof is done too. Oh my goodness, this is coming along so nicely. I don't know what day this started. I think it's been 2 days. We're on day 429. So far so good. I'm going to kind of just keep these bricks going in the background because I know I'm definitely going to be using them again. I like them a lot. But let's have a look at that. That's looking pretty sweet. Obviously there's not much. It's just a roof and some, I guess, structure. But there's nothing else. Let me grab my bed and have a quick lay down. Boom, boom. See? Quick. That's going to clear the insomnia and then I can get rid of these cheeky buggers. Get out of here, mate. These guys are absolutely insufferable. I just realized, do I even have a saddle? I don't think I've got a saddle. How do you even get a saddle? Oh my days. This is going to be interesting. Maybe I should have thought about this beforehand because it's going to be a little bit awkward if we have this amazing horse stable, but no horses. What the hell? Okay, let's figure that part out because I don't want to make this whole horse stable just to have a stable, you know? It's not really a horse stable if there's no horse. So let's check if I do have a saddle. Maybe I don't need a saddle to bring them back. I have no idea. I know you can't craft a saddle. I know we need apples to give to the horses. So we'll grab them too. I have a bunch of apples. Maybe a lead. What if I get a lead? Yeah, we got leads. So maybe I'll just go bring some horses back and I'll figure out the saddle later. That can be a game plan. I'm pretty sure we can find them in villages. So when we go, I'm probably going to go buy a couple villages, see if I can find some. But I want to put these apples in here first, just so we have them. And the leads. Okay, so I want to use wool for the building. I don't usually use wool. So I think I'm going to need to grab some. And this would actually be the first time that I've used this sheep farm since building it. So give me all of your fur. Oh yeah, look at that. 29. Oh, a bit more. Oh, they're still eating. 41. Oh, they're still eating. Okay. Okay, we got 45. 46. Sorry. Oh my days. 48. Okay, keep eating. So I think with wool, I think quartz will go well. Oh, that was painful. Let me go ahead and grab some quartz. I know we've got a ton in our base. Well, probably not a ton, but we've got a sufficient amount. All right. I don't know how much is a sufficient amount, but sufficient enough for horse stables. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. I'll grab 2 stacks. I've got wool in here. I do. 37. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're cooking. So let's head back and we'll chuck that wool down, at least on the 2nd floor. No, you know what? We'll do this part here first. So we'll go with a mix of quartz, just like this. Okay. This is what I'm thinking. I'm probably going to have to fill that in, to be honest. I think this will be nice. We're going to have fences in the middle. I might as well grab them as well. Might as well kick out 2 birds, 1 stone. So they're going to be the windows because they need a little bit of oxygenation. Okay, these 2 have 1 window. This one has 2. Lucky fella who gets to live there. And I think I'll go with some fences. Wait, they don't really need to be locked in there, do they? We'll go with that for now. And then there's not much space in the roof. I'm going to fill this in with the same stuff, just like that. So from the front, it looks a little bit cleaner. There we go, just like that. I'm going to fill the roof in just with some slabs. Okay, this is coming together nicely. I'll quickly swap over some bricks just to keep them going. I'll turn them into normal bricks. Okay, there we go. So now we have 51 bricks. Okay, beautiful. Now I know I'll definitely have to do the same thing over here, but I'm going to need some more wool. So let's go see if these guys have made some more for us. Hopefully. Oh yeah, look at that. Look how quick that is. That is beautiful. Give me your fur again, guys. Give it all to me. Yep. Alright, now we got 17. Look, that's not the best, but it's gonna have to do for now. Alright, so at least these have walls now, and these have walls. Now, I do need to fill this side in too. Boom. Okay, beautiful. Now, for this house, I want the top floor to have the wall, and the bottom floor to have stone, and stone bricks. So let's go ahead and fill that bottom wall in first. I'm gonna use maybe some tough bricks mixed in with the stone bricks, and some andesite. That'll be nice. So I'll just fill this floor in real quick. I'm not gonna put any doors in, just because I'm trying to make sure that this place is sealed tight so no horses can escape, because obviously I want to get them cheeky buggers over here quick, but we can't do that if they're gonna just run away. Okay, there we go. This bottom floor is filled in, so let me just dig through, and I guess we can have a quick look at how that's gonna be looking. And yeah, I think that's looking nice. Obviously there's no detail in here at all whatsoever, but it's coming together nicely. I do think so. So let me chuck all this stuff back in we're not going to need. Maybe I should incorporate some copper in here as well. But anyway, let's grab our apples and our leads, and let's go find ourselves some horses. And hopefully a saddle. Fingers crossed. I know there's a village over here. Let's see if there's any chests. We'll go there first. Oh, there's a chest in here. No way. The first chest we go to has a saddle. What are the odds of that? Maybe they're super common and I'm just silly, but I feel like that's pretty lucky. That was literally the very first chest that I went to. And another one. Okay. Maybe they're not as rare as I thought. That's boots. That's not what we need. I mean, I've got enough saddles. I'm not even going to bother trying to find more. Let's see if we can find horses now. Hopefully pretty close to the base, because I don't want to be taking them back for a while. Do they even spawn in savannas? Oh, there's one. Hey, buddy. You want an apple? Yes, you do. Take my apples. Is this how you do it? No? How do you tame a horse? Ow, ow. Pretty sure you just have to ride him a couple times, right? Hey, there we go. Now I put the saddle on, and now you're coming with me. So I don't actually know how to tell how fast they are, but he seems pretty fast to me. Can I get this guy as well? Come on, mate. Be my friend. Come on, please. I'll give you an apple. I swear I'll give you an apple. Please, just be my friend. Stop walking away. Oh, man. Yep, now he's my friend. Okay, now I'll put a lead on this fella. Come on. How do you tell how fast they are? I have no idea. Let me just head back. Oh, I got an egg. Nope, there's a creeper. I mean, it seems pretty fast to me. I don't know if they really get much faster or if there's a big difference. It's been a few years since I've ridden a horse in Minecraft. Is our friend still here? Yep, he is. Look at that. Can I... Okay, can we jump down here? Yeah, we can. You got my little beef farm here, and when I say little, I mean little. It's tiny. Look at us go. This is incredible. Oh, we've got some trolls on the bridge. Gonna have to take care of these guys on our way through. Get out of here. Get out of here. Adios, amigos. Can we jump up here? Yeah, we can. No, the creeper's gonna blow up my other horse. Oh, no, come on, mate. Oh, goodness. Gonna have to deal with this guy. No, I hit my horse. Oh, no. This is the worst day of my life. Okay, let's try and jump up. Yep, this guy seems faster. Yeah, I think this one's faster. He's got an extra heart, so he's definitely just better in general. Look how much easier it is to move around this place on a horse. Oh no, me lead broke and the horse is not coming. Come on, bro. Don't make this harder than it has to be. You know you want to come. Hey, what the hell? Man, is it because there's like a big gradient maybe? We're so close. Come on, man. Now I'm hoping you just breed them with apples because I have no idea what else I could use. Oh man, let's come through here. We're going to take a little cheeky, sneaky shortcut and just jump off the roof. Please. Oh, he took it. Whatever, that's fine. Now make babies. Okay, I have no idea how to breed them. I'll find that out soon. Maybe hay or wheat. That's a problem for another day. Now we have horses in our horse stables. All right, let's try wheat. Nope, it's not wheat. That's definitely going to be a Google search, but a Google search for later. You know what? You guys can tell me how to breed horses. So the next thing is to fill in the second floor, but in order to do that, I'm definitely gonna need more wool, and in order to get more wool, I'm gonna need more wheat, and in order to get more wheat, I'm gonna need to farm this wheat. Okay, so let me quickly farm up some of this stuff. All right, this should be plenty of wheat for now, and obviously I'm gonna farm up a bunch of all the colors because right now our sheep population is embarrassing. Okay, it is not good at all. So let me farm up a bunch of these fellas and see how many sheep we can get in here. Oh, we got the wrong color in there. Why have we got a brown one in there? Whatever, I can't be bothered dealing with that right now. All right, orange, come on, make some babies. And now the yellow ones. Oh, there's an orange one in here too. Come on, man, it can't be that hard to make the same color. Why is there a white one in here? Oh my days, they get into everything. All right, now breeding up the white boys. All right, come on, make some more babies. And I'm going to shear these guys up too because I know I definitely need some and I might as well get them going. And I'll just quickly spend some time breeding up the rest of the colors. There was something wrong with my microphone and I didn't really pick up anything. So I filled the horse stalls in with some hay. a couple cauldrons, some coarse dirt and podzol, and that's kind of really made that look a bit nicer. Now I'm going to grab up some dark oak fences and dark oak stairs and put them around here just to make these, just to add a lot of detail to the outside of these kind of stalls here. It's a common technique I use it very often, and I think it looks really nice. Next up, I'm going to turn a bunch of these spruce logs into trapdoors and use stairs and slabs as well to kind of come up with like some kind of pattern here. I'm thinking something like this. It's very simple, but I think it's going to come together nicely, just like that. And then we'll go like this. So I add them like this, and then I'm going to add them all around the edge here, kind of like that. Okay, I'm going to need to move this, put that fence there. I'm going to need some more though, obviously. Boom, boom. Okay. I think that looks nice. It's definitely a little bit different. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty nice. That's a nice little detail on the outside. Gonna need to grab some more spruce logs, so let me quickly absolutely annihilate this farm once again, and I'll see you once that's done. And just like that, we got a bunch of logs, so I can turn these cheeky buggers into some more trapdoors, and I need some more dark oak fences. So actually I'm gonna need even more spruce trapdoors, so I'll make up a couple more just like that. And now I can go ahead and do the same thing to this one over here. So I'll chuck in the dark oak first. Maybe I'll remove this, and I'm gonna need to change these to stairs just where the fences meet up. Then I'll add the trapdoors to the sides, and I think I'm going to keep this one open plan. I don't want this to be closed off. I want this one to be like a communal thing. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have a roof, except it's going to be half a block above these kind of pillars that I've put through the middle. I think that will be nice. Mate, you're gonna have to move. All right, I think that's pretty good. I think I'll add some fences here, just like that. Yeah, that's nice. And of course, we'll go a trapdoor in the middle. All right, I'm happy with that. Obviously, we need to detail the floor. So I'll grab up our podzol and our coarse dirt, and we'll get all of that inserted in as well. You guys need to move, all right? Get out there. There we go. Okay, this is now detailed in a little bit. Maybe I'll add like there's definitely going to be a door there. So maybe I'll add the doors in now. So we're obviously going to use spruce doors, and I'll grab some stone stairs just for that extra added depth. We'll chuck one right in the middle here, boom, and then one right here, just for quick access to that kind of section there. Very, very nice. And now I will add the same thing in there, right up the side of the wall, just like this. Okay, that's coming together pretty well, and maybe out here as well. Let's have a look at how that looks. Okay, this is coming together pretty nicely. Very, very nicely. Look at this, guys. I do want to hang a lantern in each one of those stalls because it is very dark. Thankfully, we have 16, which should be plenty. Go boom. We'll go, oop, not there. No. In the middle. All right. And I think in these ones, I'm going to remove these trapdoors. Can add lanterns there. Maybe to here as well. Man, these guys love being in here. I don't know why. Okay, let's quickly empty the inventory because right now it's a little bit flustered. Got a whole bunch of stuff in there. Okay, so we do need to quickly visit our sheep one more time, hopefully. Hopefully this will be the last time. Looks like there's definitely going to be enough. Thank you very much. And I guess while we're on the resource hunt, I'm going to quickly grab up some honey as well, just because I want to use some copper windows again. I really enjoy that. I like how it turned out. So give me your honey, my boys. Thank you. We definitely need to get a better beehive going because that one right there is not going to cut it. Okay, but we're back, and I need to quickly make up some quartz stairs because obviously we can't make wool stairs. That's not a thing. Oh man, I definitely should have used a stone cutter then, shouldn't I? My bad. I might as well just turn it all into quartz stairs. Whatever. And I'm going to grab up some of these copper trapdoors, and we're going to go ahead and fill in that top kind of roof there. So we'll go up, and I'm just going to add in these windows here. Boom, boom. Honey. Oh, honey. Boom, boom. Okay, obviously there needs to be windows here too, so let's clear this and we'll chuck in our quartz and then our copper windows, and there we go. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Now there definitely needs to be windows on these sides as well. We can't leave these empty, especially when it's got such a gorgeous view of this main road. Oh man, what's going on? I just keep breaking things. Okay, overall I think we're coming along pretty nicely. I mean, look at this. This is looking pretty splendid considering how little detail we put in. I do want to add some shutters to these windows over here. This one will be a closed window. Oh, sorry, an open, half open window. There we go. I think that's nice. Now I've got to do that over here too. I mean, even as we're coming up along this main path, seeing that building on the side here, it's very nice. I like it. Add in some shutters right there. And then to the back right here. Oh, I haven't got any copper doors. Oh my goodness. Okay, I do need to fill in this. Let's just enter. No, we can't. I'm going to have to go through the door. Oh man. Okay, let's get ourselves a window up here. Man, I keep messing this stuff up. What's going on? And I'm definitely going to need to make up some more copper trapdoors. So we got 18. That's going to be more than enough. So I'm going to jump onto this roof and then do it like this. Boom. Oh, nope. That's not the way. Just like that. Wax, wax. That's that one done. And now finally, this one up here. Boom. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Have a look at that. In terms of horse stables, this has to be one of the most fancy ones ever. Now using these, I'm going to kind of create some kind of pattern here. I have no idea what the pattern is going to be, but I guess we'll find that part out together. So I'm thinking something like that. I'll put on some trapdoors to round it off a little bit better, but I think this is going to be pretty nice. Maybe some here as well. I think it's nice. I think it's definitely, it's different. Now up top, we're going to have to do something even weirder. Oh no, we could probably fit it in. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to need more trapdoors. I'm just going to turn an entire stack into trapdoors. I feel like I'm always crafting them. I just never have enough. Now, how does that look? Oh, I like that. That's really nice. I really, really like that. Now, I've just got to do that on the other sides as well. Just got to keep it consistent. So what was it? It was this, then that, and that. Boom, 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 boom. Delete. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom. Okay. Okay. Did I forget to put... No, I'll put one there. Okay, that's good. Okay, now there's one over here as well. I think that looks so good. I love that. Just have a look at this horse stable. This has to be the biggest horse stable you've ever seen. What the hell? Since when could they climb scaffolding? My boy, what are you doing up there? Hey, get down. What on earth? I had no idea they could climb scaffolding. Does that mean you can climb scaffolding when riding a horse? Wow. Look at that. Horses can climb scaffolding. I had no idea. That's crazy. But yeah, look at this. This is turning out so nice. I love it. So now I need to add in a little bit more details because I feel like it's still a little bit boring. So what have we got? I'm going to make up some oak trapdoors because I did enjoy using that previously. Now it's a little bit different and I think it's very nice. I want to add some green. We'll use spruce leaves and I'm going to grab some flowering azaleas and regular azaleas and I'm going to use these to kind of decorate this like this. So I'm going to go boom, boom. Hang on, have we got spruce signs? I've got hanging signs. I'm going to make a couple regular signs. Sure, that should be enough. I'm going to go like this. Add some signs in here and of course the trapdoors and a flowering azalea. There, boom. Detail. And for here, I'll go like that and there. Move, my boy. I'll go like this. I think that looks okay. Is it too much? I don't know. You can tell me. Is it weird? I think it might be. Yeah, that's weird. Let me get rid of that. Let me change it up a little bit. Let me try again. That was looking funny. What if we went... I don't even know. What do I even do here? Maybe a trapdoor like this in front as well? Or no? Nah. You know, I think that might be okay. We don't need to go crazy. I'm going to add an oak trapdoor there. I'll put one here, one there. Ooh, hold on. We can use some stone buttons maybe. That'll be a nice little low-key detail. Let's try that out. Chuck one there. Boom. One on the andesite. Because it's a white background, the stone buttons stand out extra. So that's nice. You know, it's sweet. So how do we add in green though? I have a feeling I'm going to have to change this and make it like that with a spruce leaf like that. And maybe some spruce signs around it. Or I guess on the front. I also don't like how I can see the roof from inside here. So let me see if I can fix this. So how we can fix this is adding in stairs there. And then, oh, we can't because we can't add trapdoors in. Oh my goodness. I think I'm just going to add a trapdoor there. And I'll just put stairs there. You know, that's okay. That looks better. I mean, just adding those little details to the side really fixes this up quite a lot. Now, I do want to add them to this wall behind this roof here because you can kind of see it. So I'm just going to add in some trapdoors, maybe some green here, and of course a couple buttons. And maybe we'll make it look like there's a window here, but it's shut. Like that. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I do need to detail this. Maybe I'll go a button. I'll just go a button on each of them. There's not really much I can do in there. There's not much space. Okay, have a look at this. How does this look? I think this has turned out pretty well. I don't like this edge here. That needs to be fixed. I just noticed that then. Can I walk around here? Nope. So I guess we'll do the exact same thing we've already done. I'll add some leaves and azalea bushes like that with an oak trapdoor in front of the bottom leaf, a button, and let's say spruce there. That was that. Yes, but we do need to fix this too. So we can go like this. Oh, we have to move the button. That's nice, right? Very simple. I'm gonna need some more dark oak stairs though, because that does look funny there. Let me see if I can walk around here. Is this gonna work? Oh yeah, look at that. So I'll go and change this one to a stair and also this one to a stair. Boom. And I think that's worked out pretty well. Let's have a good old school fly and have a look and see how this looks. Yeah, this fills in this area so well. We've already got one horse kind of in the middle. Where's the other one? Here he is. He's hidden behind the wood there. Okay, so now it's time to detail this grass section and get rid of that path because it should not be in there. So first of all, let's remove this, placing regular grass blocks, and I'll add in some dirt path connecting to the front, and we'll have like little paths stretching towards like inside each of these stalls in here, just like this. Okay, now I'm gonna quickly empty my inventory because right now we're full of just a bunch of random stuff which we do not need. Okay, but now I'm gonna grab up some, oh, we don't have much podzol. Where did that go? Seriously? Oh my days. Okay, I guess I'll grab up some coarse dirt and some rooted dirt, and I'll get my silk touch shovel, and to start off with I'm gonna add in some rooted dirt along here, just close on the edge of the path. Oops, I just turned rooted dirt into dirt path. That is horrible. That is literally the worst thing that could have happened. Now I'm gonna just turn a bunch of the stuff on the edge especially into some coarse dirt, then some of it into podzol. Then I'm also gonna scatter some coarse dirt through the middle as well. There we go. Okay, so now I need to go and grab some podzol, and thankfully I have a jungle nearby, just absolutely filled to the brim of it. Look at all that. So let me fly over there and we'll grab some podzol. That should be plenty, and we'll go chuck this stuff in there as well. Man, that building really adds to the area. I love it. It's looking so good. So we'll just chuck some of this podzol in here as well, and then I think this place is really going to start looking close to being done, to be honest with you. Oh yeah, look at that. That just looks so good, guys. Now we got to add in some bone meal, and I want to add in some of these cornflowers too. So I'll start with the cornflowers, of course, and we'll just chuck in some bone meal, and I'll delete some that seems like there's too much in some spots. I don't like double ones, so I'll only have a couple of those. And there we go. Maybe some more in here. There we go. Look at this, guys. Oh man. And there's a wandering trader on top as well. So let's see what he's got. I'm gonna have to fly up there. That's kind of inconvenient. Hey buddy, nothing that I could possibly want. Get out of here. Hey, you get out of here too, mate. Look how good this has turned out. I love this, guys. This looks so awesome. Okay, these guys can't shoot. Their reach is embarrassing. Okay, but it does seem a little bit weird that there's just a building there and there's nothing in between. So let's fix that up. First of all, let me go ahead and expand our tree farm a little bit, which I'm going to need some spruce stairs for. I'll make a couple more. Also going to need some saplings as well. We'll kind of have this path stretch out a little bit further, and we'll have a wrap in here, just like that. And I guess let's just put the trees in. Okay, that is an absolutely gigantic expansion of this farm. We've added, I think, about 11 trees, which is huge. I think it's the second farm we ever made in this world. I think it was in the first 100 days, so it was definitely a while ago. But anyway, let's go ahead and expand some of these blocks over here like we've done. And we'll go one more right here. Boom. Okay. Next up, we got our spruce fences. I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, we got leaves. Sorry. Leaves and then spruce fences. We go like this. Oh. That was just disrespectful. What on earth? That was so mean. Let me have a quick nap. Anyway, connect leaves in the middle and then fences in between that, just like this. Hell yeah, man. Now that is what I'm talking about right there, right now. God damn, look at that. Oh, these guys are still trying to shoot me in the head. What's going on? Get out of here with that stuff, man. I'm not playing no games. Chuck some lanterns on some of these fences right here. Pretty sure that's what I did. And I'm going to section this kind of farm off using some leaves. And I guess I'll do the same thing over on this side, just around this path. Then I'm going to be using a mix of all these flowers here. Some sweet berry bushes. Chuck them bad boys in there right now. And bone meal the hell out of the ground. I didn't know you could bone meal berry bushes. That's good to know. Pretty simple, but you know, fills in the area nicely. Just a nice little garden. And over here, let me just move all this stuff over here a little bit, just onto the road. Why not put a wheat farm in here? Just this little spot here, because What else am I going to put in there? I use wheat absolutely everywhere, and I'm not even ashamed. I'll say it proudly, right? I don't have another bucket for some reason, so I'm gonna need to grab another one of them. I need to go get some water, so I'll grab up some water. Oh my god, are we gonna die? Oh my days, oh my days. I think we were one shot away from dying then. I literally thought we were gonna die. My heart is racing. Bro, after all of this, just dying to a skeleton like that, I gotta get back on my game. That was embarrassing. Anyway, before we were almost murdered, I was talking about building a wheat farm. Got the water. We got infinite water now. So now we can go ahead and put some water in there. Just like that right now. Boom, boom. Okay, okay. Now we gonna get some water over here and some water over here. Yeah, damn. Now I'm gonna get these spruce slabs right now. Chuck them bad boys in there. Just like that. I can practically smell the wheat already. Now I'm gonna plow up all this land right here. Just like that. And now I gotta find them seeds. Do I even have seeds on me? Oh, I do. Look at that. Not enough though. Definitely not enough. So how much of this field can we fill in? Not much. Okay, so let me go grab some more wheat seeds. I know. Ooh, that was almost dead. I know I literally threw a bunch out earlier, so that's a bit embarrassing. But thankfully our wheat farm is only a firework away, so now we got plenty. We should have enough to fill in this whole farm now. Fingers crossed. I'm just gonna put normal torches on top of these slabs because I'm a little bit lazy and very poor when it comes to iron. I have no iron. All right, let's have a look at that. Yeah, damn, look at that right there. That is a beautiful wheat farm right there. I love that. Guys, this is looking bloody beautiful. All right, I'm so happy with this. This is a huge horse stable. We got space for 6 horses and I guess 2 llamas. Now it's time to move up to this section up here. So let me make sure that I pick everything up. I'm just going to chuck everything in here and I'll clear up some of this and get rid of this guy. What the hell? Get out of here, man. All right, let's set up camp on the path this time. Okay, look at this. This is a pretty large area. Hold on, there's a zombie coming to get me. Now, I wasn't sure what to put in here, but we've got this huge cattle farm here, which for some reason, all the cows are segregating over here. I have no idea why. Like, they've got all this space here. There's like 3 cows, and these 2 are stacked. So, I don't know what the big deal is over here. Maybe there's some special grass or something over there, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. But we got a cow farm, so I'm assuming there has to be a place to sell food. So, I'm going to have like a little market kind of thing here, and then it's gonna have like a shed potentially just out here with a big kind of warehouse or canopy kind of area with a bunch of like hay and maybe some barrels and stuff kind of spread out in this area here, just as kind of like an extension to the cow farm. I think that'll be nice, and it'll kind of just finish off this level here. So then this entire level here will be done, and then so will this level here. It took us so long to terraform this whole hillside, and I mean, just look how much grass and space there is for us to fill in. There's so many things we can do out here. I'm so excited. And we've also got that big area there too. I probably spent like almost 100 days straight just terraforming. We've even got a bunch of space at the front there. Like if we just look at this base objectively, probably be, I think about 30% of the entire thing just has nothing. So there's a lot of things we need to get done. Like, I mean, come on, this is not looking good. Look at all this space that just is got nothing at all. So yeah, at least we're starting to fix that today. We have to have it all done before day 500. I mean, come on. We can't have things half done. No way. But guys, look how good that looks. Like, obviously we can see super far because of the mods that I've got on, the distant horizons. But look at that village in the distance that we created. Even the farming village, we can't really see the peninsula we made, but we can see the lighthouse. Man, it just looks so good. I wonder if I can get a better vantage point. Maybe over here on top of one of these trees, maybe. Oh yeah, look at that. You know what? I'm even going to go down to this section down here. Let's have a look at this. Oh my days. I'm so happy with how this is turning out. This looks so bloody good. And I have like a cool plan and idea for what I want to do over there. I want this to be like a huge, massive farming area, but it's going to take a whole lot of work. I think having like a river dividing the part where the grass changes color would be nice, but we got to get all this stuff done first because look at all this area. That's just bad, man. Okay, stop procrastinating, mate. You haven't got time for that, all right? We got to get back to work. So without further ado, let's get started. Now, the very first thing I need to do is plan where these buildings are going to be going. I think a couple blocks away from this road here will be perfect, and we'll go 3 deep and 5 to the side. Not a huge building, a very, very small one, but I think it'll be nice. So it's going to be 4 blocks tall. So it's very similar to over here. We don't want it to be too different because, you know, it's technically going to be the same kind of thing. They're all working together. The plan is to have this as the place we sell meat and potentially even store some meat, right? So this is going to be the little market stall, or I guess tiny market building in front of the cow farm. And then this building should be probably about here. This will be the back of the wall, 5 blocks in between once again, just like this. And we'll make this 4 blocks tall as well. So I know there's literally just one line there. It'll make sense very soon, trust me. I'm going to quickly strip up these ones too. And there we go. That's kind of where the 2 buildings are going to be going. Now I do need a couple stone brick walls. So we'll grab up that and we'll go 3 blocks out and we'll do about the same width. We'll probably go about this far out. I don't know how many blocks, how many is that? That's 4, but it should be okay because I kind of want a shallow sloped roof, which requires an even amount of blocks. So that should be sweet right here. Now, the next thing we need to do is craft up some dark oak slabs. 60 should be plenty. That gives us a full stack. And we need some spruce fences as well. So to start off with, I'm going to go for this building. Just a very simple style. Kind of copying what we did here. And what we're going to do, we're just going to go up by 1 until we meet up in the middle. And exact same on the other side. Just like that. Okay. And then over here, I'll just create a very simple, once again, design with a little bit of an overhang. Okay, I think we're going to need some more slabs. I think we might be a little bit short, guys. Yeah, we are, but that's no problem. A slight overhang by 1. Now craft up a couple more of these buggers. I was going to head down by 1 and then it's going to go by 2. So if you see what I was talking about, instead of having them 1 block wide, they're going to be 2 blocks wide. So to give it more flatness, I guess, since it's not really a building, it's kind of just a kind of warehouse thing. That's kind of what I'm going for. Now I'll just connect this all the way across. Just do the exact same thing. I do think I'm going to need 1 through here as well. Otherwise it's going to be very flat. And it seems like we're literally a tiny bit short. So I'll just craft up 1 more and that should be sweet. Yeah, mate, look at that. Boom. Oh, nope. Not yet. Okay, boom. Now I can easily connect these together just like that and then find me spruce slabs. I got 33. That's definitely not going to cut it. I don't think I have any spruce logs though. I have 3 in my inventory and 3 spruce planks. So what does that give us? Okay. Not much. 69. So let's see what we can fill in. All right, we did this one. The warehouse is now kind of filled in a bit. I just got to fill this one in. Now, I know I said no more spruce slabs for the roofs, but it was necessary because it'll be weird if I put a different roof for these buildings, especially because they're kind of a part of the same thing the cow farm is. So they had to be similar, but I need to grab some more trees. So let me just harvest up some of these new ones that we got. We didn't get enough. Oh, we did. Okay, I thought we didn't get enough saplings then. That was weird. All right, that should be good. So now I'll craft up some slabs and finish off that roof just like that. Okay. Now for the next part, I've got a weird idea for what I want to do. I want to have this go up by 1, and then for the roof I want to do something a little bit different. I want to try something. I have no idea if this is going to work. So it's going to go up this way, but it's also going to go up this way. I have no idea if this is going to look good, so we're going to have to find out. Do I go like this? No, I have to go like this. No, hold on. This has to be removed so it can be like that, right? How does that look? I'm in the way. Get out of the way, mate. I don't know. I think that looks a bit weird. Do I remove this top one? I think it looks a bit strange. It's very different, that is for sure, but I don't know. Oh my goodness. I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it for now. Now for the walls, of course, we're gonna be going with some oak logs and planks. Of course, I'm gonna strip the logs down just like this. I'll put in fences for this window. Then I want some kind of bench. So we're going to go like this, then fences to the roof there. I think that's pretty nice. Do I put a stair there maybe? Sure. Then I want to make up some barrels. I've just messed this up, haven't I? I used birch logs for the barrels. There we go. We got 10. Hopefully that's enough. I want to have like obviously a place to store our meat. Okay, there we go. That's nice. Then like a shelf in here with maybe some stairs and trapdoors for some other shelves as well. I think that's nice. We'll go one there too. Or should that be a slab? I think this should be a slab. There we go. Beautiful. Now for the roof, I'm going to go go with the same here. We went calcite and quartz. So I don't have quartz and I don't have calcite. Now, in order to get calcite, I have to go to this mountain here. So let's go grab some of that. We don't need much. Look how big this mountain range is. Absolutely huge. Hey, there's a llama up here. Look at that. Calcite is such a beautiful block. Okay, we got almost 3 stacks. That should be sufficient for a while. So let's head back to our base and grab some quartz from our storage room. Man, we really got to do something up here because right now this place looks tragic. Very tragic. It's horrible. We'll grab up 2 stacks. I don't think we'll need 2 stacks, but we'll get it anyway. And then we'll fly back and start chucking this stuff in there. I'll get some more fireworks too because I was running a bit low. Oh, we don't need much at all. I only needed a couple blocks. That's crazy. But I did notice I didn't fill in this part here a few hundred days ago. So I guess we'll do it now. Boom. Done. Did I fill in the back? I didn't. Oh my lord. What was I doing? Look at this rookie half building things. There we go. At least that's filled in now. Now for the back here, I do want to do something a little bit different, which I am going to need to grab spruce for again. Let me just chop down all these trees real quick. We got so many more spruce logs now that the farm's expanded. And look at it without all the trees. It looks so empty. But that's alright. The trees will grow back pretty quick and it'll be like we didn't do anything. No need for deforestation. Anyway, let's go ahead and craft up a bunch of stairs. We have 10 fences. I'm hoping that's enough. So I want to do something like this. I want to go across like that. I feel like that's nice. Maybe some trapdoors in there too to kind of circle it off a bit better. I think I like that. That's nice. It's very open, of course. Or do I maybe do dark oak fences around the sides too? Man, I'm running low on dark oak. I can't be wasting it like this, but I don't think we have a choice because we did use the dark oak over here too. So let me quickly fill this in. I don't know why that's not filled in. Here too. Okay, there we go. That's fixed. Fixing up our problems from ages ago. So I'll just do this like that. Yeah, that's nice. I really like that. Now I want to do the same thing over here, but of course expand these with stairs just so they reach. Then some kind of contraption here. Sure, that's fine. I like that. I think that's really nice, guys. There and there. I think that looks so good. I'll add in some shutters. And of course, we got to add in some azalea bushes. There we go. Very nice. I think that's kind of the buildings now done. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Now that the buildings are finished, all that was left to do was decorate the area, adding in some paths, a nice garden, a bunch of trees, and other decorations. Guys, please let me know if you enjoyed the video. I tried to not cut as much stuff out that I usually would cut out, so please let me know what you think about that. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the time lapse. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, now we are done with this area. Let's have a look at it from the sky. Now, obviously, we started with this horse stable through here, and it is looking so good. Please tell me how to breed these guys so we can make some more. Or even how to find out how fast they are and if we need to find some faster ones. Let me know because I know nothing about that. But we created a wheat farm to kind of stretch between here and the newly expanded spruce tree farm, which is looking very nice. Now that it's a little bit longer, we can get a bunch more spruce logs. And I guess the thing that's really connected this whole area together is this part here. Obviously, we have a nice place to sell and store our cow meat, or sorry, our beef. And then we got a nice little storage section back here with a cute little azalea tree farm in the middle. Now, that fully connects this entire level up here together, all the way up to the main road, and then all the way up to the straight line that we've got over there. It also finishes up this main section here, which kind of just ends over here abruptly. So having a horse stable at the end is the perfect way to set this up. So if you want to grab your horse, you just leave through here, then you can go any way you like. Obviously, there is still so much to do down here and finishing up this area through here, all the way down to where it meets the sea. But this is a fantastic step in the right direction. Filling this area in here is gonna really bring this place closer to being done. And we need to have this done before day 500. So there is still so much work to do, but even just walking through here, it looks so nice. I love it. It is very, very overgrown, but that is kind of the style that we've been going for this entire thing. A lot of this is pretty much the same, especially if we go down here, we start walking down through this area here. You can see we've used a very similar design language through the entire kingdom, trying to keep it as familiar as possible. We don't need it switching up unless it's kind of got a natural barrier, which you can see if we head over here. Over here, there is a bit of a switch up. So once we cross this kind of river here, this area over here is a little bit different. We still have the very naturalistic area with a lot of the leaves and farms because I love them. All right, I absolutely adore them. Okay, we might eventually create a different kind of civilization they're obviously connected through roads, but way off in the distance, which uses a completely different design language. Or even when we move over here, it's going to be very different, okay? Because obviously this is a savanna biome and the leaves look absolutely dreadful through here. So I've kind of got a couple ideas I'm working with, which are going to steer away a little bit from using the very overgrown method I've been using, but I really like how this is turning out. And we can't have it going from just being overgrown to nothing. We got to kind of gradually change it, and I love it. I think it looks so good. So obviously this is now, I guess, part of the cow farm, which completes this entire thing. Now the cow farm is fully complete and closed in, locked off on all sides. And let's go visit our horses. I didn't even know what to call these guys, so if you guys have any ideas, we need 2 horse names. So please leave a comment down below, and I guess the top 2 comments will get the horse names. So if you don't want to name the horses, just go ahead and like a comment of someone else who's given some ideas for the names for the horses that you like, so you can help choose what these guys are going to be called. Our trusty steeds, which we're going to be able to use to travel through our kingdom when we do a walkthrough eventually. I think I'm going to do like a walkthrough on day 1000. It's not big enough yet to do a walkthrough, I don't think, or a world tour, because I mean, yeah, it's not that big. It's still pretty small, but I think on day 1000 we'll have enough to kind of do a full thing and walk through everything and kind of enjoy the changes that we've made. I want to do a thing where I duplicate the world, like just copy the seed and do some screenshots of side by side of what it was before we came here and then what it's turned into, because I think that would be really cool. Why am I walking? I gotta walk all the way back now and put this guy back. 1 more days. I really wish I knew how to check these guys' speeds. I know that's a thing, but I have no idea how to do that. I'm obviously a horse noob. I mean, look at me. I don't even know how to sit on this guy properly. My legs are way out of whack. The savanna is 100% one of the worst biomes to build in. At least when you're trying to build beautiful gardens and make things look nice and alive. I even have a resource pack which makes this even more green than it is normally, which you can see now does make a little bit of a difference, but there is still a huge problem. This thing is dreadful, even with that resource pack turned on. You can even see a very clear line between where it goes from savanna to a forest, and you can see the difference in the green very dramatically. It is very obvious that the green on this side is so much better than the green on this side. So I'm going to try and fix that. There's not much we can do in terms of changing the color of the grass, but there are some blocks that are not affected by the savanna biome, which I have one of in my inventory. So if I go ahead and place one of these moss blocks down in the savanna biome, you can see it's still green. I'll turn off the resource pack so you can see it more clearly. This is green and this is dead. So it works. And that is obviously not all. Obviously you can see these leaves are very dark and dead, but there are a few leaves that do work inside the savanna. One of which being a spruce leaf, which if we quickly place this down, you can see it's still nice and luscious. And of course, azalea leaves do work in the savanna as well. Now, this savanna biome is absolutely enormous. So the first thing that I need to do is split it up between the forest and the savanna, because we can't just have it change just like this. This looks so weird. I mean, half this tree is green and the other half is orange. Like, what even is going on here? This is not normal. So my plan to fix this up, this horrendous barrier between the 2 biomes, is to create a river that flows all the way through the middle of the 2 biomes. This will make it look like a much more seamless transition and allow us to cover up the ugliness a lot easier. Now, obviously, this land is very rugged, so there's a lot of kind of terraforming that we're going to need to do to get this started. So, of course, I'm going to start kind of over here, where the river is going to flow down here and then out to the side here. So, I guess we'll just start right at the very beginning. So, this is where the river is going to split off to the side, flow down like a kind of waterfall, and then out to the side over there. So, we have to find roughly the middle where it goes from savanna to forest, which will probably be about here, and we have to decide how wide it's going to be. So I think 5 blocks should be good. On this side you can see it's very clearly the savanna biome now, and on this side it is very clearly the forest. So 5 blocks right here is going to be pretty bang on. Now let me remove a couple of these trees just to give us a little bit more space to work with, just so we can get the design of it down packed before we start expanding it any further. because we want to make sure that it looks good. So this should be enough space for now. Let's just go ahead and dig the land down so it's a little bit easier to work with. Now I've dug this area down a little bit more so you can kind of see very clearly. On the right hand side we've got the forest biome grass, and on the left we've got the savanna. Now this is where roughly the river is going to flow, and as we come over it's going to wrap to the right. Now I do need to level this land on this side a little bit more just so we can get a better idea of how it's going to look on the sides of the river, which is going to be the most important thing. We want to make sure that the transition is as seamless as possible. I have enormous plans for this entire savanna biome. I am going to be building the most epic area that you have ever seen. Far more epic and large scale than anything we've built so far in this world. But in order to do that, we need to get the groundwork laid down first, and the most important of that being this river. Because this river is going to be the clear dividing range between the two biomes and two styles of building that we're going to be incorporating. Between the style that we use pretty much everywhere else in the world and the new style that I'm going to be attempting to try. Now, I'm intentionally going to not be using any torches so that we get some mobs to spawn, because I'm running pretty low on gunpowder and bones and we need both of those things. But in terms of the width of this river, I think 5 blocks is definitely not going to cut it. But at least we know that 5 blocks is going to be enough to separate the two types of grass, because there is a slight transition. You can see it doesn't just magically change, it slowly fades into the new biome. You can see this is very green, this is kind of green, and then that is whatever color that is. So I think I might need a little bit more space to work with to really see how this thing's going to turn out. Maybe even just past where it starts to curve, which is roughly over here. Yeah, pretty much here. So let's get rid of these guys here. Let me try and heal up my shovel a little bit because it's pretty much dead. And I don't really want to go for a trip to the end right now. Oh, I hate these little fellas. They're so pesky. Get out of here, mate. Oh, another one. Come on, mate. Give me yo gunpowder, my boy. Oh, he's got a shovel. He's trying to help out, but no, he's not helping out the right way. Get out of here, mate. There's so many creepers nearby. I might as well just try and take a couple of them. Why not? We need the... Oh, okay, that guy sacrificed himself to the gods. But I don't mind taking a couple of these bones too. So I think the best thing to do would be to kind of map out exactly where this transition takes place with the 5 block kind of radius that we have already got, and follow this all the way around, just trying to match exactly where this grass is changing, which is a little bit harder than I was kind of expecting it to be. It doesn't really follow a very straight line, it's very jagged. So let me delete these trees real quick, and let me quickly chuck down a shulker box because I do want to collect all this stuff. All right, I've cleared a couple of the trees. Now we can much more easily kind of figure out where this transition is occurring. I'll just dig it out and get a kind of rough estimate for where this river should flow. Oh, more days. What's going on here? I keep trying to put my shovel in my offhand to make sure I get that mending, getting some more durability for us, because I know for sure I'm going to need it. There's going to be a lot of digging. Now, this obviously doesn't have to be perfect because it's going to be a lot wider than what the river is. We're going to have moss on both sides. Oh my days. Now, if you're new here, we do not skip the nights. We fight every night out. But we do use a bed to just clear the insomnia because these guys are super annoying. So if you sleep for a literal second, it clears the insomnia and stops them from spawning. I do have to get rid of them because they're already spawned, but at least for another, I think it's roughly 5 days they come, but I could be wrong. I don't actually know that number. That's just from what I've experienced. Roughly every 5 days I have to have a quick nap, which gets a little annoying, but it is what it is. Just such a unnecessary part of the game. Anyway, I'm going to dig this probably roughly to where those trees are there, because that's kind of where we've sectioned off already. Just like this, and you can see this is kind of the edge where the biome becomes a savanna. So now I'll go over here and pretty much just fatten this up a little bit, make this a little bit more smooth because there's some sharp bits in there. So let me smooth it out a little bit without being attacked. Come on, guys. I'm trying to do a demonstration. But maybe it's not too bad. Maybe you don't need to do too much. You know, we'll keep that. We'll keep the natural biome curvature, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Death by falling. That's embarrassing. Could never be me. Okay, let's just fatten this up. Roughly 5 or so blocks wide. I think that's going to be sufficient for now. I don't actually know how wide the river's going to be. I'm pretty sure we're going to have it a bit wider because 5 blocks just seems not wide enough. I want this to be like a main river with other rivers kind of detaching off it and heading in their own way. Just smaller rivers, of course. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's have a look at that from the sky. You can see the river's going to follow here, and yeah, it's pretty rough right now, but we're going to fix that up, of course. At least we have an idea of where this river's going to be going. Now, I do need to quickly get this land down a little bit lower, get the natural gradient a little bit better. So let's just dig that down. Probably about how wide we've got it on this side is going to be perfect for now. So we'll dig down this side pretty much all the way up to the edge where we've got anyway. And then on this side, we'll dig a couple blocks on that side. And that should give us a good little area to work with. So I guess enjoy the time lapse. So now I've got this kind of a little bit more manageable. The area is leveled down a bit better. I've kind of fixed this up here because it was very straight, and it is now very obvious where this river is going to flow through. So I guess the next thing to do would be to kind of dig this down a little bit. Let me empty my inventory. I've already filled up so many shulker boxes. We have 3 left, but I'm making sure to collect everything because I know how many blocks we've been using recently, and I know how many we're going to need in the future. So I want to grab up all of this sand. Well, maybe not that much. That's a little bit too much. It's a good thing we haven't moved any of this stuff yet because I'm going to be using a whole lot of sand. And let me quickly just dig my way back up. Now, what I want to do, I want this to be roughly 3 or 4 blocks deep in the middle. So let's say about this. Just dig it all the way to the edge. You know what? Let's make it 4. Let's make this very deep. So I'm just going to dig roughly 2 to 3 blocks through the middle of what we've already dug out just to make it the kind of middlemost part of the river. And we'll just go up to where the gradient goes up by 1. So roughly about here. Now just shape it up a little bit better. Honestly, I think this is pretty good. So now this bottom block, I'm going to go ahead and replace it all with sand. I'll just remove 1 more block underneath and fill it all in with sand just so we can kind of get a better idea and visual kind of representation of where the bottom of this riverbed is going to be. Because with stone everywhere, it's kind of hard to see it. So the sand's going to help us do that very easily. Now, I'm going to just kind of briefly start this part here just so I can go ahead and get some sand in here as well. I guess we'll go a couple blocks more. There, that'll be good. Just so we can kind of see how it's going to look as the gradient goes up a little bit. Okay, so now that's the very bottommost part of the river done. The next thing is to dig out 1 more block further, kind of just like this, and kind of plan how we want this next bit to go up. Now, seeing this, we're definitely going to need to make the river wider than 5 blocks, which I kind of knew was going to happen anyway, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty wide river, which is fine. We want it to be a very obvious focal point. Let me dig this a little bit more. There's going to be a little bit of building here and there, building up, so it's not going to be exactly as we dig it out. I'll do the same thing as we go up 1 block as well, kind of just like this. Then I just got to remove this bottom block and replace it all with sand. And now I've just got to do that a couple more times until we get right up to the side of the grass. So you can see this river is definitely going to be a big one, and it's going to rip right through the middle of both of these biomes and give us a nice dividing range between the two. But the river is only the first part. We got to do the sides of it too, which is my favorite part. I'm so excited to get this looking good. I've been a bit worried about doing this entire project because of how different it is from anything I've done before. So I have no idea if it's even going to work out well, but I am going to do my best to make it look as good as I possibly can. And seeing it kind of slowly come together today, at least with the river, is going to be very good to see. So this is where it's going to kind of meet up here. So obviously it goes from sand to grass. It's not going to stay grass, of course, but for now it will, just so we can see the edge more clearly. So now we've got something that looks like this. And if we look at it from the sky, we can see it is kind of looking like a river. Obviously, it's just sand right now, and there's still a lot to do, but it is very obvious. On the left-hand side, we've got the savanna grass. On the right-hand side, we've got the beautiful green forest grass. So how do we make it look the same? That's where this moss block is going to come in. So if I place it in here and I bone meal it, it's going to grow all this beautiful stuff. But you can see it changes the grass into moss blocks. So if I just bone meal this all the way through, let me make a bit more bone meal, of course, we're going to end up with something that looks like this. Now, let me quickly remove all the stuff on top because we're going to do our own detailing. I mean, getting these azalea bushes isn't going to be too much of a bad thing either though. I do like to use them when detailing, but there is a lot of moss carpet here, which I don't really want to be there. I think it's slightly weird, but there we go. Now you can see it is much better. Obviously, here's the normal grass and here's the moss block, so it's not a perfect green, but it does look a lot closer, and it's obviously not got that orange tang to it. Now obviously I have to do the exact same thing on this side as well, so I'll place in a moss block and just spawn a bunch of it in just along the edge here. So now if we look at this from the sky, you can see we've got the same color on both sides, even though this side is a completely different biome to this side. Now I know it still looks weird because, you know, even this transition here is very obvious, but it's not going to be as obvious once we get some more details in here. Now, the first and most important thing, I guess, is of course going to be getting the water in. So let me go ahead and create a barrier just so it doesn't flow everywhere, just out of dirt, because like I said, I want to make sure that we get this thing looking good before we start expanding it further. I want to make sure we know exactly what we're going to be doing. I think I'm going to need to make it the same height on both sides. My bad. Let's fix that up. There we go. Okay, so now we've got this barrier in here. I just need to go and get some water, which is as easy as that, and go back and just start filling this in. Now, the way we do this, if you haven't seen before, we just got to fill in the entire bottom block, and then this will turn the water into a full block or an infinite water source. And as long as the bottom block is a infinite water source, you can create an infinite water source on the block above. So simply just spamming the water in like this along the first block until it's all a full block, and then doing the exact same thing on the next level. This is how you can very easily fill in areas of water without having any of it flowing. It is very quick and very easy to do. I will also create a very quick natural barrier here out of dirt just to be able to stop the water from flowing that way once we start digging that way. And finally, right up to the top, and there we go. That is how easy it is to fill in an area with water. I guess I got to do this part as well. Hold on a second. There we go. Put in a bit of moss to shape it up a bit better. All right. Happy as Larry. Now that's looking a whole lot better. So for the details on the side, I'm of course going to have some trees in here. Nothing too crazy, just kind of simple trees. Some buttons along the moss is going to be nice for some extra detail. Looks like just a couple stones kind of hanging around. The flowering azaleas and the regular azaleas that we broke before, putting these in are going to be a nice little flower in there. Now let me head to the chests down here and see what we've got. Nothing. So let me head back to the main chests and we'll grab up a bunch of stuff that we've got in there, which I think we'll be able to use to really decorate that area. I'm thinking some cherry saplings, some cornflowers, maybe some pink petals, of course a rose bush, potentially some bamboo, a peony, definitely some sugarcane, some string to stop them from growing too tall. Come on, some sweet berries, of course. And I think for now, that's going to be sweet. So let's head back and we're going to try and incorporate all those things into that area and see what we can come up with. You can kind of see the area already developing. Let me get a better angle because you can't see because of that big hill in the way. Okay, you can see that river looks so nice in there. That blue is really going to be a nice barrier between the two biomes. And once we get the details in here, it's going to be hard to tell the difference between the grass and the moss on both sides, of course. But let's start by getting in some sugarcane. I hope the sugarcane stays the same color. I don't need string if it's 3 high. So it's very bright green over there. Is it still bright green over here? Oh, not really. It does change color, but it's not a huge difference. So we got some cane. Let's add in a couple sticks of bamboo. The bamboo definitely stays green, which is nice. So we'll add kind of bits like this where it's 3 sticks. Now let's get some pink petals in here. I'm trying to do it around some of these like flowers and trees. I think that makes the most amount of sense. So they're not just randomly in here. There's a little bit of reasoning, I guess. Now the cherry saplings, of course. I like to use these as like a type of flower. It's just a very bright flower. Bright pink, I guess. Now let's get some nice bright red in here. I do not have any bone meal. Let me grab some of that. This red is going to be such a nice pop of color. I'm going to try and place them near the trees, kind of like this. And then sweet berries, come on, sweet berries are easy. I'm gonna try and put them in like clumps. I think that'll look nice. I'm not sure. Quite frankly, I have no idea. Just like this. We can't really tell until they fully grow, but some blue, some cornflowers as well. I'm gonna try and add quite a bit of this because they're small flowers and the blue's gonna be very nice, undoubtedly, because it's the only kind of different color in there apart from the red. But the red flowers are very big. So kind of just like this. I think we might be going a little bit overboard. We might need to get rid of a little bit of it, but I think adding in some gray, like some boulders, is going to be a really nice way to kind of break it up a little bit. Wow, there's a lot going on over here. Let me just put in a boulder. There we go. But if we look at that, obviously there's no leaves on the trees yet. So I think that's going to really make it a little bit better because it's very open right now. But I'm kind of liking this. Now, of course, through the middle, I'm going to go ahead and add in some seagrass, just like that, a little bit. Not too much. Maybe one more there. Delete a couple. Okay, that's nice. Definitely need some over here too. Obviously, this big ass mountain on the side here needs to be dug down a little bit more because it's not very wide on this side. And I'm going to be building like roads as well, and some other things that are going to kind of run around and through this river. But I think this is looking nice. I like this kind of style that we've got, and I think we're good to start expanding it. Now, I want to only expand it to about here because this is where the map ends, and I'm trying to fill in the entire map before day 1000. Now, this is the map that I'm talking about. You can see it is a very big map, and we're working down here. So, of course, the river is running kind of through here, and it's going to curve up into the bottom left, which is going to run outside of the map. But eventually I do want another river kind of running through here and connecting up to this river here. So we're going to be building this river all the way down here, and then eventually another river will run through here with huge farmlands around it. But this project is going to be absolutely enormous. In fact, it could potentially be even bigger than everything we've built so far. Although it might not seem like it because obviously we're only just starting. Why is a creeper on top of my tree? Get out of here, man. But yeah, it might not seem like it because obviously the river is only just starting, but this river is going to have to run all the way through to here at least. And that's pretty big. Oh, we might die. Oh, we might die. All more days. But yeah, that's pretty big. And it's taken us quite a lot of time to already just do this part here. Eventually, it's going to have to run all the way down to the ocean over there. And of course, I want some rivers connecting all through this savanna, because if we're transforming it, there needs to be a new source of water. I guess we need to hydrate all of the area. So now that we've expanded the river further than expected, I do need to dig this part out a little bit more to give us some more space to work with, pretty much up to there. So I'm going to quickly do that and I'll see you guys in a second. So I've given it a little bit more space on this side, which I do have to detail, but I also need to figure out where this path is going to head up. Now I'm thinking of having the path come through here and then up this side to meet up to about here. The main road will be made out of stone and pretty much all the same blocks that we used on the main path through there. Now I'm going to grab a couple stacks of stone and dirt to kind of plan out how I want this to look, and I'm going to jump down and just start by digging this down to the right level. I'll also angle this out a little bit more, kind of like this, and just start getting some dirt in here to kind of create a nice pathway that reaches up to the top level that we're trying to reach. I don't want it to be super steep, so I'm trying to make it a little bit wider on each level, so roughly about 2 to 4 blocks between each step up, just so we can have a nice smooth incline, just like this. So you can now actually walk up to this level through here, instead of it just being a big stone wall, which means we can get rid of these blocks over here. Now, of course, this is another level here in between this level up here. So we need to make a little bit of a wider section here so that you can transition down this way to reach anything that we're going to put on this level. But you can also continue to probably about here where it's going to continue to allow you to walk up to the next level. There is a little bit of digging that we need to do on this level though, just so we can kind of get it looking right, because I didn't really dig much here. I kind of just did this little bit here and left the rest. As you can see, this is all just normal terrain here, which needs to be changed. But you can kind of see where this path is going to come from the bridge up this little slope here and then up again through this slope to reach up to this level here that we're creating and working on now, where the river is going to flow through. But you'll also be able to merge off here and go to this level, just like we've kind of done down here, where we've got some coarse dirt through here, and the coarse dirt over there will also wrap around to this level as well, but that'll be way off in the future. And I know I've said it already, probably a couple times in this episode, but this is definitely the most ambitious project that I've done in this entire world so far. I mean, this savanna biome is extremely expansive. It is huge and I want to feel it all. It is so nice finally being able to expand down this way, because like I said previously, I was a little bit concerned. I didn't know exactly how I wanted to make it look, how the terrain was going to flow, and how it was all going to come together and tie together in this huge world that we're creating. But as always, the hardest part is starting, and once you get started, at least for me, ideas generally start flowing. And as you can see here, the path now matches up to this level up here, which we do need to dig down a little bit more, but this is going to kind of curve over a little bit just like this and meet up very nicely right here. So I will just quickly dig down everything in front of here just to the right level so we can much more easily see kind of what we've just dug out. Oh my days, get out of here my boy. Once again, another entire shulker box filled to the brim of random stuff. My bee's just chilling here making honey. Now previously, every time I've built these mountainsides, especially for the large part over there, I've always built it with an indentation. So I always build the curves and things into the mountain like this. But I think I want to try something a little bit different for this area. I want to try building it out, make it seem like more natural generation, if that makes any sense. I think this is going to be nice, a nice difference to what we usually do. Now, once we get a bit more texture in here, it'll look better. Right now it's very basic, but I think it could end up looking pretty nice. I don't want to just do the same thing throughout the entire world. I want to keep certain areas very consistent. So obviously all the mountains around should be very similar, but as we move far away from this area over here, we can be a little bit more different, a little bit more creative with what we do. And maybe even potentially adding some grass blocks on top. Hold on a second, buddy. Get out of here. I'm not 100% sure if this dirt, or I guess grass block, once it grows over, will stay, but maybe we'll try something else. Maybe some green concrete powder, or even potentially some moss. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, I just want to get this mountainside in and done so we can see exactly how it's going to look with the path heading up the side there. And if we take a look in free cam mode, okay, yeah, that is so much better. Now you can see very clearly there is going to be a way for us to get up here with a path that's going to wrap around the side of this kind of indentation here up to the top and allow you to walk through the river, where we'll have more roads and paths heading throughout our hopefully sprawling farming village that we're about to create. Now that this part here is done and looking pretty good, it's time to move on to the next step, which is flattening the land and planning out the elevation that we want the river to follow. Like I said, we're going to go to about here just so we can keep within the map limits for now. The river will expand, of course, but I want to make sure that it looks good and we get the whole area looking fantastic before we start covering the entire thing, just in case there's some major changes. I don't really want to do the work twice. So I'm going to do some major earthworks over here and get it looking a lot better. Right now, it's pretty rough. Right now, we're working with a very harsh canvas, but it's time to make that canvas a little bit easier to deal with so we can start getting this savanna biome completely transformed into a much nicer area that fits in better with our world. So enjoy the time lapse. So I ended up doing a little bit more than I expected, and yeah, there's a lot of mobs over here. Okay, that was unnecessary. I didn't even have enough blocks to fix this right now, so that kind of just sucks. But anyway, my tools, especially my shovels, are completely broken, so I could really only get one side done. I'm going to head to the end, fix my tools so I can go ahead and get this other side done, because it's going to be mostly shovel work. Then I'm going to go ahead and shape the riverbed to make sure it's all nice and ready for sand. Then I'm going to chuck in the sand until it finally meets up with the side, and then replace all the blocks beside the river with some moss. And luckily for you guys, that's not going to take too long because you get to watch it in a time lapse. But for the next few hours, I'm probably going to be absolutely going bonkers on this. So I guess enjoy the time lapse. And just like that, the river is in, and I went a little bit further than the edge of the map. The edge of the map is roughly about here, but I went a little bit further. And obviously in the future, this will expand all the way down until it meets up with the ocean all the way down there. But we got to work on all of this area before we expand this river down that way. So now we've got this river divided into two biomes. That means we can really start getting this biome changed over. So look 150,000 times better, because right now it just looks horrible, orange and dead. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and detail the side of this river, because we can't just have moss. That looks a little bit weird. We got to get all these nice little details in. So I'm going to start by adding in the trees. I'm just going to add a few trees just along the edge. These trees aren't going to be too big. They're going to be very modest, you know, something little like this. And of course the leaves are going to be spruce and azalea. Now, trees are a very easy way to add life to an area, and the savanna does have trees already, but they're pretty ugly. So once we continue expanding throughout the savanna and reclaiming the land and turning it into something more alive, luscious and beautiful, I'm going to be adding a huge amount of custom trees that are going to be green, just like the trees over there, not orange or brown like these trees. Of course, every single tree will be custom, and I'm going to try and practice creating some unique trees to add in, because right now I don't have many trees under my belt. It's not something I'm the best at creating, but for this project I want to try and learn at least 5 or so different types of trees that we can add in to the area just to fill it up and add in a bunch of green and just overall life life to the area. Now, I am running pretty low on these logs. I don't know if I'm going to have enough, but the thing is, I do need to collect some azalea leaves anyway. So I'm going to have to plant a bunch of those trees and collect the leaves. So I might as well collect some extra oak logs while I'm there anyway. So I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Oh, we could die. We could die. I'm getting out of here. There's baby zombies everywhere. Oh my days. Oh my days. I need to regroup and try again. That was dangerous. I was just being picked apart then. Why are there so many baby zombies? There's like 4 of them over here. The only way to defeat baby zombies is water. They're useless in water. Bro, why is there so many baby zombies? What on earth? These zombies be getting freaky lately. Oh my days. There's babies everywhere. So I want one more tree, and I think this will be a nice amount of trees for us. And it looks like we might just have enough logs. Okay, that'll do. That's fine. Now, if we have a look from the sky, yeah, that's a good amount of trees. I don't want it to be too crazy and filled in. I think it looks a little bit weird right now, but once we get the leaves in, it's going to look so much better. So I guess I need to make sure that I've got enough shears. I don't actually know how many I've got. None. Okay, let's head back to the base so I can grab a bunch of shears. While I'm there, I'll grab a lot of our spruce leaves that we've got. I'm sure we've got plenty. Okay, maybe not as many as I thought. Not as many shears as I thought as well. Ooh, this could be risky. Okay, I got a little bit of iron. How much iron do I have in all of my chests? I've got 18 raw iron, so that should do us. I'll just make sure to bring down the stuff for a furnace so we can get that stuff smelting up. So let's head back and get our hands on some extra azalea leaves. Wow, that looks so different now with the river. Look at that. That is such a huge expansion. Oh my days. This place is going to look so crazy once we get it really going. So I'm just going to create, I don't need this many furnaces, but I mean, why not? It doesn't hurt. And I'll chuck the iron in there, temporarily put the spruce leaves in here and a bunch of stuff we don't really need. And now it's time to create a bunch of azalea trees. I also want to make sure I collect the rooted dirt because I use so much rooted dirt. I love it, but it's so hard to come by. So we have 3 shears and look how big these trees are. Look how easy this is going to be. We just go in a straight line. Oh my days, that's beautiful. Guys, look how easy this is. This is insane. Oh, I should do this one or the leaves are going to decay. I'm not going to bother going in between the trees. I'll just chop the logs and the rest of the leaves will decay themselves. And look how easy this is. This is so good. I didn't know it was this easy to get azalea leaves. I was thinking this was going to take ages, but I was very wrong. From one round, we got pretty much 5 or 6 stacks. Nope, that's definitely 5. 5 stacks of leaves and 52 oak logs. That's not too bad at all. Now I'm going to place these with an offset of 1 just to make sure we get some extra rooted dirt from it. And then I'll just do the exact same thing. Just a straight line, collecting all the leaves that I can get. Well, at least a good amount. We're not going too crazy. We don't want to spend too much time on this because we are on day 451. So we're halfway through the next 100 days. And I think we're pretty much on track for this to be one of the best 100 days so far. I mean, we've just done so much. We built this huge lighthouse here, this massive fishing dock, and we built the horse stables and expanded the cow farm. And now we've done all of this, all in just 51 days. That is crazy. I think the difference between day 400 and day 500 is going to be so insane. It's going to be unbelievable. But of course, I've been trying to make sure that I do not waste a single second of time. And I think it's paying off. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, let's just do it again. Once again, 1 offset and just bone meal all these bad boys all the way up. We're going to need some more shears. Another 3 will do us. I feel like that'll be plenty. I feel like we might even have enough now, but there's no harm in getting a little bit of extra. You know, we're going to be using it a lot, especially in the savannah. I feel like there's going to be a lot of azalea tree harvesting going on. It's going to be an entire operation. All right, and that was the final pair of shears done. So now we can't really do any more. I mean, I could make more shears, but we have plenty of leaves. Way more than enough. So I'll chop these logs down and we'll go ahead and start placing them in. I'll leave the rooted dirt here for now. We don't need it at this very moment. We did get quite a lot of logs, so that's pretty nice. Let me grab up all the spruce leaves that I've got. Okay, I don't have many, which is a bit of a problem. Do I have some in this village over here? I feel like I could. Oh, I've got a stack and 13. Okay, that should be enough, but we're definitely going to need to get our hands on some more spruce leaves. That is for sure. So I'll grab up some scaffolding. I don't have scaffolding. Oh my days. Where has more scaffolding gone? Okay, that is incredibly annoying. My scaffolding is not here. So I'm going to have to build up to the top of these trees. Not a huge problem, but you know, it's going to make it a little bit slower. That's fine. Let's place these in. Now, remember, this side, as you can see, is a savanna, and these leaves are as green as ever, which means that our restoration project is definitely working. I wonder if I can jump across to that one. That's pretty far away. Let's try. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Oh my days. That's how you do it in Australia, mate. Now, the goal with this whole project is to make sure that it is impossible to tell that this biome is even a savanna. I want it to be unrecognizable. I mean, right now you can clearly tell that is definitely a savanna. But if you look in this tiny spot here, I mean, don't look at the grass behind it, but you can not really tell. These trees do not look like they're on the inside of a savanna biome at all, which is absolutely fantastic. Oh my god, we made it across to this one. That is the play of the day. Oh, I fell down. Okay, that sucks, man. All right. Let me just go ahead and finish up all these trees and I'll see you when I'm done. So I finished adding in all of these leaves and the trees are now full, luscious, delicious and voluptuous. Now, if you have a look at this, it still looks very bland, but don't worry, I know exactly how to fix this up. So obviously there needs to be some roads. We need to add in all the details into here because it's just moss and we need to get some things around. So I'm going to do that once again in the form of a time lapse for you guys because I know how much you guys love it, but I'm going to give an explanation in the time lapse, so I will see you guys over there. So I started by adding details along the rest of the river just like I did at the start. I then planned out where the main road would lead using stone, andesite, stone bricks and polished andesite to texture the road. I created a nice little bridge across the river to connect the main road to the other side and created a section where the main road splits into two. Once the main roads were all in, I added a bunch of smaller roads using coarse dirt instead, since these roads would be connecting smaller builds and parts of the area to the main road. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looked like before we did all of that work, and this is what it looks like now. Such a huge difference. Now, I know all we really did was separate the two biomes, but that was such a crucial step and honestly the most important step in this whole thing. We needed to make sure that the separation between the two biomes was indistinguishable. You could not tell. And honestly, with this river now, we have the template to use to continue all the way down, in the future of course, but most importantly, this area is now set up to be expanded upon. And with this huge expansion now complete, expanding in this area is going to be so easy. Like I said at the start of this episode, once you start a project, ideas start to flow. So now that we have this kind of thing set up and it's looking so incredible, oh my days, it's going to be so easy to be able to come up with ideas for how this place can change. And of course, if you guys have any ideas, make sure to let me know in the comments. I read all of the comments. It can be hard to reply to all of them just because there's just so many of them across all of the videos, but I definitely do at least read them all. Now, I do want to build a huge mountain range through here somewhere. I'm not 100% sure where or how we're going to do that just yet, but I know that I definitely want to do that. And for the next stage of this project, I want to expand it this way towards the edge where this river is and just get this river kind of fixed up. So then this entire side here is all done. And we could pretty much get the mountainside just behind me also complete. So then this entire area is like a huge circle. So there's not this big spot like here that isn't done. Let me just quickly land so I can show a bit easier. So obviously there's two major areas that we've got in this world. We've got this one over here, which is absolutely enormous. And then we've got this one over here, which is growing rapidly. But there is a big weird spot in the middle that is just not complete. So I feel like if we expand this through to the left here and meet up to this big river here and get the side of this mountain done, we can have this entire thing feel like it's fully connected. And of course, start getting this savanna completely transformed into something that doesn't look so disgusting. So my goal is to absolutely transform this place so it is unrecognizable. In the previous part, we separated the biomes between the forest and the savanna by using this nice little river that we created. But today we're going to take that a massive step further. Now, this huge area here from this mountain over here all the way down to this kind of little slope all the way over to here needs to be absolutely changed. It is just so ugly and it does not fit into the world, especially when we have a world that looks so beautiful, filled to the brim of beautiful farms and completely custom terrain. I mean, just look how gorgeous this place is and then just look over to the horizon. It is very off-putting, so we're going to fix that today. Now, the very first thing I need to do is get rid of these trees. So let's get chopper-lopping. I guess we'll start with this chunky boy here. And the final tree in the area. Oh my days, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm not gonna lie. I had to spend so much time killing these mobs. I've just had them coming at me non-stop. And yeah, I've probably spent at least half the time doing that, which is why it's taken so long. So the first order or plan for once we hit the day is to light this entire area up. Because honestly, if I'm spending half of every night just fighting mobs, it's gonna take so long. So while we're waiting, let's go and see how many torches we have. I'm gonna grab up all the sticks I've got because I know I'm definitely gonna need to make some more torches. I've got some coal in here. I'm gonna take that. Ooh, some more, beautiful. And after raiding all of my chests, this is what we've got. 2 stacks and 12 coal ore. We have 20 regular coal and just over a stack and a half of torches. So let me jump up here and grab me fortune pickaxe. I'm gonna hold my silk touch one. Actually, I'll hold my shovel in my offhand just so I can grab the XP. And I'll just chuck a bunch of this stuff down and just start harvesting it up. I want to get XP on my shovel because I'm gonna need that durability. Even though we might not get a huge amount, you know, every little bit helps, in a sense. But in terms of the shovel's durability, it doesn't seem like it's really doing anything, which kind of sucks. But then again, there's not really much else we can do. I've got the end farm anyway, so once we need to, we can just head over there and get the shovels fixed up. Because I think the other one is completely gone too. Yeah, that one is completely written off. So I think an end trip is going to be happening a couple times for this project anyway. I'm just going to finish up the rest of this coal ore since we're almost done anyway. I'm so excited to get rid of all these mobs, man. It's been so annoying fighting them all the time. Oh, we got torches in here too. So let's see how many torches we can craft up with all of this coal ore. Okay, sticks was our limiting factor. So we still have 2 stacks of coal ore, which is all right. We'll chuck it in there. And then I'm just going to go absolutely ham in placing these torches down absolutely everywhere. Now don't worry, the torches aren't going to be how we light the thing up normally. This is just temporary while we work on the area. I do not need this creeper blowing up right now. Thank the Lord the storm is ending, so they're now burning. Oh man, this has been a long night. As soon as it hit day, we had a thunderstorm, so yeah, it didn't really help much. Okay, through placing in these torches, I'm kind of realizing how big this area is. This is absolutely gigantic. I have no idea if we're even going to be able to get all of this done, but I'm going to give it a red hot go. I've almost already used 2 whole stacks of torches, which is crazy. And I've barely made a dent. I've literally only lit up this area here. We still have all of this area to go. Oh my days. Okay, it's nighttime again, and I think the area is lit up pretty decently. If there's any spots that aren't bright enough, I guess we'll see that by the mob spawning, but I think we're pretty good. I think it's pretty good for now. Now, I do only have 3 steaks, so I need to run back to my little cow farm and borrow their inside so I can eat it. But first, I need to stop by a wheat farm and just grab a bunch of it so I can breed some cows before I take all their insides. 3.5 stacks should be plenty. And I'm just going to come in here and take a bunch of them out. Now, in the previous part, I did actually lose my sword. Now, I wasn't actually recording my screen. I was recording a replay when that happened, so I don't actually have it recorded. I guess I could probably find the replay in the moment where it happened and try and show you guys. I guess if I was able to, you'll see it right now. But yeah, the sword, I accidentally dropped it while fighting something, and then a creeper exploded and blew it up at that exact same moment. So that kind of sucked. So I'm having to use the axe instead, which doesn't have looting, which is going to mean these cows are not going to give us much meat. But I guess I might as well go and see if I can find a looting enchant at the base from one of the villagers and see if I can put that on the axe. If not, I'll just create a sword and chuck it on there. But I don't see why I couldn't put it on an axe. Man, look at these babies in the middle. They're all hibernating right in the center. Oh, sorry, congregating in the center. Hibernating on my days. It looks like I've got them all done. So let's go over to our base, at least where the villagers are, and see if I can find that looting book. I do need to grab some emeralds first, if I have any, that is. Okay, I got 22 in ore form, so I'll place these down quickly and then quickly mine them just to get a bunch of emeralds. Oh, I've got a sharpness 3 book. Okay, I didn't know about that. I can put that on the axe. That'll be nice. And do I have any books in here? Oh, I've got emeralds in here. I'll take them. That's a nice little surprise. I have a bookshelf, so I'm going to place one down and take the... Okay, I'm going to place one down, break it with my fist so I can get the books. Okay, there we go. All more days. Guys, we're moving along nicely. While I'm here, let me just drop off these useless seeds. Let me see if I can chuck the sharpness on the axe. Beautiful. Now we've got sharpness 3, silk touch, efficiency, unbreaking. Now we just need looting. So, oh, 12 books. That's pretty nice. I'll take that. It's a bloody good deal, mate. Pleasure doing business with ya. We can't put looting on it. That really sucks. That sucks so much. Why can't you put looting on an axe? That's dumb. I guess I'm just gonna have to make a sword. Someone said to put fire aspect on it so I don't have to smelt the meat. So let's start by enchanting it. Smite 4, knockback 2. Okay, that's kind of what we already had. I know we had knockback 2 and we had smite 5, I think. So I guess that's not horrible. Probably would have preferred sharpness, but let's grab a couple more looting books. So that'll make looting 3. I'm gonna need more books on my days. Wait, hold on. No, not 64 emeralds for a bookshelf. Are you crazy? What on earth? That trade is disgusting, mate. I don't appreciate it. Oh, I got books in here. Beautiful. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to have enough XP to make looting 4, but I'm going to try. So I'll grab 2 more. I'll need a mending book, so I'll grab 64 emeralds. Mate, that's an absolute joke. You should be ashamed of yourself. Bro, what kind of freaky stuff's going on in this hole? I can't even look at them. 2 endermen and 1 villager. Okay, I'd never seen that before. I didn't even know that was possible, but hey, I ain't going to judge, alright? I'm not a judger. Okay, I looked through all of our other enchants and there's not really anything else I can put on the sword. So, I mean, smite 4, knockback 2, and then some looting should be sufficient for us. So we'll go like this, boom, 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 and then boom. 19 levels, not horrible. And our anvil broke, so that kind of sucks. But it's alright, we got looting 4, and I guess we got a sharpness axe that we're going to be using. So, you know, that's alright. I'm not going to complain. So let's just get a bunch of these fellas, take their meat, cook their meat, then eat their meat so we can get back on track with what we're doing. And of course, that is world domination. I mean, world beautification. These guys made babies and now I'm taking all of their parents. You know, this is pretty horrible. I'm not going to lie. When you really think about what we're doing here, it's pretty brutal. I should be feeling pretty bad, but I'm hungry, all right? I got to do what I gotta do to live, and if that means taking some calves' parents, then I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. Don't judge me, I'm just trying to get by. We have a bunch of leather in here. That is beautiful. I mean, technically it's disgusting, but it's beautiful, okay? Don't judge me. While we're here, I want to take a look at these maps. These maps are so nice to look at. I love just seeing how our world evolves over time. And I mean, when you look down here, on day 500, this is going to be absolutely mental. We're sitting on day 459, so we're getting closer. But yeah, this is definitely going to be the biggest change. At least that's what I'm going for. I want it to be an unbelievable change. Now, one thing to realize, we don't skip any nights. So when you're watching any other hardcore YouTuber and they're on like day 1000, it's probably half or maybe 2/3 of the time that we've spent on 500 days. We've spent 6.33 days in this world, which is mental. That's 151.92 hours that I'll never get back. But hey, it's productive, okay? I mean, for a full-time Minecraft YouTuber, I'm not full-time by the way, I still have a full-time job and do this, but for a full-time YouTuber, that's like a month's work. But for me, okay, this is taking a bit of time to get to, alright? So I'm sorry. One day I might be full-time and I'll be able to do more videos, but right now, you know, so I'm a bus driver, alright? I'm definitely the youngest bus driver in Australia. Everyone is super ancient and literally doing it because they've got nothing else to do. It's like a retirement job, but it pays the bills and it pays the bills pretty nicely. I'm not gonna lie. And hey, it's better than going and slaving over in a construction field, breaking me body for what, 24 bucks an hour? I used to be a concreter. That was deadly on my days. I'll never do that again. Anyway, I'm just yapping. I'm so sorry. Let's get back to work, okay? So now we've got meat, some delicious Aussie Angus beef in our inventory. We're going to be good for a while. So now I kind of need to try and figure out how we're going to landscape this area. Now, as you can see over for this bit here, I've got it kind of heading upwards a little bit, and I've got another part over here heading up. So I want this to kind of meet up to a little bit of a higher area where we might build like some kind of watchtower or something. And then along the outside of it, I want it to kind of head down to the bottom a little bit. So I'm going to use this stone that I just grabbed, and I'm going to kind of build up these stone walls a little bit because I do want it to be a little bit higher. Okay, actually, hold on. So I don't want to do the walls over there that we've done. I want to do the walls like this. So because of how much space there is here, there's not much. Maybe I should build these in a little bit. So let me delete this. Let's just start this part again. So I guess down here, I'll add a little bit in, see how far we can go. We can't really go too far. We'll do that. Fine, that's all right. But I'll build something like that, okay? So now we've got the bottom layer kind of done. Now what I need to do is just shape this up a little bit better. Let me take off more elytra because that's getting a bit annoying. Just build it in like this. Okay, this is not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Oh my goodness. I guess this is looking okay. So I'm just going to keep going like this along the wall, and I'll just build it up as we go and shape it, kind of like we've done here. Now, of course, I'm going to add in andesite, and I really like how the moss turned out. And obviously, if we add the grass in, it's going to be that weird color. So I'm going to have to use moss on the side here, but we need to get the shape of it done right first. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it, considering we've got nothing in there except stone. But obviously, this has to wrap around the front a bit better. Has to go all the way around in kind of like a circular motion. So to save you guys a bunch of time, I'm going to do that in the form of a time lapse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this down here, add in the side mountain all the way around until it meets up over here somewhere. And I'll meet you guys back here when we're ready to continue with this path around the front. So enjoy the time lapse. So I get a little bit carried away and went absolutely bonkers on this area. I didn't intend on doing this much, but you know, one thing led to another, and this is what we've got now. So I did a little bit of texture, adding some tuff into the sides, as well as some moss blocks, because obviously they're much greener than the grass. And I also added in some andesite. Now, obviously, you've got a little path that leads up to this top bit here, but you've also got a path that leads around the other side, which then heads out to this main area or continues down even further. Along the very front hand side, you've also got a path that's a lot lower than this one up here that will eventually lead all the way down to the bottom where it meets the river. I am doing my best to try and keep to the original shape of the land, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job at that. Now over here, I do want to fix this up, and I want to add in a massive mountain. You can see there's already a mountain here, but I want to make it much more defined. So I want the land to have a nice little circle, slowly going up till it meets the side of a mountain, kind of like we've done over here, but much larger. And I want it to be a little bit higher, probably up to this kind of peak here will be pretty perfect. So I started by terraforming the midsection to create a nice flat space for some fields of crops. I then made my way to the rear where I began planning out and building up some mountainsides where the natural land generation was higher. I wanted to keep the land similar to how it was before while making the land more suitable for farmland. I built a second level surrounding the rear of the project area with a large mountain towering over the back to match the land elevation in that spot. I also made sure to add some variation into the sides of the mountains to make it look a little bit more natural. And after a lot of work, this is what we've got to work with. A huge, pretty much blank canvas that we just have to paint in. So, of course, I'm going to start at the very front and work my way towards the back. So around the front here, I want to change all the grass along here to moss blocks and continue the coarse dirt path all the way down to about here. So let's start with the coarse dirt. So I'm pretty much just going to continue this path all the way around the front. Now I'm only going to use coarse dirt for now. In the future, I'll have to use some other blocks to texture it, maybe some podzol and potentially some rooted dirt. But for now, coarse dirt will be more than enough. And now we've got a path that heads down here. Eventually this will continue all the way down to the bottom here once we start working on this river part. I want maybe a dock in here. I think that'll be pretty nice. But now we have to change this grass to the moss block because obviously this is orange and this is green. We want to transform the savanna into a beautiful luscious area. So we got to make this grass look good. Now to do that, the best way to approach it is to just bone meal all the moss blocks. And of course I've got to remove, oh no, hold on a second. I didn't know that coarse dirt changes. That is no bueno. So new plan. I think this plan might be better anyway. Okay, so I'm pretty sure moss instant breaks with a hoe. Yes, beautiful. So I just have to find all the bone meal that I can, put the coarse dirt away for now. And it turns out I have a decent amount of bones, which is fantastic. So I'm going to fly over to the bamboo jungle where I usually collect my podzol. Man, look at that area behind us as we fly away. That looks so much better. And it's going to look even better once we finish it. I'm telling you, it's going to be nuts. But anyway, I'm going to fly down to this stone area here, which eventually I'm going to have to dig down anyway. The good thing about moss is if you bone meal it, it changes stone, which means we can kind of do two things at once. Eventually, I do need to get this area fixed and dug down a little bit, and I can do that right now while also collecting moss. But of course, we're going to have to fight mobs because there's no torches here. But I'll take the extra bones, that's for sure. I just need to be careful because we do not need to be dying. So I'll grow up a bunch of it, and then I'm just going to go through and dig it all down, which should be a lot quicker, I think, than just trying to remove all the grass and extra blocks that we usually do when I bone meal it over near the base. Whoa, 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 my boy just shot that skeleton into me. That was peak disrespect. And I think this is going to be an easy way to collect up a bunch of moss. Now, I know there's definitely auto farms I could have been building, but we don't use auto farms in this world. I'm going to keep the mine in Minecraft. But that's all the moss done. I'm going to make sure I don't collect any of these moss carpets or anything else because I want to make sure I have the room for the moss blocks. I will keep the azaleas and flowering azaleas though because I do use those in a lot of my builds. And we're going to be using them a lot in this new area that we're converting from a savanna to I guess it's a custom biome we're going to be making. It's going to be nothing like anything else you see in the game. But I guess I'll just keep doing this until I have a full inventory of moss blocks, which I don't think will take too long. And we'll see how much a full inventory does for us over at the base. Hopefully it does a lot because I would really like to be seeing how it's going to look once we get a lot of it done. So I'll see you guys in a second. This is the area now. I've got it a lot more flat or down to the kind of level that the bridge is. So I tried to keep it even, but it's pretty hard to do because it kept growing up and down, so I had to dig it out a little bit weird. And I also accidentally built a azalea tree, but yeah, we're gonna keep that there for now because it's a bit of a vibe. And I didn't get exactly a full inventory, but we got pretty close. So I think that's going to be good for now. Now on the way back, I'm going to grab up some food because I'm starving and I've only got 15 steak, which is not going to cut it. So we'll grab a bunch more and then head all the way back. I'm excited to see how this thing looks with moss around the front. So all we have to do is dig up all the grass and throw in the moss. It's a little bit weird because I literally just placed all this grass in, but yeah, I thought I was going to be able to just easily moss it. I guess I could have if I just didn't place the core stud in, but I think this might be a bit easier, to be honest with you, because trying to harvest up all the extra things that grow when you do the moss with bone meal is a little bit tedious. But have a look at this, guys. You can't even tell this is a savanna biome. That is absolutely remarkable. Have a look at that. That is fantastic. Oh my days. If I didn't tell you, you'd have no idea that this is a savanna biome. And that's exactly what we want, guys. We want to get rid of that disgusting look. It just does not fit with the vibe of the world, guys. It does not. And it's my job to make sure that this world becomes our perfect creation. And I will stop at nothing to make sure that we get there. I mean, I guess if we die, then I can't really do anything else. But that's not the point, all right? We're not going to die because, actually, I don't know that, but hopefully we're not going to die. And honestly, if I do die in this world, I'm not going to do those clickbaity thumbnails that everyone does. Like, I died in my hardcore world. Nah, I'm just going to post like it. It'll look exactly like a normal episode, but at the end, it'll just have the death message and then it'll just end like that. And that'll be it. And you'll be like, oh, well, does that mean it's over? And yeah, it would be over then. We do things a little bit differently here. I mean, who knows? This could be the video we die on and it just looks like a normal video, at least to you. But who knows? I could be dead. But there's the moss in around the front and it's looking so much nicer. Just look at that beautiful green. It's really nice. Let's get a bit of distance on that. And yeah, you can see very clearly it's a very small amount of green. So you can't really tell fully, but it changes that completely. It's almost impossible to tell that this was a savanna. And this is only stage 1. Like there's some more things I've got planned to fill this biome with. And I really do like the moss on the side of this mountain. I think it's nice. But of course, it isn't going to look perfect just yet because we've only got moss in. I need to add some extra details in here. So let me see what I've got. I'm looking for a particular block that I use a lot. And if you're not new here, you know that has something to do with spruce. And I don't have any in my chests at all. I can't find a single piece. So that's a problem. I'm gonna have to go up to my spruce tree farm and grab a bunch of them. We did use the rest of the spruce when we made these 2 buildings over here. I remember now. Anyway, let me chop down a bunch of these trees and I'll see you in a second. And there we go. The tree farm is mostly chopped. I didn't chop these ones because I'm a little bit lazy right now, but we have plenty. We've got almost 3 stacks of spruce logs, which should be plenty to get at least this area done. Actually, it's going to be more than enough. Okay, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm going to drop the things we're not really going to be using in here. Oh, I do need the sticks. Let me get them bad boys. And I'm just going to make a bunch of spruce fences. That's my plan. Now, I did actually find there was a shulker box down here that was full of spruce leaves and oak leaves. And it's over here somewhere. Yes, right here. We got almost half a shulker of spruce leaves, which is beautiful because we ran out on the river, or so I thought. But I found a shulker box over there. So that's bloody perfect, mate. But I'm going to use these spruce fences and just plot them every now and again as we go down this path here to kind of guide the player or the animal or thing. I don't know. Whatever it is, whatever's walking down here, down the path. Just like this, you know, every now and again. So it's not the whole way on all the sides. It's just kind of filling in a bit of space. And hopefully I've got azalea leaves. I don't know if I ran out of those. I don't think I did. I think I got plenty. So let me check these chests down here. Please, please, please. Yes, look, we still got so many. Oh my days. So I'll use a mixture of these 3 leaves and I'll just place them along the path, kind of like we did with the fences, to make it look like there's some bushes. I guess I'll place a torch on the fences too, just to add a little bit of lighting. I think that's pretty nice. It's a little bit harder because obviously, usually I just bone meal a lot. Like if you look down here, I use a lot of grass, but we can't use grass because it goes orange. So we have to get a little bit more creative. I guess I could try and add in some trees. I'll use some spruce fences. So maybe 1 tree kind of here. And I'll just build up, then use those 3 leaves once again, kind of create this cute little tree, just like this. And I think that looks kind of nice, all right? Just fills in the area a bit better. Now, the easiest way to add in beautiful colors is to use the rose bushes. They look really nice. And some peonies. So I'll just sprinkle some of these in here, mostly kind of along the edge of the mountain, I think, and through these bushes a bit. The red color is just so striking, especially because there's a lot of green and gray and brown. So the red just really pops. And we'll do the same with the peonies. I don't want to use as many peonies, but I think they're going to be a nice little detail too. Oh, we got a buddy here. Let's get rid of him. Get out of here, mate. Okay, I think it looks okay. I mean, considering it was a savanna biome, we haven't really got a huge amount of things to work with, but I think it's turned out pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with this for now. Okay, so now we're going to head up here, and I know we want a watchtower up there, but we got to connect a road there first. So I'll collect a bunch of coarse dirt and just get this little path planned out just like this. And I think the watchtower is going to be kind of here in this corner. So let me kind of just mark it out with fences. I think I give like 5 blocks by 5, just like this. So we've got the path that leads up to this area that I've planned kind of like a watchtower, and I want a nice wheat farm surrounding this entire thing. But along the edge of the coarse dirt, I want to add in some moss blocks just to add in that little bit of green. I think that'll be very nice. Man, I love seeing the green, the moss blocks right next to the grass. You can really see the difference. And it's so striking. I'm so excited to see this entire area completely transform. It's going to be insane. I think I also want like some kind of dirt path stretching through this wheat farm up here, kind of like this, and then maybe another one stretching off of that over this way, kind of like that, just to break it up a little bit, because otherwise I feel like it's going to be too much. So if we have a look at that, I think that's going to look pretty sick. Maybe just over this way as well, just to give you access to the back of the farm over here. I think that's a pretty nice shape. Now comes the moment of truth. I didn't actually check this first, so I'm kind of hoping and betting on the fact that wheat is going to look the same. Where are my buckets? What the hell? Ooh, oh my days. Did you guys just see that? I almost killed myself. 1.5 hearts. I was not joking about this being the episode where we could literally die. So let's not fly until we get our health back again. That's crazy. I just flew into 2 bits of leaves. Imagine dying by leaves. That's crazy. Let's do our best not to do that again. That was really bad. I'm getting a little bit too confident, guys. A little bit too cocky. So I'll grab up some water in our water buckets. We go up here. Right there, right now, and we'll get ourselves a good old waterfall. I mean, we'll get ourselves a water source, okay? I don't know what's going on. Now, I did forget another thing. I do that a lot. I kind of know what I'm going to build, but I get one thing at a time. And yeah, it's just not the way we need to be doing things. I need some spruce slabs, mate. Where are they at? I really need to figure out this chest system right here, because it's just not working. It's not working for us at all. I don't have any spruce slabs. Oh my days, I'm just flying from... Okay, I'm literally just going crazy. I can't even do anything anymore. I think I'll need to go for a nap. Not gonna lie. Oh, the spruce slabs are here. Oh my days. And we're just gonna use a firework to get up here, because otherwise it's gonna take 150 years. We haven't got 150 years, guys. We only have 7. So I'll just try and get this land plowed up. I really want to see if this is gonna work. I'm hoping, and I'm kind of praying, all right? I'm hoping and praying that we're going to be able to see the wheat and it doesn't look weird in a savanna biome. I don't think it would. I can't think of a reason why the wheat would change color, but, you know, Minecraft does some weird things. For example, I mean, look at the phantom. Now, that thing's just absolutely silly. It's very silly. So, I guess the moment of truth, that looks pretty normal. That looks pretty normal to me. I'm pretty happy. Okay, so at least we know the wheat's going to look good. So we can use wheat, which is very important. I use wheat a lot, more than I should, to be honest. Looks like our hoe is coming to the end of its days, mostly because of what we did over in the jungle. We're not going to talk about that, all right? When we got all the moss, this hoe was absolutely used and abused. I'm just going to chuck torches on these for now. I know I probably shouldn't, but there's no one in this world except me. So, I mean, no one's going to stop me, all right? But I am out of seeds, which is a slight inconvenience. And the hoe's going to break any second. I feel like I need to get myself like a really nice hoe. Maybe some unbreaking, efficiency, silk touch, and mending. And you know what? We'll make the hoe the first netherite item we get, whenever that is. I don't even know when or how or why I'm going to get netherite. Well, I guess we know why now for the hoe, okay? But I don't know when that's going to happen. But look at that, guys. That plowed land looks no different to how it looks in any other biome, which is very nice. And it's good because this entire area that we're building is going to be mainly a farmland area. That's what the point of the farming village is for. We got the farming village right nearby. I'm going to take a bunch of these diamond blocks because there's no point having them in there. We might as well have some of them on us at all times. But man, look at this. Like this area here, that's all savanna biome, and you would have no idea if I didn't tell you, okay? We are absolutely putting a bunch of makeup on this thing, and you're gonna love it. I'm loving it right now. Why do I not have a crafting table here? Why am I so unorganized? There we go. We got ourselves a brand new hoe, and I'm gonna walk up because I feel like we fly around too much and it kind of ruins the scale of things. Things just seem so much smaller when you fly around. But this area is huge. Like, look at this. It is enormous. I didn't think it was gonna take as long as it did to do all the terraforming we've done. And there's still a few spots that need done. For example, if you look at this kind of mountain here, I still need to shape it up, and there's no grass on top, but that's going to be a future project when we continue that way, because I have no idea what I'm going to do that way yet. I want to get this whole thing detailed first before we continue any further. Okay, the land is all plowed. I just need to go grab some more seeds because we are completely out, but thankfully I'm sure I've got a bunch in here. Oh, there's 25, 18. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, not as many seeds as I thought we had. That's okay, because we're going to be having a lot of seeds very soon. We could populate a small village with how many seeds we're going to have. All right, let's have a look at that from the sky. And that is such a huge difference. It's literally just farmland, and there's not much details in there yet. Don't worry, we're going to do more. Like, this isn't all we're doing, okay? Just let me cook, all right? Let me cook up a feast. Of course, we'll get our leaves in there. Maybe a little peony. Is that how you say it, peony? I hope so. Please, someone correct me if I'm saying it wrong, because that's embarrassing. So we get a couple nice leaves in there. Some more flowers when I get some more. And this farm is going to work all the way down this hill, and in this spot too. So what I need to do is fix up this here, because I don't like that being so flush against the dirt path. Then I'm going to replace all of this with some moss blocks to get some better green in there, and we'll continue this along here too, of course. We're just going to moss this bad boy up just like this, and the rest in here. Oh, hold on, I've forgotten a couple blocks. Give me a second. Okay, just like that. All right, and the rest of the grass there is going to become wheat as well. Now, to avoid ever having to do this horrible thing again, like transform a savanna biome, I am pledging to never build my base anywhere near a savanna biome in my life. This is the very last time. I will never put myself through this again. And there we go. We have the farmland filled in. I just need to get some more seeds to be able to populate the crops, and then that will be pretty sweet. And I think it's looking pretty nice, considering it's really just not much yet. There's still so much we need to do. And now that the roads are in, we have a much better idea of how this place is going to be looking. So if we have a look at the sky, this is what we've got now. You can see the area is coming together very nicely. Now, I've been trying to think and brainstorm ideas for how to do this farmland, and I want to do something different to what we've normally done. I want to surround each of the fields with some stone walls. I think it'll be very nice, and it will help us hide the fact that this is literally a savanna biome, which we desperately need to do because you can still very much tell that it is a savanna biome. Now, I am going to need to grab some cobblestone. Thankfully, we have a bunch of it back at our base. I'm just going to grab as much as I can fit in my inventory. While I'm here, I'm going to grab up a couple types of crops just so that we have it on us and over near our new area. So I'm going to grab some potato. I want to grab roughly 2 stacks of each. So that should be plenty potato. I want 2 stacks of carrot, and I'll quickly chuck this in the shulker box so we can grab up a couple beetroot as well, just like that. So we don't actually need the beetroot on us, just the seeds. So now we've got everything we need. Let's head back. So I'm going to use a mixture of a couple blocks. I'm going to use some cobblestone, some stone, and maybe some andesite or stone bricks. And pretty much in the areas that are surrounded by both the coarse dirt and the stone paths are going to be kind of fields. So this entire thing here, right around where I'm tracing with the cursor, is going to be a field. And the dirt paths are kind of going to be going in between the crops themselves. So as an example, I'm just going to use cobblestone to kind of plan out where this is going to go. There's going to be an entrance here with this dirt path. And I'm just going to place the cobblestone right around this entire thing here, just like this. So you can see this is going to be one large field here with one particular type of crop. Now I'm going to make a smaller field for here because this section is pretty tiny. As you can see, it literally only covers a little bit of area, but it's okay. We need these to be all different shapes and sizes, which is going to make the area look much more realistic. And over on this side, we'll just have it meet up with the wall or the mountain side, I guess. So now that's 2 sections of the farmland filled in. Now obviously there's not much space between the coarse dirt and the walls, but this is intentional because obviously there's not many things we can do. Usually I would just bone meal the hell out of it, but obviously we can't do that because we're trying to hide the fact that it's a savanna biome. So I'm trying to limit the amount of space, which will make it easier to conceal the fact that it is an ugly biome that we're building in. Now we've got another one here. I'm just going to create another couple. There's going to be one here, one in this section over here, probably one here, and then one here. So let me get that done really quick. I'm going to create a infinite water source right in the middle, just so we can have access to water whenever we need. And I'm going to just quickly put in some crops where I know those particular crops are going to be, just so we can start at least growing them. So I'm just going to create fields with one simple water source, just with those crops surrounding that one block, just so we can at least get the crops started in those areas. And then at least we also know what is going to be where, which will be helpful for later. So I'll make this one potatoes, and this one will be carrots, and I guess finally this one will be beetroot. Now 3 of the plots have the crops kind of started at least. So obviously we have potatoes here, we have carrots, and then we have beetroot here. Now there is 1, 2, 3, 4 other plots that are going to have different types of things. For example, we need some berries, we need some melons, and we need some pumpkins. But you can see very clearly this area is coming together very nicely. I'm so happy with how it's turning out, and very soon we won't even be able to tell that this entire thing is a savanna biome, and I'm so excited, guys. You have no idea. So I'm going to grab up some andesite, a bunch of stone, which apparently I'm actually lacking a bit of, which is a little bit weird. Oh, here we go. I might grab some stone bricks as well, dump off the moss and random stuff we're not going to be using for now, only temporarily. And I'm going to craft up a bunch of stone stairs, a stack and 16, you know, we'll make another one. Almost 2 stacks of stone stairs. We got plenty of slabs, and I think we should have enough andesite. Let me just check to see if I have any more in this chest. We have slabs. We'll grab some of them. Polished andesite? No, not on the walls. That's a bit overdone. Okay, apparently that's all the andesite we have. So that should do for now, okay? We're going to have to make do with what we got. So let's start with this small thing here, just so I can show you exactly what I'm going to be doing. This one actually doesn't have any dirt paths, and that's how we're going to be signifying the entrances, but I guess it makes the most amount of sense to enter in from here. So let me delete this and then delete a couple of these. I'm going to quickly grab a bit of dirt because I haven't got any on me, and I'm just going to fill this back in and connect it up with a dirt path and have a dirt path kind of slightly run through this area, just like this. That should be fine. So now this will be the entrance. Now I'm going to add in some stone bricks in between the cobblestone, very, very sparsely. We're not going to use much of it. So kind of like that. I'm going to place some andesite between and also on top. So very, very sparsely on top, but most of it's going to be underneath, kind of just like this. Obviously the blocks at the bottom have to be darker and kind of more crumpled. You can see obviously the cobblestone signifies it's like broken down rocks potentially. Stone bricks are a little bit darker. Andesite looks like stone but just broken down a little bit more. And then of course there's going to be stone on the very top, filling in the rest of the blanks. Now the walls should be 1 to 3 blocks high, just trying to be as kind of random as possible, just like this. And I know you're probably thinking it looks a bit weird. That's because we're not done. Now we've got to use these stone stairs and slabs to kind of give it a little bit more shape because it's very blocky right now. So adding these in is going to give us that nice little kind of rugged look and make it look very nice. I hope. I haven't built one of these walls for a while. I think I actually have a tutorial on my channel from like years ago where I built one of these, but yeah, it's been a minute. And by a minute, I mean thousands of days. Okay, so don't judge me. And that is what we got. And I think it looks okay. I think it might be a little bit tall, but we'll have to find out because right now there's nothing in here. So I'm sure it'll look better when it's done. But to really make this look perfect, we got to grab ourselves some cobblestone stairs. We're just going to place these kind of on the outside every now and again, just to kind of give it that kind of run down feeling. So it's not so straight, just like this. And if we have a look at that, I think that looks pretty good. Now, we're obviously still not done with this. There's one more thing we can do to really make this look perfect, and that is adding in some leaves. So I'm going to grab some leaves. The leaves obviously don't change color, and I'm going to first of all place in the azalea leaves, the flowering ones, mostly trying to cover up these little bits of grass that we've got. That doesn't look good. And then we're going to add in the other ones, just kind of sparsely around. This will give it a little bit of kind of overgrown feeling, and it's a very nice detail to add. Obviously, let's fix this. In an investigation, details matter. Shout out to anyone who knows what that reference is from. But I think these leaves are really going to give it that nice little bit of character. There we go. Let's have a look at that. Oh my days. Guys, this is absolutely beautiful. I'm so excited to see what this looks like once we get all of them done. Now, on the inside, let's fix this up because that looks weird. Boom. Okay, that's fine. Now, for the inside here, I'm thinking this should be a wheat farm as well because we've already got wheat up here and down here, so I think it makes a bit of sense to have it here too. Now that I'm looking at it, I think we should chuck some cobblestone stairs on the inside too because it just feels so flat. The walls don't look right to me, so I'm going to chuck some of them down just to give it a bit more shape on the inside. Maybe I'll use some regular stone as well. Maybe throw a block in here and there. I think that'll fix it up a bit just because it's very flat. At least I think it was flat. Okay, that's a bit better. So I am going to make that wheat. So I'll quickly grab up some buckets, just place it in just so we can fill this entire thing in. And now we just need seeds to fill this in. And I think it's going to look good. Now I think I'm also going to add some leaves to the inside just to give it that little bit of extra kind of green, because we're really trying to spruce this up. Maybe some leaves in the middle too. I think that'll be nice, like that. So we'll grab some spruce slabs and I'll find some seeds in here potentially. Oh, we got a bunch of seeds in here. That's beautiful, mate. And we'll just finish this one up real quick, covering up the water and then getting the beautiful, delicious seeds in here. And then that will officially be the very first, albeit a little bit small, kind of farm field done in this area. Just like this. Oh my days. Look at that. Wow. And I do still need to add some flowers and color to the outside, which will be very easy, but have a look at this. You cannot tell right here that anything here is a savanna biome. Like right at the screen right now without moving, this is a savanna biome. Have a look at the screen. It says savanna, but you could not possibly tell. If I didn't tell you that, obviously this side you can, but right here, you can't tell that's a savanna biome. And that's what we're going to do to this entire area. You can see we are finally reclaiming this area and making it look so much better, guys. Oh my days. So the next thing I need to do is exactly what we've done here with the stone and the leaves around the edge to pretty much everywhere I've put cobblestone right here. So there's a lot of work cut out for me, and I'm going to do that in the form of a time lapse once again to save you guys a bunch of time, because otherwise I'd just keep yapping and this video would be 757 hours long, which is not going to be good. Who's going to watch that? Probably no one. So, enjoy the time lapse. And ladies and gentlemen, the area is looking so much different now. This thing is coming along so nice. Now, obviously, I'm waiting just on these crops to grow. I could go grab the crops from the other places, but I'd rather just wait. You know, not a big issue. That's fine. What I need to do now is get a nice little farm through here. It's a pretty narrow piece of land, but I know exactly what farm we're going to use, and you can see from the inventory what that is going to be. So to start off with, I'm going to need to take strips of this moss out and replace it with some dirt, and then turn that dirt into dirt paths, just like this to create these lines. And we're going to do that the entire way down, pretty much all the way to the end over here. Now, I have had a few issues with creepers. I've had them blow up on me a couple times while making this, and it's been a little bit annoying, I'm not going to lie. So I'm doing my best to make sure that I don't have any more accidents. And yeah, just like that, another one taking out a bunch of... It wasn't too bad, at least. But the other ones were absolutely horrendous. In fact, I think I still haven't repaired fully one of them. And it was literally right here. Look at this. It's still not fixed. On mod days. That'll have to do for now. Okay, now that we've got the dirt path mixed in lines with the moss, what I'm going to do is grab up the 2 types of azalea bushes. And I'm going to just place these with a 1 block gap on each of the moss blocks. Trying to keep it a little bit different. Kind of stagger them a little bit. And that's the azalea bushes in. But we're not done just yet. I should probably continue this a little bit further, to be honest. It's a bit weird that it just randomly stops. There we go. Now, this isn't the first time we've made this type of farm. I have actually made it before, just over here. And last time we used peonies, but we also used a bunch of bone meal to kind of fill in the spaces in between. But obviously we can't do that for this one. So instead, I'm going to try and find a bunch of different flowers. So I'm thinking cornflowers would go well, which we have plenty of. And while I'm here, I do need to grab some more fireworks. So let me see what I've got in my chests. Okay, we've got plenty. And I'm also going to be using peonies, which we already have down there, so we don't have to grab any from our storage. Wow, look at this area as we fly over. That looks incredible. That is so much better than what it was before. Oh my days. Okay, but let's not get distracted. We still have a whole lot of work to do. So we'll grab up 34 bone meal. That should be fine. I'm just going to grab a bunch of these bad boys right here. Then we'll head back over to that farm we're creating and chuck these. Oh, we got a bunch of mobs here. Oh my days. Hold on a minute. Please don't be any creepers. And I'll just throw these into the spots where I can. And of course, I'll chuck in some peonies as well. And it looks just like this. I do like it. I think it looks okay. It'll look better once we get the stone along the edge a little bit more fixed up, but for now, I'd say that's pretty good. Next up, I need to grab a bunch of spruce fences and I need to go to our sweetberry farm to grab a bunch of sweet berries. Make sure to chuck on my chest plate because these things are very prickly. No, it might be better just to break them like this, to be honest with you. Let me see. How many do I get? Definitely not as many as when we just get them normally, but then we don't have to worry about being prickled. I mean, I don't really know what the other option is, to be honest with you. This is certainly a lot faster than just right-clicking them. I am going to try and grab as many of these as I can because I'm going to need to use them for the detailing around the area as well. And that is just about a full inventory, so let's go back and we'll get a sweetberry farm right along the edge of the mountain over here. Now, I think I'm going to need to use moss because I don't think the grass underneath is going to cut it, to be honest. I thought maybe we could get away with it, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work. But I don't have any moss left. I've used it all already, which means I unfortunately need to go and grind up a bunch more once again. I mean, we got a little bit in here, but certainly not enough to do what we need to do. But I am running pretty low on bones. I don't actually know how much we've got left. We haven't got much. Some bone meal there, a couple bones. I'll just see what I can grab. Okay, this is literally all we've got left, which is not much at all. So let's fly over to our spot and just start grinding up this moss once again. Honestly, I think this will be enough for now, and I'm getting pretty over breaking the moss, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll head back and get that farm set up right away. Thankfully, this farm is very easy to put in. The only reason it's a little bit more tedious is because obviously we can't just use grass. We have to use the moss blocks, which is a little bit annoying, but it's what we have to do to transform this biome. And it actually looks like our shovel is about to break too, which isn't too good. I don't think we're really going to need it much more for the rest of this, but I don't know. I don't know how much more digging we've got to do. We are sitting on day 486, so this project has pretty much eaten up the remaining days of the 400 to 500 day kind of thing there, but that's all right. This is a huge project, definitely the biggest project that we've done so far. So of course I'm just going to place in the rows of fences and the sweetberry bushes one by one, exactly like we've done at the other one. I think this farm looks so nice. I love it. So of course we have to include it in this area. So this is what we're left with. It's not a huge sweetberry farm, but it's definitely nice. I do like having them in here, but looking at the overall build, it's coming along very nicely. We have a couple more spots we need to fill in. This one's going to become a wheat farm because it's really small and makes sense being near the other wheat. I want to try and add some pumpkins in here and some melons. I haven't got many, so we're not going to be able to fill it in full, but at least we'll get some growing. Then I'm thinking about filling this entire thing in with wheat because I just love the way it looks. I think it looks so nice. So I guess we'll start with the melons and pumpkins because we need to get some of them growing. Now, I'm pretty sure I do have both of those near the beach. Okay, we got pumpkins here. So I'll grab up some of these. Oh wow, we got so many pumpkins. This is so good. I was literally thinking I had nothing. It's been a while since I've been over here. But yeah, we got plenty, guys. Look at this. Oh, and we got phantoms. That's okay. Let me fly to the base so we can get some melons. I know we've got melons in the base. We got plenty of those as well. So it might not be as bad as I thought. Yeah, look at all these melons. Oh my god. So we'll fly all the way back and we'll get some melons and pumpkins added into those two spots. Yeah, this place is looking so good. Maybe I'll add a wheat farm here and a wheat farm there. I think that'll be nice having the wheat kind of around the edges. I don't know. Maybe I'm just way too in love with wheat. I'm not sure. But we'll add pumpkin on this side. I'm going to do the same thing. I'll randomly add in just a whole bunch of pumpkin seeds and yeah, leave a bunch of spots free, let them grow. Then in the spaces that don't grow, I'll turn it to coarse dirt and podzol. And this is just the way I like having these kind of melon and pumpkin farms. I think it's so much better than having lines of it. I think the lines of it just look weird and unnatural. So I'll do the exact same thing with the melons, just randomly chuck these bad boys in here, exactly like this. And if we have a look at that, well, I guess there's not really much to see yet, but once it grows, it's going to look a lot better. Now, while I have all of these sweet berries, and on my days, I didn't sleep. Let me quickly have a quick nap. Obviously, we're not skipping the night. Laying down for a second, just so I can literally have those phantoms leave me alone, because they are unbelievably annoying. But we'll just chuck in some sweet berries along the edges here. You know what? I'm going to not go anywhere near that creeper, because I do not want anything else exploding. I would probably cry. Dude, these phantoms need to go. Get out of here. And I'm gonna... Hold on a second, buddy. I'm trying to explain something. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a bunch of these peonies. Do the same thing. I'm just gonna add these just around. I should actually also, while I'm doing that, be doing the rose bushes. So I can do them both at the same time, I guess. So I used the rest of my bone meal on that, so hopefully we got enough. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm having a pretty hard time believing that this was ever a savanna biome. Obviously, there's still a little bit of evidence left behind, but we are very quickly clearing that up, and this place is turning out so nice. But I'm going to spend the next couple hours going through and finishing up this pumpkin farm, this melon farm, fixing up the wheat farm in here, filling this area in with wheat, and then finally this huge spot in here with wheat as well. So I'll see you guys after the time lapse. And ladies and gentlemen, after many hours of hard work and plowing land and a couple diamond hoes, I went through like 2 or 3 diamond hoes to do this. We've got all the land plowed up. Now, obviously, I still need to plant it all, but we are on day 489, so we are running very low on time. So the very first thing I need to do is make sure I start collecting all these pumpkins and the melons so that I can get some more seeds. So of course we're going to start with the pumpkin. Just going to harvest all these cheeky buggers all the way up, turn them all into pumpkin seeds, which actually, now that I think of it, might be too many. That's fine though. We're going to just plant all these all the way down, just randomly, once again leaving a bunch of space in between. Now I do actually have a tutorial for this on my channel as well, for exactly how to make this pumpkin farm. I think it was actually one of the very first tutorials I ever made. But yeah, this pumpkin farm is definitely my favorite, and it's not the most efficient, definitely not the most efficient, but I think it just looks really nice. So if you're looking to build an aesthetic pumpkin farm, be sure to go ahead and check that video out. And we're already out of seeds, so obviously it uses a lot more than I expected. This is a much larger farm than we've ever made for pumpkins on this world. So at least if we do need pumpkins in the future, we're not going to have a problem getting them. I got a couple more seeds from harvesting whatever pumpkins had already grown since we harvested last, but it's still not enough. We still have a little bit more to do. And once we fill it all in with seeds and have it looking nice, I'll wait for them all to grow just so we can see the spread of it. And if it's good, then we can start adding in our coarse dirt and our podzol. But with the melons, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make seeds. No, I can't. So I'm going to have to harvest these with me fist, or I guess a torch. In terms of our melon farm though, we have a lot less melons than pumpkins. So I guess it's not really a big issue though, because this farmland area is much smaller than the pumpkin. So even though we've got less, it's not going to be as hard to fill in, I don't think. But let's just turn at least a stack into seeds, and we'll just get these cheeky buggers planted in as well. Okay, no, we're definitely not going to have enough, but we're going to be pretty close. Next time we do a harvest, we're definitely going to have enough. So it'll be okay. So I'll just break this one as well, and that gives us 4. So we've only got a little bit more to do. We're almost done for the melon farm, at least for planting in the stalks. Now, of course, our potato, our carrot, and our beetroot farm still are not complete. So I've got to quickly do a bit of a harvest and get as many of them planted in for all of them. And I'm not going to waste your time watching that. So I'll do that really quick, and I'll see you guys in a second. So I've filled in as much as I could. I've done quite a bit of the wheat. We still got a lot to do over here, and there's still quite a lot of the carrot farm to go because obviously there wasn't enough to fill in this massive space. The potatoes are completely done. The beetroot is done. These wheat farms over here are done, and we're just waiting on the pumpkins to grow. I should probably actually fill that in now, to be honest with you, because we do still need to wait for the stems to fully grow before we can do the next part of that farm. So let me quickly break a couple of these bad boys and get that filled in. We are on day 491, so we're running very, very low on time. We have to have this done in less than 9 days, and we're already halfway through day 491. So it took almost 2 full days to be able to fill in all of these farms. This area is just so massive. I honestly didn't expect it to be this big, but I'm just going to try and fill in the rest of these melon and pumpkin farms so the stems are at least growing, because they need to really grow before we can do the next part. And if we don't do that now, we're really going to run out of time. And I think that's the melons just about done. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's do the pumpkins. Okay, that should be more than enough. I don't even know why I harvested it up that much. There's not much to do in here. I'll just fill in the little spots that feel a little bit weird, and then finally all through here. And there we go. Now the pumpkin and the melon farms are completely done. We're just waiting on the stems. Hold on a second. There's way too much space in here. There we go. Okay, now it's done. So as you can see, all the farms in here except for the carrots are done. And I do have plenty of seeds at the base, so I can go and grab those to finish off the wheat farm. But there is an even more important thing we need to do. So I have a bunch of stone in my inventory, andesite, stairs, and slabs. What I'm going to do is we're going to start at the very front, and on the tops of these mountains, as you can see, it's pretty flat. I'm going to do the exact same thing I usually do for these things, just add in some stone and andesite bits just to give it kind of like a fence, because while I was harvesting this area, I literally almost fell off the mountain a couple times, which, I mean, it's not a big fall, but it's just annoying, and it just feels weird not having anything stopping people from falling off. So this is kind of what we're just going to do, and I think it gives a nice look. I've done it over here before. You can see it on these mountains over here. I think it looks really nice. So this is the kind of look we're looking at. It looks so much better with that. Look at that. Oh my days. Now I've just got to go ahead and add in a bunch of these stairs and slabs just to kind of really seal the deal, and it's going to make this place really pop. I mean, just have a look at that. That looks 100 times better. And there we go. That's this part done. And honestly, I think it really just makes this place look so much better. You can see in the distance, it kind of looks just very flat, but once we get this thing on, you know, it really changes it and makes it so much better. So I've just got to do that for this part here, the kind of road part around the side here, and then around this entire front, and of course these faces over here as well. So let me go ahead and get that done in the form of a time lapse. So my power went out, and apparently it corrupted this file. It's 000, so there's no time lapse, unfortunately, and my internet is down, so I have this super weird skin. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that doesn't really matter. So the final thing to do is, of course, fill in the rest of these farms and get some extra details just around to really get this place looking good. Especially through here, as you can see, there's really nothing along this path here. So of course, I'm going to start with the easiest one, which is of course, just finishing out this carrot farm here, which will be nice and easy. So I'm just going to continue filling in this carrot farm, which is the final crop farm that we actually have to fill, which is very, very nice. And now we've got enough carrots, we should be sweet. Beautiful. Now that's this one done. So now I'm going to grab up a bunch of decoration blocks and just run around the entire thing and fill in whatever I can. I'm going to grab some flowering azaleas, maybe a couple extra just in case. Going to use some hay bales, of course some peonies and rose bushes, spruce fences, and we'll do that for now. Man, this place is looking so good. I even managed to quickly finish up this area too. So I added a bit of variation in the size and added in some moss blocks as well. Man, this place is coming along so nicely. I'm very happy with what we've got going on. So I'm literally just adding in some fences every now and again, and into spots where there's some space, just some hay bales. I might grab some barrels to add into this bit here. Let's not forget the flowering azaleas and the normal azalea bushes as well. Just a nice way to add in a bit of extra oomph. Man, these small details are really going to bring this thing together, I reckon. Like, look at this. This place is looking so good, guys. Some fences, some hay bales. That's all you really need to do. We'll get some barrels in here. Well, I've got no details up here. I'm going to really need to go to town on this section. I am going to need to grab myself some more spruce fences fences because we are completely out. So let's go back. We're currently on day 493, so we are running very close. But I think with a little bit of luck and determination, we should be able to pull through and get there just in time. But through here, I'm just going to pretty much do the exact same thing, just add in some fences along the way. So I guess add a little bit of prominence to the road a little bit and guide the player through. Then of course we're going to use our normal spread of things. Man, I should have some rose bushes as well. Why did I not bring any? That is bad. Where are my rose bushes? Are they in here? No. Oh my days. Do I even have any? That's a good question. I guess I'll just take them from here. That should be enough. 30 will be plenty. Man, usually I just bone meal and it works so well, but I'm kind of lost on what to fill the moss in with. Maybe it doesn't need to be completely filled in all the way, but it's just not normal for me. Now to break up this wheat farm a little bit, I want to add in a couple stacks of hay bales, kind of like in the middle. So maybe one right here, and I'll go with one right here too. I think that'll be nice. Maybe I'll add more, but I'll need to get more wheat first. Honestly, I think I like the pumpkin farm and melon farm just like this. There's no need to add in any extra podzol, I don't think. It's still growing too, so we can't really do it just yet. But I like how those two farms look. That's very nice. But I'm going to head back to the base and grab up the rest of my wheat seeds or whatever wheat seeds I can grab just to fill in that final area there. I'm going to dump everything else because I don't really need it anymore. And we have a whole double chest, or almost a whole double chest of seeds, which is beautiful. So let me head back all the way and look at this. This looks so good, I think. I mean, if it doesn't, please let me know. I think it looks okay, at least for like phase 1 of this project. Obviously, there's a lot more that we're going to be doing, adding buildings in here, expanding it even further in the future. And honestly, I think in the future, I do want to have some of the savanna biome remaining. Oh, hold on a second. Get out of here, buddy. Like, I'm not sure what part yet. Maybe that way or even maybe over that way. And kind of like have a savanna themed thing. Maybe I'll turn some of it into like a desert theme, because there's no desert anywhere near, and we definitely need a desert, so we might as well do that in the savanna biome. So I think that'll be a nice way to transform another part of it, but I really do want to make the savanna biome unique. I think just normally it's very boring, and it's just not a nice biome to kind of exist in, so transforming it for me is a new thing. And obviously we're going to start off with the farms, because I'm a farmer. I love farming, alright? I literally used to spend hours on this game just farming on servers where we had like plugins where you'd make money from doing it, and I would like literally just create huge farms and just spend my entire existence farming, and I loved it. There's nothing more that I love in this game than farming. It's literally the best. Used to be able to level up a farming skill like in MCMMO. It's called herbalism, and I would always just jump on a server with MCMMO and just keep farming until I was literally number 1, and number 1 by far. I didn't want to just barely be number 1. I wanted to, you know, rise up right to the top. It was a lot of fun for me. I thoroughly enjoyed doing that, and I guess that's where this comes from. I still just love farming. I don't know if it's weird, but it's a good part of the game for me. But this project has turned out to be a lot bigger than I thought. Like this video should have been uploaded yesterday at 9 a.m. and right now it's 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon the next day. So it's taken a lot longer than I thought, but I'm hoping that you guys enjoy the video and that it's worth it. All right. I hope it's worth it, because this has taken like at least 16 hours, but I mean, this looks so nice. I think right now it's a little bit off-putting because some of the crops aren't fully grown, but once it's all grown, this place is really going to be popping off. Man, we are burning through these seeds very fast. All right, that's one side done, but we are very, very low on seeds. I don't think we're going to get this side done without another harvest. I mean, we do have some more seeds back at the base, so I could just go grab them. I'm sure I could find some more, but I still think we're going to have to do another harvest anyway, because we have so much here. It's insane. And there we go. We're out of seeds. I actually got a lot closer than I thought I was going to be. So if I just go back to the base and grab up what seeds we have there, I think we're going to be pretty sweet. Now, the next video we're going to do is going to involve us getting a whole lot of emeralds. Moving on from day 500, I think it's time to start getting our gear a little bit better. Right now, we still have the exact same pickaxe that we've had since even before day 100. Oh, look at all these seeds. Yeah, man. All more days. But yeah, we've had the same pickaxe for a long time. So it's time to get this bad boy upgraded. But I'm not just going to upgrade it normally. We're going to make the most overpowered pickaxe you've ever seen. And I'm so excited. I don't want to make any overpowered armor because I feel like that kind of ruins the point of the hardcore, just like totems ruin the point. So I don't want to make any gear that's insane because I still want to be able to die. I feel like totems ruin the point of hardcore because it makes it pretty much impossible to die. And in the same boat, I feel like making overpowered armor will also make the hardcore world seem pretty silly because, it makes it impossible to die. But a pickaxe just makes it a little bit easier to get resources, makes it a little bit less inconvenient when you're trying to do big projects like I do all the time. So I'm going to make a very, very strong pickaxe, and we're going to see how strong we can get it. I think that'll be a lot of fun and a little bit different from what we usually do. But these wheat farms are going to help us get the emeralds required to do that. And we are going to need a lot of emeralds. It is going to be absolutely monumental. We're going to need to get absolutely rich, and we're going to do that as a farmer. And these farms are going to be able to do that for us. Without these farms, I feel like it would take a lot longer, but I'm pretty sure the farms that we've built here is already much larger than all of our other farms combined. So I feel like we've effectively doubled the amount of farming that we can do in one kind of go. Like even with this farming village over here, we have farms around here too. So this whole area is really just becoming a farming district, which we're going to be able to use to grind up a bunch of emeralds when we need them, which we're going to need them very soon. So I feel like to give this farm a lot of sense and meaning, it makes the most amount of sense to do that next. So we can truly see how much riches we can get from this beautiful farm that we've created. But now that is this wheat farm done, I'm really wigged out by this skin. I really don't like it. I'm used to seeing a green man. Now I'm seeing some purple-haired woman. I think it's a woman. I don't know. But anyway, this is now what we've got to work with now. It is looking so beautiful. And we had plenty of seeds left over. So maybe we didn't need as many seeds as I thought we were going to need. Not necessarily a bad thing too. But I'm pretty happy with this, guys. Please let me know what you think about this area. Obviously, there's still quite a lot to do. But in terms of phase 1, I'm very happy with this. This has turned out so nice. In the future, eventually, we'll get this road fixed. And it's going to head all the way up here and go somewhere around here. I don't know what it's going to do, but we'll also get this mountain fixed up eventually. But I think the next large project we're going to work on in this area is going to be this river. We need to get this river fixed because it is absolutely ugly right now. So we need to fix up this road, connect it to this bridge, fix up this bridge, fix up the side of the mountain on this side, and then also this side as well, and fix up the river. And that's going to be a huge project, but I'm excited to get that started. I think that's really going to bring both sides, the left-hand side that we've always had and the brand new right-hand side that we've got together, and it's going to look so good. But ladies and gentlemen, oh my days, I can't believe we're finally finished with phase 1 of the Savannah Biome project. And honestly, there's no way you can tell that this was a savanna. If you just walk through this normally, just like this, it just looks like a normal biome. Just beautiful farm fields, and that is exactly what we're going for. I mean, it just looks like normal grass. It is incredible. And look at these guys, just in time to ruin the moment. We are on day 494, so we did finish in time. It's almost day 495, so we got 5 or so days until day 500. So I think we did a pretty good job getting this thing done on time. But like I said, this is only phase 1 of this project. There is still a huge amount of work that we need to do, but I think in terms of transforming this savanna biome into a beautiful biome, I think we've done a pretty good job. I mean, just look at this. The crops are still not fully complete yet, but once they're fully grown, this place is going to look absolutely mesmerizing, and I'm very happy with how it's turned out. So I hope you guys also love the way it's turned out, because it took a lot of time, a whole lot of time. And of course, we got a bunch of zombies coming for us on more days. Oh my god, there's even more zombies. What's going on? Where are my there's fireworks. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed absolutely going to town on building these farms, and I'm so excited to see how this continues, because this is absolutely gigantic. I know it's nighttime, so it's going to be a little bit harder to see, but if we look at both sides together, the brand new side we just created is pretty comparable to the size of our original kind of build. Like this one over here is absolutely enormous, of course, because we spent 400 days building this. But considering we've only spent 100 days building this area, it is very, very large in comparison. So I think we've done a pretty damn good job. I'm excited to see the space between the two of the sides come together to kind of create just one large, enormous project. I think it's going to be so sick. But right now, man, I'm in love with this. This is looking so good. Obviously, this land is a lot more flat than this one, but they do share a striking resemblance because we do use the same kind of terraforming techniques on both sides. So it's not like they're completely different things. There's still an obvious resemblance between the two. But man, this place is so nice to walk through. Oh my goodness. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are now very, very close to day 500. We're on day 494, but there's a couple things we needed to do before we hit day 500. Now, of course, the main and most important thing is to get the map room ready because it does need extension to add the day 500 maps, because right now we only have room for 100, 200, 300, and 400. So all we need to do is pretty much just expand it exactly how we have before. So first of all, let's grab the materials we need. I'm going to need a bunch of oak logs, which should be in these chests somewhere. There we go. Plenty of oak logs in there. Then we need some stone, which we have none of in these chests, but I know we definitely do have some at the base. So let's head back to the main storage area and find ourselves some stone, which I know we have plenty of in here. So 4 stacks will be more than enough. Next up, we need some dark oak fences, which I've already got enough of in here. I need some spruce logs, mainly just to make up some spruce stairs. So let's just turn all of those into spruce stairs real quick, just like that. I'm going to need some leather as well as a bunch of sticks. So I'll find as many as I can. I don't think that's going to cut it. So I'm going to have to turn we'll turn cherry logs into sticks because I don't use them as much as any of the other logs. And there we go. Now we have enough item frames. We need some glass, some torches, and we're going to need some iron, which I don't think we have any of, but we can worry about the iron a little bit later. We need to build the room first. That is the main priority. So this room follows a very simple design. I just need to dig out a bunch of space, add in the oak logs on the floor and the walls to start setting up the very next area. I'll turn some stone into stone bricks and create an entire line of it just across here, just like that. Then I need to turn the remaining stone bricks into some stone brick walls, exactly like this. And then I just got to copy this exact same pattern once again. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. And there we go. That is the room expanded another one, so we can have another 200 days added into this area. Now for the background, because I can't be bothered grabbing all those glowing sacks because I don't know where to find them. I went looking and I couldn't really find them. So I just add in a bunch of torches behind a nice little glass wall. And it seems to do the trick. Let me drop off this stone here because I have nowhere else to put it right now. I turn it to glass pane just because there's no point having full glass blocks because a glass pane does the exact same thing and we get extra blocks out of it. So why would we waste it? You know what I mean? So we have something like this, and then we just fill it in with item frames, just like that. And this is my favorite part of every 100 days, finally getting to fill out this map and see the change. Now we do have one empty map, but we're going to need another 24. But in order to do that, I'm going to need to go find myself some iron ore. So I'm going to head straight up to the easiest place to get that, which is this mountain over here, and I'm going to mine a bunch of it. Honestly, 46 is going to definitely be enough for us. So I'm going to just take this ore all the way down to the brand new area we created because that is where my diamond pickaxe with fortune is. So I'm going to place all this ore down and then I'm just going to mine it. Let's see how much raw iron we get from this. Just over a stack and a half. Beautiful. So let's smelt this down and then we should have everything we need to start getting the maps done and see how much of a change there has been between day 400 and day 500. Man, this stuff takes forever to smelt. Maybe I should invest it in some blast furnaces. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I've also got a little bit of iron in these chests, so I'm going to go through and see if I can find a few pieces just to add to the collection. Okay, nothing. I was wrong. Very, very wrong. I do require 100 pieces of iron though, so we're definitely going to need to wait for the rest of this to smelt. I've got a couple iron ore in here, which I might as well also fortune and just add to the furnaces. It's only 11, but you know, every little bit counts. And I'm going to split it up a little bit better just so we can get more of them working at once. Honestly, don't know why I didn't do this in the first place. Now we're cooking. And we just need one more. Boom. Okay, now we have 100 iron. So I can head back to the base, grab a little bit of redstone, create a bunch of compasses, and then create the required amount of maps. And we can finally see all of our work on the big screen on the maps. Guys, I am so unbelievably excited to see this. This is going to be incredible. While I'm here, I know I've got paper, so I'm going to see if I can grab it so I don't have to go to the farm to get more, but I don't know. I don't know if we're going to have enough. It doesn't look like it. Oh, more days. We definitely need to make a bigger sugarcane farm, but anyway, let's make up the compasses. Boom, 25. Beautiful. How many maps does that get us? 8. Okay, that is definitely not enough. I need to go back to the sugarcane farm and grab up a bunch of that bad boy stuff. Just over here, mate. I'm sure this is going to be plenty. If not, then that's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Okay, there we go. Now we have 25 maps. Beautiful, mate. Starting with the very middle one. Now, I am going to place these just in here, just so I have a bit of a reference of where we are and how we're looking. So I'm just going to fly around, get all these maps done, and I'll see you guys in a second. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the final map in my inventory right now. So let's add these final maps in, just as easy as this. Boom. Now, I do actually need to go through and lock all of these maps to make sure if we ever do have to move this map room for any other reason, these maps are not going to update. We need to lock them in time. We do that just by using a glass pane in the cartography table. Then we go do this line by line, and then we can finally see the difference between each of the maps. And the final line, and done. Now let's just add these in. And here we go. Don't know where my scaffolding's gone, so I'm just going to use stone for now. Just going to build up these little pillars just so we can get a better look at all of these maps together. And as we do for all of the 100-day episodes, here is day 100, here is day 200, here is day 300, here is day 400, and the big reveal, here is day 500. And honestly, as I was expecting, definitely the largest change between any of the maps so far. I was not joking around when I said I wanted this to be the biggest difference. Every time we've had some distinct changes. I mean, obviously day 100, there was barely anything here. The world was mostly untouched. Then day 200, we made a huge improvement into the ocean here. Then on day 300, we continued that with a beach, connecting it finally all the way to the water, or I guess the seafloor. And we expanded over here. On day 400, we didn't do a huge amount. It was mostly massive terraforming, which you can see here. There was a lot of changes around the sheep farm, which before there was all natural land. So that was a whole lot of work changing it to that. And we also worked out to the other island over here, which you can see was absolutely untouched beforehand. But then we took that even further for day 500, where we completely changed this area here. And if anything, this area looks very similar in size to this entire area here. And it's even missing a large farming village over here, which was actually outside of the map, which was a little bit of bad planning on my part. But still, this whole area looks so good. In the next 100 days, I do want to transform this bit here because obviously this is all just open land that hasn't had anything added to it. I also want to try and fill in all this grass area here, which there is a lot of. I also want to connect these together and finish this bridge and start working on this river to fix the river up. The river is very ugly. I don't like the shape of it. It's very large here, then it's very skinny, then it's larger again with a weird island in the middle. Then it's a huge weird thing over here, and yeah, this whole thing needs to be changed. So over the next 100 days, we're probably still going to be staying in this kind of part of the map, but maybe we'll do something over here in the ocean as well. I'm not sure yet. There's so many things we need to do to finally get this map fully complete by day 1000, but this marks day 500, so we're halfway there. Obviously the map is definitely not halfway there though, so we've got a lot of work cut out for us. We do need to change all of this, which is a huge amount of land, which honestly I don't even know if we're going to be able to do, but I'm going to try and do my best to get at least the majority of it done. It's just so cool to be able to see the way the land changes over time. I mean, there's even such a big change in this area here. This was all grass on day 400, but now you can see we've got the horse stables and we've got the extended cow farm over here, as well as the spruce farm being expanded, which you can clearly see on day 400. This was all literally just nothing, and now it's full. It's been filled in quite a lot. So I'm very happy with our progress on the 100 days, and if you actually made it all the way here and you're still watching right now, you're an absolute legend. It helps out the channel more than you can imagine. These videos are super long, and if you watch the entire thing, the YouTube algorithm goes absolutely bonkers. So I seriously appreciate your support. If you haven't seen any of the other parts of this series, you can always go ahead and watch the other 100-day videos, the 100, 200, 300, and 400, or you can choose which ones you want to watch, because I have each kind of episode posted by itself as well. So however you want to watch the series, whether you want to watch it in the full movie form or the single episode parts, you can. That's completely up to you, but I appreciate it anyway. But guys, thank you so much. And I'm excited to see where this series goes and how far we can take this world. I think we've done such a huge amount of work, especially in the last 100 days. Like, this area has been absolutely completely transformed, and it's starting to really feel like everything's coming together. So, as always guys, thank you so much for watching, and until next time, peace out.